Hello, my darlings. Hello, hello, hello. Whoa, music came back on. Okay, hello, my darlings. How are you? How is everyone? We're going all Trump 2020 on this one this evening because the world is gone apeshit crazy and, well, we frankly don't give a damn. My dear, I frankly don't give a damn. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the phone, checking to make sure the stream is live. And we are live. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. Cheers. I'm enjoying a rather unfinished cocktail, which actually looks kind of see-through through this, the green screen. It's actually green screening the orange. Yeah, it is a lot of vodka. A lot of vodka, some peach, what the hell? Okay, some peach schnapps, Archers. It was an attempt, a failed attempt at a sex on the beach cocktail. Unfortunately, I don't have any cranberry, and I could not get a hold of cranberry in time. So it is what it is. We have it. Whatever it is that we have, this is what we have. So kiddies, what are we doing, kids? What are we doing, and how are we doing it, and who are we doing it to? Let us explore the glorious, the glory that is this stream. Yeah, what are we doing? We are we're talking about, well, initially I have a little list. Yes, I am somewhat pre-prepared. I know it's unusual, but I have a slight pre-prepared thing on on what I wish to explore this evening. Now, why the hell is this not working? Okay. F you with a big F. Let's just go back to this one. Okay, now I'm just going to initially start with Jenna Marbles. Now, the reason I was going to start with Jenna Marbles is because, well, I saw a couple of people talking about Jenna Marbles. I saw that god-awful apology or whatever video that she made, and I decided, hey, that's a motivator to start a stream based on that. I just need like one thing, because I have like a collection of things, and then I need a trigger. I look for a trigger point in order to trigger me into a video. Like, I am outraged enough to then have to actually respond or somehow address this thing. Now, for the majority of my audience, they probably wouldn't give a shit or haven't got a clue who Jenna Marbles is. Why would you? She is a young 20-something YouTuber, and most people I think that follow me are probably in their 30s and 40s, possibly more. So why would you give a shit? I understand. This is Jenna Marbles, if you don't know who Jenna Marbles is. Jenna Marbles is a YouTuber with 20.3 million subscribers. So she definitely falls into the category of a successful YouTuber with a very large audience. Now, believe it or not, before I started this, I thought this was Jenna Marbles, because I remember a very funny video about fat people, and there was a lady who did a video about fat people. I thought it was this one. There you go. It was this one.
People are already really mad at this video. What are you gonna do, fat people? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna chase me? Really? You gonna chase me? It's gonna be like fucking Frankenstein.
Well, it won't be like that. It'll be more like a waddling people. But this individual is actually Nicole Arbor, something like that. Now, she only has 439,000 subscribers. Now, admittedly, it's still a fairly impressive sum, and this video alone, this was like a breakout video, it has 14 million views since 2015. So she is, considerably successful, but definitely not as successful as Jenna Marbles. Jenna Marbles is young. I think Nicole is probably late 20s, maybe early even 30s, whilst Jenna was probably in her very late teens, early 20s when she started her channel, all the way back in she opened this thing in 2010. Now she started producing in 2010. Look at that, over 1 billion views, nearly 2 billion views. So she is really up there. She's up there with all the big heavy hitters out there. Now, she started with funny. She's a comedian-ish-esque lady, I guess. This was one of her funnier videos that I found that I enjoyed back in the day.
Taking some steps before we even start.
Yeah, it says, how to trick people into thinking you're good looking.
Bleach the absolute shit out of my hair, and I tan my skin because if I didn't, I would look like an albino. Yeah. I've already taken really good looking. Hello there, friends, and welcome to my tutorial on how to trick people into thinking you're really good looking. If you were born really ugly like me, have no fear. There's steps you can take to be good looking, kind of. I've already taken...
Okay, now she's not bad looking, but, I think later on we will see that, unfortunately, it is true. Women, you are all devils and you're all liars, because we all know what you do to make yourselves look better than you actually are. And I think this is where the high level of female insecurity probably comes from, is the fact that they do cover up themselves with like a ton of makeup. I mean, imagine you're walking around with a constant mask, that mask being makeup. No wonder women, are constantly paranoid about the guy waking up in the morning, rolling over and seeing their true nature. And this is Jenna as her semi-plain, but by the way, there's nothing plain about her. She's already got, like, I would imagine some sort of foundation and stuff on there anyway. But later on, she, actually, if you look, you see she even
like me, make sure you get contact lenses.
So she gets contact lenses. But also note the glasses. Still very nice looking, small framed, that sexy librarian look, or the sexy lonely secretary look. So there's nothing wrong with this look, actually. Those glasses are perfectly fine, but she says, you know, get contact lenses in order to not have those glasses. Now towards the end of this video, you'll see that, there you go, look at that, look at the transformation. I don't know what that is. I think she's saying work out to stay thin. But yeah, I mean, look at the hair, look at the makeup, the eyes. I mean, of course, she's, you know, a lot more improved. Now, this is what I would say Jenna Marbles before woke. But the real reason we're here, kiddies, is to see Jenna Marbles after woke. After woke, or before feminism, after feminism. Now, again, like this video, quite funny. Apparently she did some comedic shit back in the day. You know, this is her trying to be all Nicki Minaj-y, and a lot of people took this little tiny clip, which is right at the end of her video, that to be blackface. Apparently she was doing blackface, even though she's not. She just is tanned and has a pink wig, and she's all acting up like Nicki Minaj. And I think there's a point where she shows off her ass. There you go. Where is it? There you go. There you go. She's.
Do you like the way I drop it, Daddy?
Obviously.
You know I be packing.
There you go. She's obviously put some kind of jealousy.
Do you like the way I drop it, Daddy? I said, do you like it?
There you go. So she's been all Nicki Minaj. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. It's harmless thing. But apparently all of this has built up to her being some sort of racist, you know, person. And she's doing, apparently they said this was her attempt at blackface and mocking people and hurting people's feelings. And yes, now this is Jenna Marbles after wokeness. Let me zoom in on that for you. There you go. After woke. Note the large framed glasses. I mean, just because you're woke, it doesn't mean you have to go ugly. These glasses, where is it? There you go. They were perfectly fine. How is it that she has to go from that to this all of a sudden? Why? This baggy ass, ugly ass looking shirt. She looks like she hasn't showered in days. Hair looks like shit. She's gone back to brunette. And I mean, this almost looks like a different person. Would you recognize this person as being the same person? I'm not entirely sure I would. I don't think I would actually be able to recognize this individual as being the same individual I mean, okay, that one's different, but I mean, definitely not this. There is no fucking way you're going to tell me that you would know that this is the same person as this. Fuck off if you think you'd fucking be able to tell the difference, you lying cunt. Hey, big up Mr. Atheist Steve. Steve, I've got the panel open. I'll throw in the link in a minute. I have a lot to cover, guys. So, yeah, Jenna Marbles went all fucking woke on us and started apologizing about all her crimes of her past. These sort of shit she did. And she did some Chinese-looking music video. And apparently she is now torn apart about it. I think it's because there is some sort of YouTube deal going on. YouTube's come down on her hard. She's deleted like a whole bunch of her videos. Like this one isn't even on her channel. This is on some other dude's channel that I found. That's got like 671 subscribers. So clearly he's a nobody. Yeah. So she's deleted all of those videos. She actually goes through her whole thing, you know, begging people's apologies. There you go. Let me just.
It's also been made private. I don't want to offend anyone. I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in making anyone feel bad, in case you haven't noticed.
Jenna, here's a thing. Now, I know you'll never see this video or even know that it exists, but I'll tell you, as you get older in life, number one, you stop giving a fuck about what other people think. Number two, they will never forgive you. No matter what you do in life, you will upset somebody. Somebody will be upset because of your success, because of your looks, because of who you simply are. There will always be someone who will hate you and be upset for it. So don't walk. If this is how you're going to take the rest of your life, if this is the initial step towards the rest of your life, you are going to be a miserable individual walking on eggshells for the rest of your life, begging everyone's forgiveness, because you will always find someone that'll be offended by you. Whatever you do, somebody will fucking get all offended, especially in this century, especially in the culture we have now with this offense culture. You know, there are people who are professional offense takers now. It is their job to be offended. That's what they look for. So if you have people who is literally their job to be offended, it is their bread and butter, you honestly think you're going to ever find a sweet spot where you don't offend anyone? That will make you a miserable person who will never be creative in any shape or form. Creativity and discovery, especially if you're in this entertainment gig and you want to make jokes, you're fucked, lady. You are straight up screwed. So if this is the path you're taking, you will be utterly miserable, because you will find yourself constantly walking on eggshells, constantly paranoid of who and what and when. And with a 20 million subscriber base, trust me, you will find a lot of fucking dicks who are going to be offended and upset by whatever you do. So I'm just giving you this, although as I say, you'll never hear this, you'll never know, but you will always be paranoid and you'll always be walking on eggshells. This is the first step towards the misery that is going to be the rest of your life. Don't do this. It's an absolute mistake, and I think you will discover this in due course. But as someone who has seen the road ahead, just don't fucking go there now. You might as well just tell these fuckers to go kiss your ass, because they are not going to be pleased with whatever you do. They will always find something that they'll be offended by. So I'm just saying.
Here's the clip. I will play it for you.
Okay, there you go. She's like pretending to be some kind of Oriental Chinese lady in this clip. Let me see if I can make it bigger.
Here, hold on. Let me remind you.
Sorry, that was racist. I'm bad at rap songs.
Yeah, but that was a self-deprecating scene. You must know that was self-deprecating. That wasn't being racist or offensive to Chinese people. It was you showing how, number one, aware that is racist, and number two, that you are terrible at rapping. So that was a self-awareness moment. That wasn't a moment where Chinese people are going to come down on you. That is a moment where you are expressing that, yes, this the comedy of you being inept. It's a self-deprecation comedy. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You are self-aware in that video of what you're doing. If you did that and you thought you were actually pretty cool about pretending to be Chinese, that would make you a dick. But not when you're self-aware and you acknowledge your self-awareness of the racist aspect and the fact that you're bad at rapping. That's not you being a dick. How is it that you don't get this? You should easily be able to decipher this situation and know that was not a racist moment. That wasn't a moment. I don't think any Chinese person will see that as you being racist towards Chinese people. That's you having self-deprecative humor. But whatever, man, whatever. Everybody's offended these days, right? Everybody's fucking offended.
So as you can see, I said, "Hey, Ching Chong Wing Wong, shake your King Kong ding dong. Sorry, that was racist. I'm bad at rap songs." It's awful. It doesn't need to.
No, it's not awful. No, it's not awful. It's perfectly reasonable comedy. It's perfectly reasonable. You did nothing wrong in that bit.
Exists. It's inexcusable. It's not okay.
It's okay.
Incredibly.
It's okay. It's perfectly okay. You did nothing wrong, Jenna. And for God's sake, go dye your hair blonde again and wear these. Do this. Whatever this was, go back to this. This is offensive to me. This offends my sensibilities of a perfectly beautiful, attractive young girl going from this and doing this to themselves. That is what's offensive here. This is the crime against humanity right now, is that you wore those glasses when you clearly have better pairs. Even when you decide to wear glasses, you have a better pair of fucking glasses. We know that. So as far as I'm concerned, this right here, honey, yeah, that's the offensive part. Anyway, I'm gonna end it with Jenna Marbles because I've got fucking 7 different other things that I want to cover. But Jenna Marbles, you did nothing wrong. You expressed yourself in a self-aware, conscious manner. You didn't do it because you thought you were fucking amazing that you looked so great as a Chinese person, and you can rap, better than Jay-Z. No, you did it it was a comedy sketch, and it was perfectly fine in that framework. You did nothing wrong. By the way, what the fuck is going on with those eyebrows? Again, I go back. Okay, she seems to. Okay, let me see when she's full makeup.
Pretty weird. That means
yeah. You see, you have eyebrows when you do the makeup bit. Look at the eyebrows. Why are you eyebrowless here? What is going on here? What happened? What happened to the rest of your eyebrows, love? I'm sorry. That's the only thing I can see right now. That I couldn't take my eyes off those little flakes of hair that are above her fucking eyes. That's what I mean. I guess, yeah, she's very blonde, or I don't know what it is, but she doesn't seem to have full eyebrows. She has little tufts of hair that she has to then pencil the rest in. I think you should. Yeah, that's yeah. She doesn't have eyebrows. Now she's getting more eyebrows. How is it steadily her eyebrows grew? Yep, yeah, getting better. There you go. That's where you have eyebrows. That's a whole eyebrow right there. We have Braden in the house. Oh, Braden Anderson. I did say jump on one of my panels, dude. So let's talk, mofo. I want to hear all about that punch. Yeah, okay. She did that. To be honest with you, I don't know what the fuck that is. I guess maybe it's a bad joke at some sort of face mask. I think she was doing it like Nicki Minaj was putting on a face mask at night, and suddenly the camera caught her, I think. I don't know. Jenna Marbles, you did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong, love. Move on. Now, here's another person I wanted to discuss before I get too far away from the other subjects. I've been wanting to mention this individual for a while. Now, since I'm shitting on large YouTubers, might as well just go ahead and take my pants down and just go to town on that one. Let everything out. This is a person called Nikki Tutorials. Now, I have nothing against this Nikki Tutorials. She's 13.5 million subscribers in. I am but a fucking flea on the back of an elephant on this one. So I personally don't think my opinions will count for shit when it comes to Nikki Tutorials and her YouTube channel. Although she is fully supported and funded and backed and whatever by Google and YouTube, 100%. They're like all the way behind her. The only objection I have is that this young lady, and in this video she says she's 22, although this was made in 2016, so she's she's in her mid-20s now.
My birthday, March 2nd, and March has been very, very eventful. Yeah, I don't really have a lot more to tell you. Turned 22.
There you go. She became 22.
So it was my birthday.
She became 22 in 2016, March 2nd, or whatever, March, whatever. Again, number one, actually, let me do a little quiz here. Give me a 1 if you think that this girl is a girl. Basically, if you think this girl is a girl. Unfortunately, I think that's that very question will give it away. But I'm gonna give it a second. Maybe someone will. I can't join, mate. Laptop mic's fucked and not working. I'm out on the phone. Oh, fuck. Okay, Braden. Next time, Braden. Okay. This girl. That's a man. Oh, George Foreman. You see now you're fucking with me, because I don't think you would have normally thought that's a man. It's because I said something. That's why you think that's a man. I don't think you'd make that call in that way. But I'm going to give it away. Fine. Yes, that's a man, or used to be a man, who as a child had, undergone sex change operation with, just like Sophia Lewis. So yes, previously a man, now a woman or a girl, a transsexual individual, shall we say. Now, my only concern is, I don't mind. She's fine. She looks good. She's in Sweden or Switzerland or whatever. She's living her life, doing incredibly well. Obviously, a successful individual, probably a multimillionaire now with the whole Nikki Tutorials. The only problem is, this girl is marketed, or this transsexual individual is marketed to children. She's fully supported. I checked on her. When you go in as an anonymous user into YouTube, usually those who are of adult content or whatever, the children can't see them. There's nothing. This is children friendly YouTube as far as YouTube is concerned. This is children friendly YouTube. Yeah, but Ned, you could have that shaved down anyway. The Adam's apple thing. Now, my only concern is that this is children-friendly YouTube, and it is a transsexual individual. Again, that's my only objection. I think, look, you want to be trans, do your thing, whatever. But, nobody knew, by the way, nobody knew for years until, I think it was last year sometime, where her boyfriend was going to, or someone was going to expose her. Here you go, we need to talk about it. This is the video.
Hello, guys. It's me, Nikki. Hello. Welcome to the final day of Hollow Week. During Hollow Week, my main reality reading that you've been watching me for 11 years and you don't quite know who I am. Today, I'm going to sit down because it's time for you to get to know me a little bit better and create a look inspired by my worst fear, death.
What?
Look is what I'm going to do is this sort of like void. It's scary, but at the same time,
that isn't the video. Where's the video where she says she's a man? Anyway, there is a video where she talks about, yes, I'm a man, blah blah blah, and that was it. I can't find it now. I don't know. She's got thousands of fucking videos. It's practically impossible to find one. But anyway, she says she's a man, or she was a man. She was born a male. She transitioned into female, and that's fine. That's fine. You do you, boo. But, again, as much as I don't want porn stars, advertising or selling to children, I really don't think this is kind of trickery. Where, I don't know, this stuff is being sold to children a lot. I'm uncomfortable, shall we say? I am mostly uncomfortable with that. So that's my only objection. That's my only concern. But other than that, I don't give a shit. Do you, boo? Whatever. So that was Nikki. Now we're going to one of my most favorite story of the evening. To be honest with you, I want to open the panel, but I don't know, because there's a few other things I want to discuss before I go into the panel. But before I go into the panel, I definitely have to go over this, because this is definitely my favorite story. This is a hero of mine, you could say. A man is suing Twitch because he finds streamers too sexy. This man, the plaintiff, is also seeking permanent bans for each of the female streamers listed. This man is unable to keep himself from masturbating. He is apparently a sex addict who can't stop masturbating to Twitch streamers. And he is suing Twitch for something in the sum of £25 million in damages because of his sore penis. That's what's happening. That's what this man is doing. This man is suing Twitch because he can't stop cracking off. Oh Lord. Okay, let's delve into this shit show. Is it Modine? Oh yeah. Okay, let's dive in. The Twitch viewer behind the complaint is seeking $25 million in damages, accusing the site of exposing him to overly suggestive and sexual content from various female streamers. The complaint lists many female streamers in the plaintiff's stated case. According to court documents obtained by Dexer 2, Alanit, what the fuck is this? Alinity, Pokimane, Pink Sparkles. Oh, these are the Twitch girls. And QT QT Cinderellas. QT Cinderella, holy shit, QT Cinderella, are just a few of the streamers specifically called out in the court filing. The plaintiff in the case, Eric Estavilo, has previously sued Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, and Blizzard. The official complaint was submitted to the court on June 15th, and Twitch received its official summons on June 19th due to Estavilo's litigious history. It is uncertain how far the case will proceed. Twitch's official summons will require some level of response from the company regardless. The complaint filled in the Superior Court of California lists several medical conditions Estavilo allegedly suffers from, including on the list are OCD and sex addiction, along with Crohn's disease. These conditions require Estavilo's according to the court documents, to rely on the internet for all his entertainment processes. Like TV, what's it called? But he, you can't stop watching like Netflix, Amazon Prime. None of those will suffice. You have to go to Twitch. Estavilo claims that Twitch and its female partners are making the conditions worse. Twitch has extremely exorbitant exacerbated. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm a fucking child. Twitch has extremely exacerbated his condition by displaying many sexual suggestive women streamers through Twitch's twisted programming netcode. Part of the condition complaint reads, making it nearly impossible for the plaintiff to use Twitch without being exposed to such sexual content. Oh, this is it. Introduction, statements of facts. The plaintiff has been a Twitch Prime and Turbo subscriber for years now, whom also suffers from depression, OCD, panic disorder, agoraphobia, and Crohn's disease. And because of these maladies, these problems, he heavily relies on the internet for all his entertainment processes, as many others do during this difficult time. And due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many people have to stay at home for entertainment and are quarantined themselves, including particularly vulnerable children. As for the plaintiff, he only leaves his house for inflactra infusions, having to deal with his Crohn's disease. Otherwise, he's always on the computer, constantly using and watching Twitch. Mr. Estavilo suffers from sex addiction due to his obsessive compulsive disorder, and makes him obsessed with sex and compulsions. Twitch has extremely exacerbated his condition by displaying many sexual suggestive women streamers through Twitch's twisted programming and netcode, making it nearly impossible for the plaintiff to use Twitch without being exposed to such sexual suggestive content. Of course, I don't know if this guy even knows that Pornhub exists. He thinks Twitch is bad. There is no way for the plaintiff to filter streams he'd like to watch based on gender, male or female. Therefore, the plaintiff has no choice, a gamer and or category to watch, with thumbnails showing these sensually clad scantily clad women alongside men of being the only streaming channels available to him. No, they're not. No, they're not. He cannot filter out the women on the site. No viewer can. Twitch doesn't have a gender filter or preference for a viewer to choose to only watch men or women. Therefore, Mr. Stavino, and then, oh God, gotta click. Okay, basically, this man can't. But there was other bits. The lack of filter. The complainant goes on to accuse Twitch of taking advantage of viewers. Twitch also takes advantage of the plaintiff and many other sexually addicted viewers by allowing them to subscribe, donate, or pay bits to these women streamers. It's Twitch's fault that they allow them to pay these streamers, not you. It states Twitch used this immediate gratification reward system against their sexually addicted viewers. Oh, fuck me. Addicted viewers, no different than how a casino would. That's what it is. Twitch is a casino. Oh, for fuck's sake. However, as you can see from the screenshots below, Twitch did not permanently ban these violators of their own terms of service. Now, I will say this. At least he's calling out these fucking Thots who blatantly flaunt Twitch's terms of service, and they don't get banned, they don't get anything, because Twitch is a bit of a fucking cockhold of a site. Although I don't really use Twitch, but you know, Twitch is a cockhold of a site, and they actually favor these Thots, these Thots, over regular Twitchers. So if you're a male Twitcher and you say something slightly wrong, bam, you're fucking gone. But if you're a fucking Thot, they're fucking kissing your ass 24/7. So yeah, Twitch is a bit of a cunt for that. So yeah, fuck Twitch. As all of these female streamers continue to operate and influence kids under the tender age of 13, and all because these female streamers continue to generate Twitch a lot of revenue via subscriptions, donations, and bits, of which Twitch takes more than half. As you can see, these women continue to expose viewers who just want to see people playing video games on Twitch, but instead get exposed to sexually addictive material and continue to continue on a consistent and regular basis daily. Now, there was a thing about his penis being red and worn out with due to a fleshlight. I'm looking for that. The list of female streamers. Yeah. We got the female streamers. Sexually suggestive nature. Damn, look at these fucking Thots, man. And they say women and men have they're equal. Yeah. When can a fucking man do that on Twitch and make money? When can a man make that kind of any kind of cash from fucking Twitch or any fucking sites? This is bullshit, man. Bullshit. Actually, there was something I wanted to talk about, which bollocks now. So if I can find it, I will get on that later. There was a thing about memes. It was in the memes section. Anyway, I'll try and find it, and then actually there it is. Let me I'll talk about it later. I have it right now, but I'll talk about it a little bit later in regards to men and women and their options of income options. Okay. Request for relief. Plaintiff respectfully prays for a judgment against defender for injunctive and immediate cancellation and permanent ban of the female streamers listed above, along with any other female or male streamers that violate Twitch's own terms of service in a similar way. Also, for the permanent ban of any and all female or male streamers that have not yet been permanently banned for such sexually suggestive content as has been displayed in this lawsuit. $25 million in punitive damages to be split between the plaintiff and other Twitch Prime Turbo subscribers, in which with any monies left over to be donated to both COVID and Black Lives Matter charities and funds of the court's choosing. They throw in like Black Lives Matter in there as well. In a statement to the Daily Dot, Twitch said, "These claims are frivolous and have absolutely no merit." Well, actually, the sexually provocative stuff actually has merit, Twitch, you fucking bitches. The fact that you allow, effectively, people using softcore porn on your site, and you're not supposed to be a porn site, and you're catering to children. So yes, actually, this women dressed like this should not be on a site where 13-year-olds can fucking access it. If at the very minimum, your site should be an adult porn site. Now, I'm not saying you should ban porn. No, go ahead. You want to throw out your titties, ladies? You do you, boo. But do it on an adult fucking site. I know why you're doing it. I know why you're on fucking Twitch. You're not there to play fucking games. How many of these women look like they give a shit about Call of Duty or Half-Life or Battlefield? You honestly think these guys are Minecraft fucking players? No, they are there to fucking siphon the money, pocket money of 13, 14-year-old fucking kids. So go on a fucking porn site, open an OnlyFans account, and show your fucking vagina for all I give a shit. But don't go on a fucking 13-year-old, 14-year-old gaming site and show off your tits, you fucking Thots. This is what pisses me off. This is what absolutely pisses me off. Go onto a fucking porn site and do what you want to do on there, and do it legitimately and cater to adults. But you go there, you go on Twitch because you know 13-year-olds are on Twitch. You fucking borderline pedophiles. If you're sexually tantalizing a 13-year-old for his fucking lunch money for school, then you're not only a fucking disgrace and an immoral fucking cunt, but you're also, I think, borderline. There should be some sort of pedophilia law. Twitch should have the fucking police come at them and say, why are you allowing 13-year-olds to view sexually suggestive women on your site? It's either you take you take Twitch and you make it an adult site, or you take the women that are showing their fucking cleavages and titties and put them on a fucking porn site. But this is the hypocrisy of the world in which we live in. Fucking 14-year-old kids are losing their pocket monies to fucking e-thots. By the way, I saw a video of one of these fucking e-thots bitching about the fact that why can't these little viewers give her $15 on her, I don't know, OnlyFans or whatever fucking site she has? Why can't they dip their hands in their pocket? Why are they so broke ass and they can't fucking fund her more? She was complaining about these. She's fucking trying to siphon 14-year-olds' pocket money, newspaper fucking round money, on a fucking Twitch site, and she's complaining as well why they're not giving her more cash. It's just fucking ridiculous, man. People should call out these fucking Thots. That's why there was a campaign. There was a campaign to send the IRS and whatever tax revenue organization in whichever prospective country they have after these fuckers, to make sure that they're at least paying their fucking taxes. Because these guys, they make a fortune. You'll be surprised. Some of them rake in 10 to 20,000 pounds a month. Some of them more. There's some fucking woman who was a supercar driver, which I want to get to later. She left driving supercars because she was shit and unsuccessful, and opened an OnlyFans account. Now she's earning $100,000 a month from it. $100,000 a month. She's earning $1.2 million by showing off her vagina. And they say life is fucking unfair for women. Kiss my ass. How many men can fucking get away with that shit? Show a little vag and make $1.2 million a year. Anyway, there was a few other bits, but unfortunately, I think I have to read. I've missed the article, but there was a bit about the fact that he has masturbated his penis so raw that he is now, he suffers a lot of pain. Yeah, no, Ned, I'm not jealous of these women. I am upset that they are taking advantage of 14-year-old kids, 13-year-old kids. They're taking kids' pocket money because they're fucking ethos. They're not legitimate. They want to be porn stars. Go ahead and be a fucking porn star. But don't fucking come and go after 14-year-olds on gaming sites. That's bullshit. That's you fucking selling sex, but to children now. That's what you're doing. But hey, it's as Erendor says, that's a woman's privilege, right? Okay, couple of things before I completely go off to the next moment. Oh yeah, I mean, we all know about the Brixton thing, right? Shit! Oh. You guys all know about what happened in Brixton a couple of nights back, but it was a mostly peaceful protest apparently. Oh shit! Mostly peaceful. That was a mostly peaceful thing that they threw at the police. Hey, these are all mostly peaceful. Hey, that's straight back to peaceful protesters. Remember, BLM, Black Lives Matter.
Next thing you know, hey,
yeah, that's what happens when your police force is a pussy. And someone got shot apparently, so everybody started running. So some fucker even had a gun at this peaceful, mostly peaceful protest apparently. And of course there was a stabbing in Glasgow where a asylum seeker living in a hotel, assigned to a hotel whilst his case is being reviewed, went on a crazy, I think it was a Libyan man who went on an insane knifing rampage, did lockdown in hellish asylum seeker hostel, send knife man over the edge, Glasgow attacker. This is fucking the Mail, by the way. This is the Mail. That's supposed to be kind of a right-wing paper as well. Fucking mainstream media, man. Fuck these mainstream media cunts. They lie about everything. Knife man over the edge. Glasgow attacker was on the phone to immigration lawyer just before rampage, and staff had warned about his mental state the night before. So yeah, the asylum seeker who went on a stabbing spree on Friday in Glasgow, this was literally yesterday, on Friday, in a Glasgow hotel in which 6 people were injured, had been on a call with his immigration lawyer minutes before. It has been reported today. Hotel staff were also warned about the man's mental health state the night before the attack, when a liaison worker had reportedly spoken to with the hotel staff at about 11 p.m. on Thursday. Campaigners warned that the coronavirus lockdown would trigger a mental health crisis among traumatized asylum seekers in Glasgow weeks before the rampage. Okay, these are traumatized. These are vulnerable people. I want to know, why do we fucking have them then? Why should we have them in the country? This could be a case for why do we have these traumatized asylum seekers, stabby people in the country in the first place? Fuck him. Send him back to fucking Libya. Minutes before the stabbing began, at 12:50 p.m. on Friday. This was in the afternoon. Sky News reporter reports that the suspect had spoken with an immigration solicitor. Raised concerns with a safeguarding team at the Home Office. Armed officers were scrambled at lunchtime yesterday to the Park Inn Hotel on the West George Street, where immigrants were being housed during the pandemic after the Sudanese knife man. Oh, Sudanese. He wasn't Libyan. He was Sudanese. Knife man launched his stabbing spree. Diversity is our strength, people. Diversity is our strength. Diversity is our strength. Okay. But the coronavirus lockdown imposed in March allegedly triggered previous trauma in the vulnerable group of migrants, some of whom had reportedly experienced war and sexual assault. So it wasn't that these people were fucked over in Sudan or anything like that. Like, the guy wasn't just fucking insane or just the fucking psychopath who made it over to this country. No. The coronavirus lockdown. It's the government's fault for the lockdown. Not the government's fault for letting the fuckers in, though. No. If they hadn't let them in, they'd be racist. But if you let them in and then I quarantine them in order for them not to pass their diseases to other people, that's when it's your fault, when they go on a stabbing spree. I see how that works. So if they didn't let them in, that would be racist. We have to let them in, but we just have to maintain or somehow massage them on a daily basis with their testes in order to make sure they won't fucking stab us to death. That's what we have to do, because otherwise any other option is just racist. Okay, fine, whatever. As you may not know, I have joined Parler. I am on Parler, so if you guys want to jump on Parler and find me under Banksy style, as you know. The last and the final shit show I want to get onto is this. It's actually this particular article. Jenny Slate will no longer voice Missy in Netflix Big Mouth. Now, if you haven't seen Big Mouth, it's an amazing program. It's just fucking amazingly funny. She has explained that she felt the series, she left the series because black characters on an animated show should be played by black people. Apparently, nowadays, you can't, the art of acting, that is to pretend to be someone else, is no longer a valid thing. Everybody has to be the very thing that they're pretending to be, thus not really acting anymore. Just, transgender roles have to go to transgender actors. Black voiceover roles have to go to black people. So every character in every fantasy... So wait a minute. Spock. Leonard Nimoy was not a Vulcan. Should we have looked for Vulcans to play Mr. Spock? Was that racist? This is the world. This is the shit show that we're in. This is the fucking thing. By the way, I posted Bart is voiced by a woman. Okay, Bart Simpson is voiced by a woman. He's a young boy. But then, of course, Bart Simpson could be also trans. We don't know. Yeah, we haven't fully. So maybe we should call out Bart as they, them. But yeah, here is a whole spew of fucking actors who no longer wish to be voiced, white actors who no longer wish to voice black characters on The Simpsons now. Moving forward, The Simpsons will no longer have white actors voice non-white characters. The Simpsons has released a statement on casting for non-white characters that will affect the voices of such popular black characters on the show, like the Doctor and all the rest of the people. I guess Apu. Yeah. So that's gonna happen. You're so dumb. I've just realized. I hope you're talking to me. So yeah. The way more interesting story is about the stabby of those three LGBT activists earlier this week in the UK. I don't know. I didn't even see that. No one pointed that out. So sorry. I may have to catch it on another one. Let me on sometime and I'll destroy you. Actually, Aaron, that is a good suggestion. You made the right call at the moment. So now, let us put... Oh, damn. I already got Afghan on here. Hello, Mr. Afghan. You already had me. You had...
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wassalamu alaikum, wa alaikum assalam.
Your mic is so loud, man.
Is it still loud? I don't know. I mean, this is a whole different mic now. I have a completely different mic. You can turn
feels
your
like
shit
you
down.
actually feels like you're sat right next to me, man, talking to me.
Well, it's a powerful mic. What can I say? It's like my penis. It's a substitute.
Like the fucking,
I'm substituting for my penis.
It's like the ones you see. Like, can Julie come to till one, please?
Is it that loud? I've got people complaining all the time saying mic isn't loud enough because the minute I turn my head from this microphone...
You've gone from fucking 5% uranium to 98% level.
I didn't realize it was that loud. I mean, the thing is, as I said, this mic, as soon as I turn my head, because it's so, it blocks out ambient noise so well that that the minute I turn my head, you can't hear me. I mean, look, if I just do this, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's actually better.
Are you serious?
It's because when you put it on low on StreamYard, this is even on the lowest setting, it's fucking high.
Well, yeah, I guess maybe it's the StreamYard one because I'm on. I'm also broadcasting on my YouTube, so I have to make sure that sound comes through. So that one is actually at max volume, and this microphone, I say, this one is a different microphone to the one I use on the one I was using the other day.
But what's it's all right, man. It's fine, man. Don't worry.
It's a £140 microphone. This shit I'm using.
My wife shouts at me all the time, so I'm used to loud voices. But what's the topic, man? That girl, man, fucking makeup really changes your appearance, doesn't it?
Dude, I follow this Reddit, this subreddit, and it's all about makeup, photoshopping. It's all about Instagram girls who Photoshop themselves, and it's unbelievable the shit women do. Women not only do makeup in this century now. It's not just makeup anymore. It's makeup plus Photoshop. So imagine what hideous beasts actually exist on fucking Instagram when they've got makeup on. They still have to go for the further step of filtering and photoshopping.
I know.
What
it's amazing.
monster she must be before all that.
Well, that one is because her nose looks different. On the picture, isn't it?
It's because the contouring, because of the foundation contouring will change the shape or the shadowing of the way the nose is. The shadows fall on the nose. So, yeah, man. Yeah, it's women, dude. This is my theory of why women are so constantly constantly paranoid about when they meet a guy. Believe it or not, this is something that a lot of men, especially men in the pickup industry, in the pickup sort of circles, discovered years ago. The most good-looking woman in the nightclub is the most paranoid and the most conscious. Yeah, because she knows how much makeup she has on, and she knows what lies beneath that mask. And the biggest fear that woman has is the guy waking up the next day and seeing her for what she actually is. And this is something that a lot of pickup guys I'm talking like back in 2009, the guys were talking about those.
But there was an Iranian one, the famous one from Iran.
Which one?
Man, the famous, he did forums and shit, man. What was his name?
Oh, guy. Oh, you're talking about Thingy. You're talking about Roosh V.
Yeah.
Roosh V, he became kind of infamous. Not really famous, but he became infamous because of some of his idiotic concepts about rape. But he was a fucking. He's a bit of a weirdo, to be honest with you. But no, he's not that big. I mean, in the pickup circles, the founding parent, if you like, the founding fathers. You're looking at Mystery. You're looking at Styles, which is Neil Neil Strauss. You're looking at a guy called David Lyons. Oh, sorry, Adam Lyons. He's these are some of the core founding, and Jeff Jeffrey. No, not Jeff Jeffries. Jeff something else. There was a guy who back in the 90s was doing pickup and doing NLP. Do you know NLP?
The football thing.
No. NLP is neuro linguistic programming.
Okay.
I don't know if you know anything about neuro-linguistic programming, but this guy, Jeff, NLP.
It's all right. Just you don't need to go.
Yeah,
into
I forgot his name. I'm looking at it. His name. But anyway, he was an NLP practitioner, and then he progressed that. Basically, he took that to the next level, because neuro-linguistic programming is kind of like putting suggestions into your head, and kind of using things like anchor points and things like that in order to get someone to, for example, they want to quit smoking, they want to get motivated and stop procrastinating or lose weight. You can use it for multiple things. I mean, people are using it nowadays in lots of different motivational professions for doing other things. But he discovered, obviously, because it's neuro-linguistic programming, works on women as well as it does on anyone, but also you can use it to get a woman to actually find you attractive. And you can use small. I mean, when I say find you attractive, it's on a subconscious sort of level. They become intrigued by you. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're ugly as sin, you're ugly as sin, dude. There are only so much. We're not talking. This isn't fucking brainwashing or magic. There's only so much this fucker can do for you. It's not some fucking Harry Potter's Patronus fucking spell. It's just.
But I was watching one, the chubby Turkish-looking kid. There's one in it. He's famous on YouTube. He's like a chubby
Turkish guy. Damn.
Yeah, it looks like a Turkish roadman, and he fucking picked up some blonde chick from fucking Costco, and he took her to the flat, and fucking she goes, "Let me go to the toilet," and he was there live streaming it. Yeah, he was like, no, blonde chick, innit?
Oh, blonde. I thought you said blind chick. I was like, fucking hell. These people have no standards.
I think that's more of Raj's kind of scene. Fucking seen everything. But what I'm trying to say is that he took her, and she goes, "Can you give me 5 minutes?" He goes, "She's washing her minge to to do it."
Damn. Yeah. Well, at least she's a clean girl. You gotta give her that. She's clean, because
But he recorded it all under the camera and that.
Damn. Hey, we have Aaron on the Aaron. We have Aaron on the panel.
Is Herman's in the house?
Who is Aaron?
Listen, Banksy, I'm someone who actually wants to talk to you about the points you've made in the show instead of talking about irrelevant shit. So.
Okay.
Oh, it's fucking Aaron.
Which points about where?
I met you on Raj's panel, I can't remember, but we were debating a Muslim guy about atheism. Do you remember?
To be honest with you,
and we were talking about... Yeah. Anyway, forget about that. So the points you made about hiring or getting rid of the white actors for non-white roles. As I am right-wing, I agree with you on most things. The immigration thing, not letting in violent criminals, vetting people, that's all fine. But in the society we live now, having ethnic people on TV is for representation purposes. If you're not going to give them the roles that they are assigned to, then what is the point? You're taking away their opportunity. If you're going to have a black character and it's fucking played by a white person, what's the point in that?
Why
are you
not?
Against that?
It's called acting. It's called
acting.
That's why we give alien roles to various people. Do you think Worf was actually could Worf? You know the Klingon Worf from the Star Trek series. Do you know that he was played by white people? The actors, sorry, the Klingons were played by white people as well as black people.
Yes, but why do we need that now?
But what I mean is, why should every ethnicity be this is called acting, it's called fantasy. You don't
if you're an ethnic minority and you are represented on a TV show, you should be given the opportunity to represent your minority.
If it's a live TV show, sure, it's going to be kind of hard to pass up white. Then you're going to have to literally black up white people in order for them to pass.
Can I be honest with you? I think that what you are doing, I agree with you, but the problem is you're from an immigrant background, right? I'm from an immigrant background, but it feels like a lot of the time you're sort of appeasing this sort of white like sort of imperialist or like dominant.
It's not appeasing.
I feel like you are, because you're not really addressing.
No, but
that's a problem.
Aaron.
This is why people get more extremely like left, because they look at people
over an accent.
No, but
Aaron,
this is the problem. I wouldn't. In the same way, I don't expect white people in the white country to, and especially in the business of acting, to necessarily give every black person has to be played by a black person, and a Chinese person has to be a Chinese character has to be played by a Chinese person, any more than if I go to Hong Kong and I expect the Hong Kong movie industry to have all, I don't know, English people. It's
not
just
all. You're
like,
see, this is what you do. You're twisting it. It's not all. It's if the white person was in a Hong Kong movie, you hire a white person to do the job. What's wrong with that?
No, but what I'm saying is, if they wanted a white person to actually represent white people, then
yes,
it would seem a bit weird to try to make out that this Chinese guy is an Englishman. It's gonna look crazy, and yes, and that's what I'm saying, in a live action thing. But if a Chinese cartoon company makes a Chinese cartoon or manga or whatever, and they voice the white people by Hong Kong actors, I'm not gonna give a shit if they're making English people voiced by Hong Kong actors, and they do anyway all the time.
This is what you've done in Western countries, right? We have more cultures, right? So in the United States and the United Kingdom, right? So if I were to make a cartoon right now, pulling jokes at all races and minorities, which The Simpsons does, I would hire someone of an ethnic background to do the voice acting, because it would give them an opportunity to represent. Why would you hire white people to do the job that an ethnic person could do probably even better? Do you see what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense.
But would they actually be better?
The example of Hong Kong, could you see that the ethnic minorities in Hong Kong are a lot less than the United States or a Western democracy, which has colonial history?
No. So, because of colonial history, they have to now give these...
No. I said because of colonial history, the country is more diverse.
What is Hong Kong is, or Britain? You mean you're talking about
like Western countries are more diverse, because we are meant to anyway. In quote, we're meant to be more tolerant because of what's going on. Well, obviously,
personally, I see that as a false or as a fake enforcement of they have to be more tolerant. I don't see.
Listen, I agree with you, but the problem is they're here now. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, they're here now, but still,
so let's represent and give them opportunities. Like, I don't understand
giving them opportunities. I don't have a problem with giving everyone a fair shot, a fair crack at the whip.
But
is not the problem.
What is the best way? No, last point. What is the best way of giving, say, an Indian guy an opportunity than to make them a voice actor of an Indian character?
Okay, but 1 minute. I find it kind of funny that your DP is a black guy in a hoodie.
It's not black. It's a rapper actually, but he's
a black guy though. But you're white though, aren't you? So
it's a black and white picture, and I'm not white. No, why do you think I'm white?
Oh, sorry, you sound white.
I thought he was Afro-Caribbean because of the picture.
Oh,
I know.
That's weird, man.
I made the assumption.
Oh, you're Indian.
Hello, everybody.
Yes. Hey, Mad. Okay, actually, here's an interesting thing. There you go. Mad Faz is clearly a white nationalist, and Aaron, you would fall more in the BLM side of things.
No. Don't group me into that. Please.
Okay, not BLM, but you are definitely an ethnic minority group.
BJP.
But...
I hate the BJP. Listen.
Okay, sorry.
I believe Black Lives Matter. I don't believe in the organization as a whole because of their sort of motives. Their agenda, I don't think is fully clear.
But what I'm saying is, you certainly fall on the left side of the political spectrum.
No. I'm right. I'm right wing. I believe in liberty, dude. But I feel.
Are you libertarian?
Yeah, well, and that's another thing I wanted to talk about. You talking about them women, like, you know, making OnlyFans and stuff. Like, you sound very authoritarian. Like, you're against that.
No.
Like, what's your problem?
I'm for not selling pornography to children.
But the thing is, right? So you're on Twitch, and what is it? A girl in she's still clothed.
No,
Like,
on Twitch there are literally girls who are topless. There's a woman. Her entire show is she's topless and she paints her body. She does body painting.
I saw that earlier. That's disgusting.
That is her. Well, no. I mean, I'm not saying it's disgusting. I think it's wonderful, and I think she's creative and she's an artist. But she shouldn't be on Twitch doing it to 14-year-olds. That is not what you're
saying. That is why it is disgusting.
Yeah.
Were you not 14 once?
No. But Aaron, when I was 14, the only opportunity I had to access pornography was if someone stuck a magazine in a bush. Because I couldn't even buy it on the shelves because they were in the newsagent's top shelf.
I'm 20. I was
trying to understand your psychology, Banksy. Where you went wrong in life.
It's called bush porn, dude. We all knew about bush porn. Okay, you fuckers are too fucking young to know about bush porn.
Is that what they say in Iran? Is that what happens in Iran?
No, this was in Britain. There's bush porn in Britain. My first video, the first porn video that I ever saw was one that my friend happened to find his dad's porn video in under I don't know, some closet or cupboard or something, and it was so fucked up. That video, it was so bad and so grainy and so just like interference in it. We barely made out a tit once. That was our fucking porn back in the 90s.
I gotta say, Banksy,
lesson now. Like, can we just?
Aaron, calm down, bro. Man, calm down. Banksy, you've lost a lot of weight, man. Just wanted to let you know that.
Trying, man. Trying. Still the belly. The belly's the hard one. It's hard to get.
But this Aaron guy is like your dad, like a doctor or an IT consultant.
Why?
Aaron?
I'm just asking, like.
Do you think I don't sound like the typical immigrant kid? Is that what the problem is?
Oh, you surely don't sound like Raj. I mean, that's a blessing.
Raj. No, big up Raj. I like Raj.
You don't have the ghetto speaks to say. Let's call it that.
What like this? What you saying?
I think Aaron is definitely from a reasonably affluent family.
A 5-bedroom house, definitely.
Fairly well educated.
No, I'm from a 3-bedroom house.
Okay.
In a white area.
You know, you seem to have had a good upbringing. You probably have a father and a mother that are still together.
Yes.
Generally,
traditional values.
you've got traditional.
That, okay?
You've got a traditional household, so that's why you're well mannered.
They can go through their hoe phase before they get married.
That's perfectly fine.
So in terms of the teenage boy thing, I just want to quickly end it because I don't want to stay on here for too long because I know you guys want to talk about other things. But
no, it's fine.
I think they see an opportunity, and obviously, I think a lot of it is I'm a right winger, so I don't believe in too much government intervention. So I do feel like it's a responsibility in the household or as a parent to sort of monitor what your child's doing. Okay, and I know, we're sneaky devils. I'm 20. I was young very recently, so I used to do a lot of
young
things.
Very recently, 20.
Yeah.
Oh my God, 20.
I can still smell baby milk powder on your breath. 20 is a child. You got so much ahead of you.
Do you understand my point, though? Do you understand that regulation should come from the household? I think the government sort of power should be limited to intervene and limit stuff.
You're right, but we do have those standards which we developed for a long time. We had movie certifications for a reason. We even developed game certifications for that same reason, and we developed different places for pornography and lingerie and softcore porn and all of that, separate from where children are. From where 14-year-olds and 13-year-olds
so you're kind of making the assumption that these 14-year-olds aren't exposed to pornography anyway.
No, I think they are, but they shouldn't have that forced upon them in a sphere, in an environment where actual it's designed for children. I'm saying every place is. If you like to call me an old fuddy duddy, but every place, its time and its place. Everything has its time and its place. And if you want to watch porn, go to Pornhub, go to Xhamster, go to whatever the porn sites are.
Right. So
okay.
This is a good point you're making. So you're against like sexualization of sort of areas which minors can be involved, or anything that's not meant to be.
Yeah, I'm saying you want to watch porn. If I want to go and watch porn on the internet,
let me think of something.
I will go to that area, to that zone, to that time and place where porn is available to me, and I think that's perfectly fine. But I don't want Twitch to be giving softcore porn to 14-year-olds.
Have you been on Instagram?
Yeah, Instagram should be cracked down on that shit. Absolutely, Instagram.
You can scroll through it and you'll see women like naked, literally naked. And it's for teenagers.
And on Twitter too.
Where do you draw the line?
No, I again, if they are marketing themselves for young children under the age of 18,
I think you need to be 13 to join Instagram.
Yeah,
13.
and if you're marketing yourself to 13-year-olds, then no, you can't have naked women on there.
It's just their parents' job. Like, why do you need to?
It's not the parent. No, because
that's what porn sites are there for, though, isn't it? That's what porn sites are there for. Just keep the porn on the porn, and then keep like social media and all that separate to it.
Look, if you're marketing, OnlyFans.
I don't know who said that, but do you not follow a sexy model on Instagram?
No, but this is the thing. There's a difference between having someone who's dressed in a bikini, maybe. Even I'll have a pass on bikini. Even in Spain, women can walk around on the beach topless. So there are different rules for different places.
It's a cultural
and I will even
thing,
give a pass on miniskirts and
bikinis. No. But they're not sexualizing themselves when they're walking down the beach, are they? They're just walking around like
if you actually go to Spain and watch a 14-stone woman waddling topless down the fucking beach, trust me, the last thing on your mind is sexual thoughts.
Nudity doesn't need to be sexual.
No, I know, absolutely. But what I'm trying to say to you, Aaron, is that these guys are capitalizing on exactly the sexual titillation of young men. They are making money. They've commoditized. They've monetized sexual titillation of young men.
OnlyFans.
Sorry.
A 14-year-old can pay for OnlyFans. A 14-year-old can watch webcams.
Yes, they can. But what I'm saying is, at least they have to jump through a couple of hoops to go to an adult-only site.
You go on a porn site, Banksy.
Forget about the hoops. Just separate it. Separate it. Just ban them off the fucking site. That's what I want. As far as I'm concerned, that's all there if they want it to be there. But like, as far as I'm concerned, Instagram, Twitter, and anything else. Yes. Have you seen what Twitter's like with all the fucking pedo shit on it?
No, I don't
know about the pedo shit. I know there's porn on Twitter.
Oh, it's fucking crazy. Like, it's like non-active pedo shit. And it's like,
this is what I mean.
That's what they call themselves. Some bullshit.
No, it's non-offending or whatever it is.
What I'm saying is, if you're marketing yourself to children, if you're not, I'm saying, if even if 14-year-olds can go to Pornhub or Napster or whatever and get whatever they want, that's not fine, but that is at least a separate place. Then Pornhub doesn't market itself. It's not selling its product, marketing it to children. It's marketing it to adults. Children happen to go there, but they're unwanted guests, if you will. But Instagram, with the Twitch, they're marketing to children sexually titillating imagery.
But that's not on like they search for the actual Twitch like gamer, right?
Sure, but it's Twitch's responsibility to make sure. It's like if I let my 5-year-old child on the Disney Channel or on the Disney website, I go there and I let the 5-year-old view that site because I have some certain level of assurance that this is going to be content suitable for a 5-year-old child. Now, if somebody's suddenly on there painting their tits, I'll have objections to that.
I think that it all depends on where you personally draw the line, and that's why I think it should be kept within the household. Disney have their own agenda, right? You can say Disney are pushing a certain agenda. Hold on. If my 14-year-old, right, was watching a Twitch girl, with her top off, I'd think, you know what? I was 14 once. I don't really care. Like,
unfortunately,
she's 14. I was 14.
I know.
This is the libertarian slippery slope. Next, you'll be saying, "Oh, it's okay for
for what?
Certain things."
Well,
I mean,
the thing is, Aaron, there is a reason why we have certain age limits for certain content, and
Oh my
sexual
God.
titillation. I know 14-year-olds want to, and 14-year-olds will eventually get their hands on this media, but
I'm not talking. Yeah, the media. Yeah,
they will
You-
eventually
come
find
on,
it.
look,
But I
talk
don't.
to the average 13-year-old or 12-year-old. They watch pornography.
I know.
And
I
you
know
should-
they do. Just because we know they do,
That's
that
the
doesn't
problem.
mean we should promote it.
my point on it at the end of the day, I want to differentiate social media. I'm getting banned off social media for stating facts. Yeah, I have a look. I get a post like on Telegram telling me about these non-active pedo things
No,
all over
that,
Twitter.
I agree with
And
you.
you have a
but
look
that's
at
due
it,
to the
and
censorship
they're
of
all over
right-wing
fucking
views.
Twitter. None of them are getting banned, and what they're fucking doing is fucking outrageous. And Twitter just turn a blind eye to it. That's what I'm on about.
Yeah.
Because we're right wing and we have certain views which don't sort of fit their narrative. That's totally different. I'm totally against that, and I feel like as a libertarian, we should be able to freely express.
Hey,
our
hey,
views.
David. I would suggest you stick with your main topic, David Cole.
Sorry, David. Who David?
Yeah, I think we are talking with David Cole here, right?
Who are you talking about?
He sounds like David Cole.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Who are you talking about? Me?
Yeah. Aaron.
Yes.
David
Are
Cole.
you David Cole?
Aaron. Sorry,
Who's
I think
David
you might have missed
Cole?
that. My name's Aaron.
No, he's
Okay.
saying that you sound like someone. I don't know. Is it a meme? Is it
Google David Cole. He sounds like David Cole.
I don't know who that is. But okay. The thing is, Aaron, for me, maybe I'm old school. Maybe I'm out of my era, if you like. I'm talking from a different generation, sure.
No, this is good. I feel like I said to Raj, so I've tried saying to Raj on the live chat, so, like having sort of intergenerational conversation helps, because with the sort of way we're going, it's good to get a better understanding. Obviously, it's harder for me because I'm someone who's right-wing or classes myself as right-wing in a generation which has lost the plot, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean,
libertarians right wing.
Libertarians are very right-wing.
Libertarians
Only on the economics, socially,
economically, yeah, socially.
Economically, they are. Maybe socially, they're a bit left.
I think so. I mean, I like to think of
The
myself as a
only
libertarian,
base
but
libertarians are the propertarians. Do you know about them?
You
These are
can have
base.
libertarian left, but I'm on the libertarian right. Okay, I believe the free market should take control of things.
Okay,
if you're
yeah, but-
socially right and you want to limit sort of LGBT rights or immigration
Or
rights, we can
children
debate
on
that.
Twitch showing their boobs. Yeah, I would.
Well,
yeah,
again,
that's-
it's actually adult
Banksy.
women showing their tits to children.
Banksy, do you remember? This all happened so fast, right? Do you remember the American Pie films?
Yes, I remember those. Yeah.
Look, even it is still back in my mind, right? I can remember every scene of that movie.
Yeah, I do as well.
And this was even back in that day, right? When this movie came out, you haven't had access to free porn and everything like this. It was exactly like in the movie. He was this Jim character, right? He has to search.
Yeah, he had those magazines. He had magazines underneath his bed. He had like all. Yeah, that's what I mean. Even up until that point of American Pie, which was early 2000, or late 90s, I think, early 2000. It was
late
still
90s.
porn magazines.
I was
and,
born in the late 90s, so there you go.
Well, you kiss my ass, you young bastard.
Yeah, probably
I am heavily jealous. But yeah, from my perspective, you see, I was an adult when the American Pie was shown. But as far as from what I'm trying to say is that I think that there is going to be, because I think I worry about the psychology of the young man who is exposed to an overt, excessive amount of porn.
Please tell you a great example of this. So when I was growing up, right, I was a big fan of wrestling, okay? And I don't know whether you know, but wrestling in the early 2000s or the late 90s is very different to what it is now.
Sure.
The sort of content it showed, the sort of women exposure.
There were actually barely any women in the 90s in WWE, for sure.
There were very few, but the ones that were hypersexualized. They would rip their clothes off in a match, and I'd watch that. And obviously that would make me curious. Like, I'd see that and I'd be like, and I was quite young at the time as well.
Okay, let me gauge. Who was the top wrestler male at the time when you were talking about you were watching wrestling?
I think. Well, I used to watch
the
old
The Rock
clips.
and the Triple H era.
Rock and Austin, Steve Austin and The Rock.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I'm talking about the the Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, and
you're
Earthquake
ancient.
era of wrestling. Okay, that's the generation gap.
Did they have color TV when you were a kid?
Barely, but but dude, that's the.
How old are you then, Banksy?
I'm not telling you, fuckers. But
that sounds really old, though.
What I am telling you is that when I watched wrestling, there was Macho Man Randy Savage, the Ultimate Warrior, and Hulk Hogan. They were the big names.
Hulk Hogan even had his own TV show, like Thunder in Paradise or something, right? During that day.
I don't know. We're talking Knight Rider, dude. I was fucking watching Knight Rider, okay, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
This was the time. Yeah, I remember.
But
I remember.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, in that era, women were not even wrestling. They were just
but I'm saying in my era, they were sexualized, and I was young, and I was watching that. That's what I'm trying to say.
But yeah, from your era.
Now the WWE have noticed that children have been watching their content, so they've made it PG. So they no longer have any of that. They don't even have blood anymore because they know children are watching. Yeah. So when a wrestling match is happening, no one can cut themselves anymore because children are watching. Yeah. And as someone who grew up watching wrestling with a lot of blood and, sexual content, I kind of look back and think, the old days where women could take a top off or someone could get cut. Do you see what I mean? Like, it just sort of takes away and tarnishes it. Just because children are... Do you know what I mean? I think it's a parent's job. A parent should have said my parents, right, should have been like, you shouldn't be watching wrestling, you're too young for that.
No. So Twitch, okay then, Aaron, let's have a hypothetical here. If Twitch became a hardcore porn site, would you still say that?
But it's not. That's
no. Hypothetical. If it became that, would you still say that's okay? If it's up to the parents'
then if it started becoming that, yes, I'd say to my kids, you can't go onto Twitch anymore.
Right.
Is
so
that
you
okay?
do have an authoritarian... Yeah, of course, yeah.
No. Authoritarian is on a government level. In my own household, I have the liberty to practice my conservative views, but I don't want to inflict it on a national level. Does that make sense?
Well, of course. But then authority in the household, you are the man of the house, yeah?
But then I have the authority to give them privileges. Do you see what I mean? And this is one thing I agree with on the right. I do believe that sort of nuclear family structures or just strong families as a whole is good for society, right? I do believe, in terms of education, income, privilege, everything like that, I agree with. But I just feel like the government's power should be limited, because once you give a government too much power to intervene and control and censor, we lead to problems like we're having now, where we could be on a receiving end. Do you see what I mean?
Right. Okay. But the thing is, what's being censored nowadays?
Well, I'm saying you're for censoring the sort of material that could be explicit.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I feel like you should just let it be lived and just make people aware of the surroundings. If you want to make a safe space for children, I do understand that.
Yeah, this is why I said about the libertarian slippery slope. Because then with that argumentation, I could literally set up a paedophile ring that streams on Pornhub or somewhere, and you'd be okay with that.
I know what you mean.
As long as someone... That's what I mean, the libertarian slippery slope. No. You start to allow that kind of shit.
Because then how would you make the actual the limitations we do have? Where do they come from? Where is the line drawn?
Yeah, you have to have a line.
Obviously, my line would obviously not be drawn.
Around. Let's go even farther. You can set up a pedophile ring right next to your home.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where's
private property, man. Private property, man.
Someone in the privacy of their own home could do that, and it's kind of like how do we address that? I mean, I'm more for conversations about
and you think that doesn't inflict.
That, right? It's our methods that
Wait,
are different. It's our methods
do you think that doesn't affect your children when a pedophile ring right next to your door?
Oh, please don't sort of play that on me like I support it.
Oh, okay? Let's go with gay pride parades.
I'm just trying to understand where the ways that you'd limit the sort of the legislation that needs to be put in place. And as I said, my line might be drawn, behind yours, but it doesn't mean I agree with paedophilia. I do understand though, because
but that's the thing with people's like with people their tolerance of certain things over time can be lessened with repeated exposure. So even when you're saying like this about how 1 minute it's like you see sexy ladies in WWE, and the next minute you're fine with Twitch streamers being half naked on stream. Your experience has been lessened over, it's been diluted over time because you've been exposed to it more often. You've come to accept it as normal. So that.
But I don't want to sound like arrogant, but I turned out fine. I mean,
well, that's what you will say, wouldn't it? Everyone would say that. Oh, I turned out fine. It's okay. I saw that kind of stuff. I'm accepting of Twitch Thots on Twitch. Being painted
if a
half naked
was exposed to a
where does it end then?
No, but what would be the negative? I think this is a good way of measuring it. So no, I agree with everything you're saying. I do take your points on board. I think the way we should measure where the line is drawn is by sort of doing an analysis of the impacts. Okay, so what are the impacts of a 14-year-old being exposed to Twitch Thots, as you like to address them? What
compulsive wanking?
Yes. Huh? Well, whoever said
what are the impacts of that? Sorry.
I just read an article about a man who's suing Twitch because he can't stop masturbating. He's suing them for $25 million because of all the Twitch female streamers. Now, I know it sounds ridiculous, but
I would really think that's a minority. Do you know what I mean? That's not a majority case.
But that's how these things start out.
The point is, really the fundamental thing here is, do you agree with the child safety nets or safety barriers that we have set up to separate adult pornographic material from children and these categorizations, like for example game categorizations, film categorizations?
I agree. I agree with the safety nets, right?
Yeah, if you agree with those principles, then you have
when you click on a explicit video on YouTube, it will look at your account and see your age. But then the child will just say they're over 18. Like what?
I know. No. I'm not saying. I'm not saying.
How do you...
Look, Aaron. The point isn't saying that kids can get around it. We know kids can get around it. Hell, I could set up child web blockers all over and I have done for various friends and family to make sure that children can't get on things, and they still manage to figure out a way around it, or go around their mates and use the parents' unblocked Wi-Fi around or the Starbucks down the road. So
Speaking from experience,
no,
dude, stop a horny teenager.
Yeah, I know that they will get around it, but just because they get around it, that doesn't mean we don't put those barriers up. You're saying because they get around it, let's not bother with the barriers.
Critique of the effectiveness
of the barriers. But have a proper porn site. Don't mix social media with porn. That's my point.
Exactly.
But it's a blurred line. Now, I do understand what you're saying. I agree with you. But there are always going to be ways around that.
Yeah, but just because they are, this is the point. The point isn't that there are ways around it. There will always be ways around it. The point is the principled concept of, do you put those barriers, and should we actually still actively work towards protecting children?
Yes, we should put barriers in place.
Exactly. So that doesn't, just because the kids can get around it,
go
you don't
against
just
your libertarian principles then.
How do you square that? They're still going to generate money. No, it would be against my libertarian principles as a whole. If I was completely libertarian, then God knows, I would
never go full libertarian. Never
exactly.
Go full libertarian.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So if you think about it that way, there should be barriers in place. I do understand what you're saying, but what you got to understand is now. So, for example, I heard someone say, and I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to the names, but someone said about keeping them separate. So Instagram and pornography should be two separate things.
Yeah.
But now that sort of we've gone in that direction, it's hard to go back now.
No,
it's
it
hard
isn't.
to then.
No.
Listen, it's hard to talk.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because they ban us all the time. They ban conservatives and right wingers all the time on Twitter and on social media. So if they can ban us all the time, why can't they ban?
It's happened over time, though. It's happened over time. I remember being.
It doesn't matter.
And still seeing Britain First on Facebook. Those are a crazy days to me now, looking back on it, considered how they're branded these days. Do you see what I mean? It's hard to actually go
full
force to ban them all at once. It just seems crazy. And
I mean,
like,
with all these algorithms that got set up, surely.
No, but the outcry, like you know what I mean? We're not.
They could snub out 90% of it on certain social media straight away, just on algorithms.
But we're not the majority. Do you understand that though? Like there'll be a public outrage if we just suddenly
if we ban porn?
It would be a public outrage from who?
You ban porn
from the liberal media.
And pedophilia.
If we ban porn on sites that children have access to.
From the faggots.
Oh, feminists.
No. The feminists won't be able to say
brigade will storm out
That's
on the streets.
That's what porn sites are for.
I agree with you. Please.
No, but
I agree with you.
Aaron.
But I'm just saying that it should be a parental thing to say that you shouldn't look at these things.
Aaron, you said you're libertarian. You believe in libertarian principles. Do you think that a company like Twitch should not have the libertarian freedom to operate their business the way they want to? And if so, if the customers, you see, I'm not asking Twitch to do anything. I'm asking the customers, the people who use Twitch, to put pressure on the company that they give money to set their house straight. Because for me, it's not about porn. I made porn. I have created porn into this world. I am not against porn. I'm against porn in a disguised fashion, a for young children.
What kind of porn, Banksy?
Sorry?
What kind of porn?
Mostly solo masturbation with with the women or girl on girl, and photography.
Listen. Can we go back to the point? Because I don't really want to picture that.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. The girls were the ones who were doing the stuff. I filmed them. I wasn't in the videos. I filmed them.
Banksy, you're
You just scarred every dyslexic person.
No, I filmed the women on porn. I didn't actually was on porn myself. You will never find me in front of the camera. I was behind the camera.
All the time, the lens had a little wobble, just a little wobble.
Listen, you've thrown me off so much. I forgot what your point.
No, look. First of all, let me bring in Raj. Sorry, Raj. How's it going? You all right, Raj?
I'm on.
Raj is in. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just over on another channel who's trying to steal viewers from your channel. So I'm telling him that you're live. So you've gone up to 50.
Thank you. Thank you,
guy,
big up, Raj.
You know, you're talking about Real, who's banning people for advertising other channels on his channel. Only has 15 viewers, so he's coming over trying to steal your viewers. So I've gone over there and told him to come over here because he said don't advertise on this. So you better go back, Real, because I'm actually advertising Banksy's channel over there, and we're getting bigger viewers, and it's taken away from yours.
Are you still warring with Real? I'm not even I don't even care.
I'm not going to stop warring until he actually closes his channel.
But he has. He's stopped producing on his main two channels.
That's not enough for me. That's not enough for me.
You're relentless.
Until I see him in a cardboard box in central London, it's not enough.
You are relentless.
What have I missed here?
This is a war between Raj and Real and Nagy.
I basically started a war a month ago because that individual is a vile individual who takes money from people. Although the people giving the money are idiots themselves, I agree, they're idiots themselves. Anyone that gives money to that idiot is an idiot themselves, because you shouldn't give money to a guy that lets a dog eat another child and then runs off and hides for a year and then cries when he gets caught. So yeah, you know what kind of man that is.
I see.
Oh, sorry for derailing.
No, that's fine. I just want to bring you in just to make sure that it is you. And
Total.
I don't know nothing about porn. You know.
No. All I'm saying is, but look,
yes,
guys,
you do, Raj.
My central point about porn is that porn. I have no problem with porn. I, in fact, despise regulations that the government try to somehow limit.
It's the children aspect. I do understand.
I
do understand.
I'm saying if I set up a website
saying
this is a website for children, and then I'm subtly introducing adult titillation, adult
is Twitch
porno,
for children?
Soft
is
porn.
it in their policy though, Banksy?
They let 13-year-olds on. It is for children.
Massive camel toes. Or massive camel toes.
You say YouTube's for children.
Yeah, YouTube
you
is.
Know what I mean?
YouTube is. That's what YouTube has filters.
So there should be no sort of controversial content on YouTube either.
There shouldn't be adult pornography.
There has been.
I actually hold YouTube to the same standards. YouTube shouldn't have little gamer girls with their tits out.
Everything. Okay, I agree with you on everything, and that children should not be access to these things, or should not have access to these things. Sorry, but it's just my method is, as a parent or as someone in the household, I would make sure, or like sort of, make sure they're on the right path.
I agree with you, 100%.
I don't believe in mass intervention because it's blurry. Then just seems
what if we take your individualist stance, then you're fine, right? But what if the other households around you are fine with the kids like watching that kind of stuff?
The thing is,
it doesn't work, does it? Then?
Mad, no, it does. The thing is, we have lived in a paradoxical society for a long time. Now, I'll give you the example.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah, I know. Because the thing is, like back in the 90s, I don't know if you guys remember. I know Raj likes the character a lot, the RoboCop character. When the film RoboCop, the original, came out in 1980, in the late 80s, I think it was. It was a devastatingly brutal film with huge gory scenes. But what you got? But remember this: within literally a few months, or I remember within a few months or a year of that movie coming out, there were RoboCop toys available to buy for children. Now, why the fuck would a child know that they should play with a RoboCop toy when the movie is 18 rated with blood and guts all over it? So that means that parents were allowing their children to watch that movie. That's why it's paradoxical, because we have a movie that's 18 rated who children should know nothing about, and yet that movie company is selling toys to kids.
I actually think I had one of those.
I have a good question.
No, but they had a just so that, because I was obsessed with RoboCop when I was younger. I used to draw like my violent comics as RoboCop was on the background when I was 14, 15. So I used to watch. I watched that movie like hundreds of times. But they had a kind of a child. Well, it wasn't a cartoon, but they kind of geared some. I remember some kind of like.
They had a cartoon.
Comics.
Yeah, they
there
did
was
have
also a comic book, and so the comic book wasn't as violent. So that's why they were making toys and stuff, not because of the movie. There was a comic.
No, but the comic books, the cartoons, all came from the back of the popularity of the
movie. Yeah. But the kids will probably know, but like the real young kids would have known about RoboCop mainly from the comics, or maybe the parents did watch them. Make them watch them. I don't know.
I watched RoboCop.
There's a big difference in the artist kind of style, and if you compare it, for example, with the Saw movies or something like this, in my opinion. So,
and just to keep to the topic, sorry,
Aaron,
do you guys then believe, like, so I know a lot of a very popular sort of example of this is sort of like Call of Duty games. They're considered, like, they have an age rating, but no one really pays attention to that. Like, would you not let your children play with like Call of Duty when they're kids? Like,
no child under 18 should play Call of Duty. Absolutely.
Do you see what I mean? Like, I kind of agree, and I see where you're coming from. But do you know how extreme that sounds?
Yeah, I know. But if you're a reasonable parent, if you're a responsible parent, no, you shouldn't let your children shoot other people through the fucking eye socket.
Your line is different to where my line is. I would let my 14-year-old child play Call of Duty because I really don't think it affects their brain that badly.
Well, I watched The Nightmare on Elm Street when I was like 12. I've turned that all right.
Exactly.
Well, that's questionable there, man. If you're using that as an example, then that's just made my case.
All right. I didn't get sleep for a month. Let me just say
I think Roger just made my point. Case closed, Your Honor.
No, I do agree that there are some films that I watched when I was younger, and I wish I never watched them because Nightmare on Elm Street like mentally stopped me from going to sleep for properly for a month.
Yeah.
And so there is an age range for
difference.
There is an age range for a reason. But when it comes to Call of Duty, the online and the game are two separate things. You do know that, Banksy, don't you?
Look.
Yeah, it doesn't affect everyone. We all know that. It does affect some people.
Okay,
let me just finish. So when it
just
comes
like
to
certain ideologies affect some people.
So when it comes to the actual game, the game is a very story focused, where you're killing people, like like real kind of like story driven. Yeah. Whereas the online is just you shooting other online people. It's not the same.
Look,
so a lot of kids are playing Call of Duty.
I'll give you an example from my childhood. when I was coming up, Mortal Kombat was originally released like back in the early 90s, and it was a very popular game, and it had blood and gore, and it was quite brutal. Now, I was in my mid-teens, so I was
also
okay.
Tekken and all these other games,
Tekken
right?
and stuff didn't have people ripping people's heads off and showing their spine. Mortal Kombat was one of those critical pivotal games that actually introduced game ratings into games. Video games had no ratings prior to Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat was one of those linchpin moments. And the thing I'm trying to tell you is, my youngest brother, who at the time was about 5-6 years old, he was playing Mortal Kombat. And I'm not joking.
Did it turn him into a violent criminal?
It didn't turn him into a violent criminal, but he was talking a lot about ripping people's hearts out and ripping their heads off with their spines attached to it. As a 5-year-old, when that child is saying those things, it's kind of worrying.
Okay, 5. See, as I said, it's your parental responsibility to determine when they can play these games. Do you see my point?
Yeah, I know, but what I'm trying to tell you is that when you let your child in a safe area, if I let my child surf the Disney website and then I walk away from that tablet or walk away from that computer thinking they're in a safe zone, I don't expect that on the Disney website suddenly there's a girl who's painting her titties. And just in the same way, when I let my...
Does it say in Twitch policy that it's made for kids, though?
Yeah, 13-year-olds.
Oh, my God.
Are 13-year-olds not kids?
They are kids. But...
Well, then there you go. It's made for children. The site is suitable for 13-year-olds and above. So if I let my 13-year-old son on Twitch...
That's actually real. Can you just take him out there? Because when he's got my name, he'll start saying I'm saying it. Just hide him. Sorry,
look, dude, I don't mind. I don't care. Phil's taking care of real anyway. He's like... knocking eyes.
I might do another month subscription just to bury him. Literally, put the sound on top.
Look, if Raj, if you really are, I don't mind real myself, but if you want it, there you go. I'm gonna make you a moderator.
I'm gonna go soon, but I do agree with everything that you're saying, like about it. I'm just wondering about your techniques and how it would go down. Well, do you know what I mean?
Eventually,
I personally think that the parental method would be more feasible, more practical, and more accepted. Whereas the sort of, straight,
Aaron,
get rid of it all.
Aaron, there's
just
2 steps.
Kind of extreme.
Yeah, but it's not a single step scenario. For me,
exactly.
I take it as a multi-step situation.
Especially the direction, it's going in the opposite direction. So for you to take a whole U-turn and drag it back down, it's going to take ages. And especially when they're sort of censoring right-wing views or anyone who has sort of views that are against their agenda.
Well, first
so
of
you've
all,
got to think about that as well.
Yeah, I agree with that, Aaron. But what I'm trying to tell you is that you do it in 2 steps. Number 1, you inform the parents of those children who probably don't even know what the hell's going on Twitch. How many 40-year-olds do you actually think are hanging out on Twitch? Especially parents of multiple children.
So. Banksy.
Well, apart from me, but I'm an exceptional geek in this environment. Me and my ilk are a rare breed. We're not the average parent. The average parent doesn't have a clue what goes on Twitch. They don't even know what the fuck Twitch is. So they're not sitting around monitoring their 14-year-old's web activity on Twitch because they think it's a gaming site, which it stipulates it's safe for 13-year-olds and above.
Okay. No, that's a good point.
So number 1,
the first step would be to inform the parents.
Yes.
See, this is a sort of discussion I like because you've made a feasible step which can be enforced.
Yes.
But
what we do,
because before I came on, it was like you came across, and I know you're not like that now, but you came across as like, oh, these stock bitches making money on Twitch. It's like it doesn't.
Well, there's a lot of thoughts making money on Twitch.
Having conversation with other people or people from the opposing view, you need to come across as someone who has genuine, real concerns and wants to actually make feasible steps. So for us to have this conversation now and break it down, it would actually make our argument stronger when talking to other people or sort of making it more valid. Do you see what I mean? Like, as I said, mine was for the parental sort of control, but I do understand an informative statement sent out to parents who use Twitch. It can be a feasible option, but then, you've got other steps to take, and it just seems like it's not the corporate thing
just
to do.
the thing is, just get the 14-year-old to go to X Hamster, make Twitch away from porn, make Twitter away from porn and don't let it like be a safe space, because it's just a safe space on the
Welshman,
leave porn on porn.
But Welshman, I think to one extent I agree with Aaron's methodology of you first inform the parents of the use of the social media that their children are exposed to. So you get them to monitor and ban or restrict their children accessing those social media outlets who are breaking the rules. And then once the social media outlets recognize that their viewership and their user base is dropping,
exactly.
They
That's
will
what
then
capitalism
control
does.
themselves. They will
Consumers
then
regulate the market.
Exactly.
If there is like parents who find out that Twitch is letting these women exploit teenage boys, and the demand or the use of Twitch goes down, they'll be responsive. Capitalism works around money. If their money's going down, they'll be responsive. If you don't hit them financially, there's not going to be any change. To send out the informative statement, make the parents take control in a household, and then see what the changes are then.
Yeah.
Until we get to that point, I don't see what the point is.
No, but Aaron, what you don't realize
Why can't they do their job?
Yeah, but the thing is,
why can't they do their job?
well, this is the thing.
Why
Aaron.
can't who do their job?
But this is Aaron, this is what I'm trying to point out. The next step after that is that we actually have laws on the books where if you are catering to children and you're actually providing adult material to children, that is actually illegal in this country. So
That
we
should
can
be for new
actually
websites
legally
and
jump
forums.
on them as well.
Okay. Yeah.
So we have a legal outlet, we have a commercial aspect to it, we have a parental advice aspect to it.
But can we not learn to walk
multifaceted.
before we run, please?
Yeah, but how are you gonna? Well, hold on. I mean, obviously, I'm not like the most tech savvy person, but how would you control the internet? I mean, I don't see how you can control it. You can kind of like, it's like the way I see it is like a dam. Hold on, it's like a dam.
Well, it's simple. It's really simple.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
You get a 24-hour.
Yeah, let me just finish. Let me just finish. So it's like a dam, that is going to always overflood at some point. Yeah, you can keep on building the dam and repairing it, but it's just going to keep on flooding. That's how I see it. You just, I don't know how you can. It's got holes everywhere.
Are you saying that we should not
patch up a hole?
Yeah, but Raj, are you saying that we should not even make an effort to
No,
protect?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Conversation, Raj.
I'm not saying that. That's
the always access it. It's just making sure there's barriers in place to say that we put the effort in. We've established that
Just separate it. No, just separate it.
Well, because we don't know what kind of psychological.
There will be ways around it.
We don't know what kind of psychological effects the kind of like the internet is going to have on the generation that's going up now.
That's the other
is
thing.
a multi-million-dollar fucking business. And do you know how many bots are on there? How many fake accounts are on there?
Oh yeah.
Like click on my profile and see me like getting naughty or whatever. Like they can't even get rid of that with the amount of resources they have.
Well, I mean, again, Instagram has to. Again, there has to be public pressure put onto Instagram. If they are marketing themselves in a zone for children, then they have to take that.
So the key
action.
thing you said there was public pressure. Public pressure can come from parents taking control and making their kids not use these sites or fund these sites. Financial impact will then cause them to change their morality or their sort of, legal obligations towards protecting children.
Exactly.
You see what I mean?
I mean, for example, YouTube has kind of done that, by the way. YouTube has YouTube Kids. Have you noticed there's a different tier for YouTube Kids than there is for YouTube? So YouTube, although still says, children of I think 13 or 14 and above, which I still have issues with. I think personally there should be YouTube Adult. There should be literally a zone for YouTube adults, because my videos, I've permanently checked, my videos are not suitable for children. I've literally told YouTube
after this
I don't make videos for kids.
So do I. Every time I'm going live, I put the button.
I've told YouTube with no uncertain terms, I don't make videos for kids. Don't give my videos to kids. Don't promote my videos for children of any sort. So I have no guilt, if you like, for swearing and all the things that I do, because I've told YouTube, and it's on YouTube.
You've done your part.
Yeah, I've done my part as far as I can, and I don't show pornography, but I do use adult language. So just for that alone, I say to YouTube, don't promote my stuff for kids. Let alone.
Yeah, I mean, it has that option on there that you press it, or you press yes or no. You have to press it.
Yeah.
Either yes or
well,
no.
I've done it permanently, so it just does it all the time.
No, I've uploaded some videos recently, and I've done the same. Mine were fine, but yeah, no, I do understand. Listen, guys, I've got to go. But...
No worries, Aaron. It's been good.
It's that guy that I spoke. Is that the guy I spoke to last time?
He was on your channel. Yeah, Aaron was on your channel.
It's Aaron.
Oh, it's Aaron! Aaron, my Punjabi bro.
Yeah.
Oh, big up. I think he's a different Aaron, man. How you doing, my man?
Yeah, I'm good.
You sound different. You sound like you.
White.
I thought you was white, and I've spoken to you.
Oh my god.
I thought you was just ever white, Aaron.
Oh, no.
So is Aaron actually Punjabi then?
Yeah, he's a Punjabi. He's Punjabi like me, but he's a Hindu Punjabi. So there's Hindus and Sikhs in the Indian side.
Ah, good man.
All right, guys.
Take care, Aaron. It's been awesome, mate.
He's basically the same. What do you think about your fellow Punjabi Hindu making it into the top echelons of government? What's his name? Ritak.
I was actually very happy about that. I was kind of mad because I wanted to get there first. But
it's cool. We got Punjabi in the top echelons of the government.
That's actually a next level of conversation which we could have with Mad and Elrond. I think these guys will have something to say about that.
Yeah, because I mean, Priti Patel is another one that's kind of like because the thing is, yesterday we was having actually I don't want to derail. Everyone says I derail the conversation.
Alright, listen, guys, I'm gonna go. Right,
take care, Aaron. It's been awesome, mate.
All right, man.
I'm big Aaron, man. Big up.
Big up. Okay. Now this is actually a good segue. Mad. What do you think about? Is it Ricky Sunak or whatever?
Priti Patel, Ricky Sunak, and the other guy, I've forgotten his name, the Punjabi one.
Why are they there? You mean Savid Javid?
Savid, yeah.
No,
Javid,
not Savid. No.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway,
not him.
Yeah, those guys all being possibly groomed for the next premiership role.
Why?
I'm saying, what do you think?
That's my question. Oh, yeah. Why are they there?
Why are they there?
Why in?
They're working their way up.
British Parliament are foreign like
diversity is our strength.
Yeah, diversity is our strength. Yes, diversity will be our strength when we're 50% of the population. I'm sure diversity will treat us kindly. I mean,
all right. So can I make my argument? Can I make my argument?
Go on.
So basically, not all people that have ethnic minorities or immigrants are the same. There's different groups. Hold on, let me finish. There's different groups with varying mindsets and kind of like ideologies that actually not only fit into the UK, but actually complement the UK. Yeah. So let me give you an example. The Indian community is mainly made up of Sikhs and Hindus. 99% of the Indian community in the UK, of over like 1.5 million, are Indians and Sikhs. Now, if you look at the government at the moment, you have Rishi Sunak here. He's a Punjabi Hindu from Punjab. You have Priti Patel. She's another Indian, and she's a Hindu. And then you have the other guy, Ashok. He's an Hindu as well. Now, all of these people, I believe are, good additions to the UK. I don't agree with their politics per se, but the Indian community as a whole, we are not here to kind of like change your laws to make the UK into India. We're here because
raise our history.
Hold on, shut up for a minute. Yeah, so we're here, in order to contribute and make the UK better. Yeah, if you have a problem with that, that's your problem. But there are other immigrant groups that I'm not going to name that are not here on average to kind of integrate or to make things better. Some of them just want to tear the system down from within. Yeah, and those are the immigrant groups that you should have a problem with, not the groups that want to work hard. Because the Hindu and Sikh community in the UK, not only have we got one of the highest employment rates, highest wealth, in terms of education, we're the highest educated. On top of that, we have very low crime rates. So is that not a good addition to the UK?
Well, I think having a low crime rate is fantastic, but that still having a high employment, you're taking away from British people and their jobs. So
we'll all sign on then, yeah? Let's all sign on.
I mean, wouldn't your contribution be better made in India?
So your logic is this,
people?
You look when I'm giving you compliment, and I'm telling you the good side here of some of the immigrant population in the UK.
No, I do say they do. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, surely that like, isn't it better that like people are around their own and they can?
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, but
it's me. Yes,
All
hello,
right, I get how it is. I know.
You know who Mad Fuzz is, right?
Yeah. I thought Aaron was Mad Fuzz.
No.
I mistook you from a barn man. How do you feel about that?
Mad is mad.
Are you gonna have a bath?
Yeah, but Mad's never gonna
wash yourself,
really...
boy. Wash yourself.
Yeah, but Mad is never gonna fall in line.
Right.
He's a PA guy. He's a Ralph guy. He's not gonna fall in line with the good of the foreigner.
Ralph guy.
Yeah,
you on the same side as Ralph.
You worship the Indian man. Yeah, that's what you're
saying. He worships me.
I'm saying he's on the same side. Man. I'm not trying to make it out to be.
So I mean, all right. So what you're saying? There's no such thing as a good immigrant to the UK. That's what you're basically saying.
No, I mean there are plenty of good immigrants. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, like, why do we need them? What can that Indian or Punjabi or whoever, like, what does that immigrant do that we cannot do ourselves?
Well, why don't you try and do the job he does then? Why don't you just go into government and try and take over?
What? No, that's a bit like that. What are you asking me to do? Like form a coup?
No.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Once you make your way up the ladders of politics,
put your money where your mouth is.
Go ahead and try to be elected.
Right, tell me, what can an immigrant do that a British person cannot?
Can you do Bhangra?
Why do we need them?
Can you do Bhangra?
Tie a turban.
Yeah, can you? I don't know.
I mean, is that
make a decent curry? Can you make curry that has flavor?
Yeah, we've got the recipes.
No, can you make real curry, not the fake stuff you see in these?
We're not talking shamans or whatever the fuck.
You know what we could do? You could make the raw curry in India, and we could import it, and we could pay you for it. How about that?
Shitting. What else would you do? I was shitting at the same time, then send it to you. You wouldn't even know.
What I mean, you could. But I mean, we'd soon find out, wouldn't we? Through quality.
So the point I'm trying to make here, the things that you're saying, we as an immigrant population can do anything you can do. I'm not of that mindset. Oh, the white man is no. We can do whatever you can do, and we can do it better. We can do it better if you want to.
Of course, you can do what we can do.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying, as a country,
why don't you do it in India?
Need? What do we need you for if we can do it ourselves?
So first of all, that's something you're gonna have to ask my parents. So I'm British, Punjabi, and I'm Sikh. Yeah, this is my home. I don't care what anyone says. This is all I know. And even when I go India, when I've been India, do you know what they call me?
What? I don't know.
England. Soon as I speak, so basically, as soon as I speak, they can tell I'm not from there. I'm born somewhere else. So they don't see me as one of theirs, even there. So they refer to me as England when I went India.
Yeah, you're too English for the Indians and too Indian for the English.
Yeah, and those Indians are way more racist than the Europeans. As well as the blacks are telling me the same thing coming out of America when they visit Africa. They don't see themselves as basically as black or something.
I mean that's.
If
black people can't be racist. Black people can't be racist.
If, for example, the Moors from South Africa would flee, right? The ethno-nationalists, they would treat them just like as they are, right? It is kind of strange to me.
I just want to reply to Fee Green, who says, "Are there any Indians in the Chinese Israeli government or Japan?" Well,
he's right.
I mean, the Chinese government is a Soviet socialist system, so they're not going to have it. But Israelis have Arabs in their government because Arabs are a certain population.
Japan or any of the Oriental countries anywhere in the Orient.
No, because they're racist as fuck. We know they're racist. so the choice you have to make is: do you want to be a racist country? And if so, then fair enough.
Please.
Go down that road and see how many of your fellow Englishmen you can convince of such things.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, Black Lives Matter did a fantastic job at convincing us.
Let me tell you something here. Look, it's easy to demonize certain groups here because those groups.
Demonizing
1 minute,
because of the color of your
let
skin,
me finish for a second, you goddamn freaking degenerate. I'm gonna civilize you little prick. Shut up for a minute. What are you? Are you some freaking savage from the Black Lagoon or something? What's wrong with you?
I don't know, man.
Let me put it. Have you got any impulse?
We need more savage.
1 minute.
Let Raj say his piece.
You bloody distracted me. I can't even remember now, that idiot. Is that what you're trying to
Go
do?
ahead.
So, all right. So basically, when it comes to the Sikh and Hindu community, I'm sorry, it's going to be very hard to make the case that we don't contribute to the UK or we're not an
not saying
asset.
you don't.
Now, let me just finish. You keep on interrupting. Now, certain other groups here, like when you got the Ralphs of this nature, the brown man that actually runs a white organization, he can make quite good arguments about other immigrant groups not really adding to the UK, and in some ways, some groups, I'm not going to say which, are actually hindering social cohesion and in a way kind of like bringing down the UK in a voice. So the Sikhs and the Hindu community, the Indian community as a whole, I don't think you could ever get rid of. I'm being straight with you. We're like here to stay. You're not squatters. We're just going to be here.
Okay, Raj. Let me lay it out for you. Okay, I've never taken interest in the Sikh community because it's true what you're saying. I don't see big problems compared to other groups. With the Sikh community. Yet, the very fact that you see yourself as a Sikh is already a problem, because then you put your Sikhism over the Britishness of you, or at least you have some kind of I don't know how can I say it. It is like a mental disorder, right? You have to always choose between those two groups, and it could become a problem, okay?
All right, so
and that alone for me is a reason why you have to completely submit, like Ralph, to pro-white identitarianism. This is our standard. Other than this,
so what I'll do tomorrow, I'll get some white paint, paint my face white, and become a toilet seat for the right. Now let me say something. No. Hold on a minute. One minute. You're never going to get rid of the fact that I'm a Sikh. You're never going to get rid of the fact that I'm a Punjabi by ethnicity. The same way you're maybe someone's English. You can't change my race. I'm always going to be Punjabi. So what's the point of trying to fight it? I'm not like Ralph, who's going to go, okay, I want to be white. I don't care if I'm a toilet seat. No, I'm a Punjabi by race. You're an Englishman by race, or you're a Hindi by race. Now I'm British, by what you call kind of like where I'm living and what the place that I live in and the place that I love. Now I do love the UK. I'm sorry, I know people don't like that. And if somebody was going to try and invade
we
the UK,
don't. Let me give you an example. Okay, I have another standard than those civic nationalists. When I walk in front of the Sikh shop and I hear Sikh music, this is already. It distracts me, it annoys me, okay? This is minor to the other things we are seeing right now. I totally agree with you, but my standards are other standards, and I don't care about GDP if you are productive or not productive. I care if you are pro-white, pro-indigenous, or anti-indigenous. This is the only thing I care about.
Well, then you're not my target audience, are you?
No, but as soon as you make the statement...
Can I just finish?
Yeah.
You're not my target audience. Like, so for you, you're kind of irrelevant. You're going to be like the schoolboy in the back of the room that someone ignores. That's what you are. So for me, you can have your views as much as you want, but you're not my audience. Mad Faz is not my audience.
No, your audience are the civic nationalists.
Well, whatever you want to call them. Anybody that believes that, we want the best for the UK and we want the UK to be prosperous and safe are the people that my message is towards.
Okay, right. Here's the problem, right? What is your birth rate per your population in the UK?
It's actually low now. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty weird because the Indian community has now gone down to 2 as well per household.
Okay, right.
It used to be 4 or 5. So I think we've got the same problem as the white population where. Like when my parents first come out, I remember seeing the Sikh community with like 4 or 5 kids. Now I very rarely meet a family. Like my sister's only got 2 kids, my other sister's only got 1 kid, my other brother's only. So right now the birth rate for most Sikh and Hindu families is about 2.
Yeah, Raj, it's actually a problem of wealth. If you actually look at it now, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, the Arab Emirates, Qatar, they're actually suffering from those same issues. It's a wealth issue. It's not to do with a particular race or culture. It is a wealth issue. Those countries who are predominant, I mean, Osama bin Laden, between him and his dad, is estimated they had something like 85 children. And so Arabs are very much into having kids. It's just they're not having that much kids anymore in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, these places, because they want to go out and enjoy their life.
Yeah, but the other thing, so the other thing is that, look, Sikhs understand about, wealth and how to kind of build wealth, and you can't do stuff like that if you've got 50 kids.
That's what I mean.
You have to keep, what they're doing, they're making a conscious decision not to go above 2 to 3 kids, and I know that from my own family, they couldn't afford more than 3 kids.
To the global homo capitalist dream then.
Well, what do you want them to? What do you want the Sikh community to do? Have 50 kids and then live in poverty?
No.
Mad certainly doesn't want Sikhs to have any more than one.
Or is it better that they have 2 kids and then manage to bring them up properly, and then we have to educate them properly, rather than having 4 kids? That's
what I'm saying about wealth. Is actually
other communities that for some reason don't seem to fall into that same bracket. Obviously, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They will still have lots of kids, like 4. I think the average will be like 4.
Well, this
kids.
is why it's the migrant population who actually has a lot of kids, not those who've been here a long time.
Can I just jump in here a quick second? Raj, I agree what you're saying with Sikhs and certain immigrants, but as immigration made Britain a safer place?
Well, I mean, you was being attacked by.
Let's go back. Let me go.
Were the immigrants? Let me go.
Let's go back the last 7 days. Two separate attacks.
All right, so you're asking. Let me just
attacked by immigrants that weren't British citizens that hadn't passed or anything.
You haven't let me answer the question.
One just left prison.
Yeah, but it's a trick question, though.
Osman Khan just left prison when he slaughtered 2 people. So I mean, we know the answer. It's an awkward question to answer, but it's true. Immigration hasn't made Britain safer. It's clearly not made Britain safer.
All right, so this is the problem when you're lumping all immigrants into the same bucket.
I'm not having a pop at you, Raj, but just answer the question honestly. Has immigration made Britain a safer place? And the answer to that question, we all know the answer to that question.
You're not allowing me. I don't agree with you. Yeah, so maybe I don't agree.
With you. Are you saying that Swedish immigration has not made the country a safer place?
Have we got 100,000 immigrants from Sweden?
No. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is, you said, has immigration made Britain a safer place? Now we're beginning to. Now you see, now you're parsing between the immigrants, because when I said Swedish, you're now thinking, well, the Swedes are all right. So now you're having to parse amongst the immigrants.
The Sikhs aren't the problem. I'm not disagreeing with Raj. But for a straight answer to the same question, it's fucking no.
Well, no, not if you're blanketing. If you're blanket asking a question like "has immigration," then that's a false choice. That's a false question, because it doesn't actually give you the nuanced sort of detail about the type of immigration. Not all immigration is bad. And not all immigrants are bad.
I'm not saying it's not.
So when you say immigration, you're saying all immigration.
I started with saying about the Sikhs and certain immigrants coming to the country, right? But has immigration as a whole made Britain a safer country?
In some aspects, yes, and in some aspects, no.
All right, so let me answer.
Sorry, Raj, do you mind if I just ask? Let me just a quick. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, let Raj have his say, and then Stealth, I'm going to bring you in.
Okay, so even before the immigrants come, I'm sure the UK had problems. I mean, I do remember a little thing like Hitler trying to invade in the 40s. So there were problems before. Now, when it comes to immigration,
let's think about that. Would the German immigration of that type make Britain a safer place?
So when it comes to immigration, I agree. There are some immigrants that shouldn't be in the UK. There are some groups of people from certain places of the world that don't make good immigrants, but there are others that do. And those people that
I'm not saying anything different, Raj.
I don't know, but let me finish. So the thing is, when you're asking a question which is like a kind of a broad question like that, I have to say,
it's not a broad question. It's really simple. Has immigration as a whole made the country a safer or worse or more dangerous place?
It's not as clear cut as that. I think there's a lot of immigration that has made the UK a better place, but there's some immigration that has made it a more dangerous place. So it's a mixed bag.
Exactly.
Mighty.
Depending on the immigrant, really. I think it's based on the immigrant. But Stealth, I promised you would go next. You go, sir.
Yeah, so it's two. So based your shitty Welshman two here. But in what way specifically has immigration made Britain more dangerous?
Okay, so we'll go back a week.
No. Hold on,
We'll
Raj.
go back 1 week.
Hold on.
We'll go back 1 week, and we had a terrorist attack. That's now been changed to be a murder attack. It was it was some sort of terrorist attack. It seemed to be targeted homophobically because he seemed to have slaughtered 3 gays sat in a park, and then 2 or 3 days ago, we had a Sudanese chap that started to do a stabby raid or whatever he did.
So you're talking more specifically terrorism at this point, yeah?
Well, no,
we definitely
we can go on to gang grooming. So, and then we can go on to FGM.
Yeah, but most like grooming and paedophilia actually is caused by white people and within families as well. So gang grooming is a thing.
Big difference between paedophilia.
So we didn't have grooming or those issues before immigration.
Gang grooming was a new crime. It was a new crime set up for specifically this type of crime.
Let me answer it this way. Now, pedophilia and people abusing children and stuff has been around for forever, and that's obviously wrong. But the grooming situation is very specific and very kind of like let's just say that I've had it happen to my own family. So I've seen that the Sikh community is trying to fight it, and then it's gone over to the Hindu community, the white community, and the way it's done is very methodical. It's not like your paedophile gangs. This is like you're talking about like a countrywide organizations of Pakistani men especially, who are immigrants, no doubt about it, who have systematically raped and abused millions of girls around the UK, underage girls, and have gotten away with it, most of them. Yeah.
Can I just sort of say as well as a thing
based, because crime has like steadily declined since the Victorian era. So like when we actually look at like the level of crime, when you look back to like the Victorian era, like crime was actually through the roof. So if we looked at it on a scale, it's always since then it's been on its way down. So the UK essentially is a safe place. But if you look at other things, but if you look at other things that make this country safe, like things like our healthcare, like our healthcare system, like immigration feeds heavily and positively into our healthcare. So there's a balancing act as well. To sort of single out every single immigrant based on grooming gangs is not.
No, because obviously, if we take in 100,000 immigrants a year, that's quite a lot for the NHS to deal with every year. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
most immigrants pay into the system and work. So most of the immigrants that come here are actually working.
Well, not all demographics. Not all the demographics. So
if I remember correctly.
Let's look at the prison population.
We're talking immigration of every nationality, and you think that most of them aren't working.
I'm not on a. I started my statement without.
Sorry, no, go on. I'm just
saying all immigration. I was specifically saying the wrong type of immigration.
Well,
I was saying
you said the question. Your question to Raj was: has immigration made Britain a safer place? That was.
I said I agree with you, Raj, about certain communities coming to the country and an asset to the country, but as a whole, has immigration made the country a safer or more dangerous place?
Well, I mean, we've got crime statistics that we can go back to, like 20 years worth of.
Well, do you want to go to the prison population? Do you want to go to the prison population? 4.4%, and it's 15% of the population.
And has it risen? Has the prison population actually risen in the last 30, 40 years?
Well, the Muslim prison population seems to be.
Yeah, but that's exactly my point, Welsh. You are now parsing. You're breaking. You make a blanket statement and then you suddenly parse it when it comes to prison populations.
Well, no, it was the chap that just spoke to me just then, and I'm thinking, well, there is certain demographics that overrepresent themselves in crime and in the prison population.
So the prison population is overwhelmed by care leavers as it goes, people who have been through the care system. So like, I think it's about 70% of all prisoners have been through the care system. So like when you look at prison populations, you've got to look how systemically wrong the issues have been in our caring for people from a very, very young age. And that's immigration. Yeah, the more immigration you get, you're going to get kind of that per capita reach the prison population as well. But if you really look at the prison population, it's full of, you know, people that have been through the care system more than anything. That's the really outstanding thing.
Okay, guys, can I have my take now?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, guys, let Arundel have his moment as well, because I think he's been patiently waiting.
Sorry, Edmund. Yeah.
No problem. First, I want to say that comparing, it's a false equivalence if you compare a war between two nations with the population within your nation, okay? And the very thought that a homogeneous society, which more or less has the same culture, the same things they value, and so on, is comparable to all the different cultures you have in the country. It's not even what we are seeing right now. It's also the potential of a cultural clash in the future, and it will come. We are already seeing the first signs of this already coming. It is only a matter of time, okay, before those different cultures, religion, races clash. And it's about numbers, okay? And if you have a tiny minority of people amongst super majority people, you won't find those people going after the majority. But if you have larger and larger groups, they are fighting now for more representation, fighting for more power. They are demanding more power, and they are able to do that either with voting, right, or with physical violence, and so on. And we already seen that. The rape gangs are a great example of that. Something like this only happens when you are in war, in wartime. Something like this. This is a demonstration of power, and claiming this is mine, and you are basically the conquered people. This is always what happens most of the time. There are some armies that were shot for raping the beaten countries. Maybe some know which army I'm talking about. Yeah, but normally in war times, these mass rapes of the beaten people will go on, and we already seeing that. We have seen that in Cologne. We have seen that in Britain. It's still going on, and I'm just amazed. The popularity, for example, of the movie 96 Hours, or I think in it was also called in Britain something like what was it with Liam Neeson, right? Everyone was against these rape gangs, right? And yet there's no one going out there and Taken. Yeah, Taken. Yes, this was the movie, and I'm amazed that no party in Britain is taking that step as one of their main issues, right? To fight those human traffickers and all of this, because most of the public would be behind it, right? They hate that, and yeah, I can't understand that at all, and I think the future problems are way more. The potential of future clashes are way more dangerous than the here and now crime statistics, right? This is what also should be considered when we are talking about.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
So, what do you find more fearful from immigrants? Do you find? All right, so I'm going to show you. There's an immigrant group in the UK, which is so powerful and integrated, and it's not the Joes. It's a different group here that you don't even think about. What group do you think it is? What group do you think is the most successful immigrant group in the UK at the moment?
Well, are we talking about economic integration?
Everything. Integration, economics, wealth.
I would say mostly Europeans.
All right, forget the Europeans out. I'm talking about let's say ethnics, an ethnic group.
Non-European ethnics.
Non-European, yes.
The Sudanese. The Libyans.
No, let me tell you who it is, yeah. And the reason why they're so
Songhai Empire.
Let me say, you don't even realize it, but the group here is actually rising.
Congo.
It's the Hindu community. Yeah, the Hindu community here is around 1 million in the UK. They are now in the top echelons of the government. Yeah, 3 of the guys that you talked about, Ashok, Priti Patel, and Rishak, are all Hindus. When you're looking at wealth, the Hindus are way above everybody else, even the Sikh community. When you're looking at low crime rates, totally low, they've got hardly any crime rate. When you're looking at integration, you don't even know they're here.
What?
I want to ask you. No, I want to ask you this question: do you find that more fearful, or would you prefer the other immigrant group, which is not integrating, not has a high crime rate, is outwardly kind of hostile to your nation, or would you prefer the other group? Which one do you prefer?
Well, of course, the first point would be, of course, those people who, according to your standards, are not integrating, and most people would agree with you. So my question would be, these Hindus in power, this Priti Patel, I haven't, I've heard her name. What are her policies?
She's very conservative.
Okay, conservative.
They're all in the conservative. So what's happening over the last
conservative?
Okay, let me ask you that. So what's happening over the last 30 years? That when the Indian and Pakistani community first come into the UK.
Let me give you an example.
Let me finish first. So when they come over to the UK in the beginning, they used to overwhelmingly vote Labour without even thinking about it. It was always Labour, Labour, Labour. Now what's happening, as each of the communities are going in different ways, the more affluent communities like the Hindu and Sikh community are actually drifting more towards the Conservatives, and the Pakistani community, which isn't as wealthy, is still stuck with Labour. And you see it in the Conservative Party at the moment. 3 of the top jobs are by Hindus, yeah? And most Hindus that I have spoken to over the years vote Conservative, and they've been voting Conservative for much longer than even the Sikh community. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just
definitely
I just want to understand your mindset. Yes. What do you? All right, so I'm not. Let me rephrase it.
Let me give you another. Wait,
let me rephrase it. One minute. Let me rephrase it. What do you find more threatening, as a white person? Do you find it more threatening that there's a group which is going through the ranks and actually taking top positions of power and are very educated, and even in terms of their education, I think they're outperforming the white indigenous population? Would you prefer, or do you find it more threatening of another group which is outwardly easier to defeat because what they're doing is like, you know, right in your face and is actually not contributing? Because I think you might find the first one more threatening.
Yeah, I will tell you, if they are, like you said, they are being more conservative, and of course Matvas and I would consider conservatives still anti-white because they're still cucking for more immigration and all of this. But yes, of course, these people I would not see as big as of a threat. But let me give you another group, okay, who are very integrated according to these standards, but where they differ. Yeah, exactly. Where they differ in the case of the Sikhs, when I could believe you, they are using their power to the detriment of the white people. Okay, they are completely destroying European culture and everything like this. If the Sikhs are doing well with the power they gained, right? I don't see them as a threat. No, not really. I would see them as a threat as conservative. The conservatives are saying, yeah, look at these based brown people, okay? I'm not saying Sikh people. They have made it, and they are such a great people. And then white people thinking, yeah, everyone can become like the Sikhs. No, they can't. Right, the Sikhs are an outlier,
and the Hindus, and the Sikhs and Hindus,
and the Hindus, yeah. This is the only danger I would see then.
That's what I mean. I mean, because the thing is that look, if you're looking at the 3 top people in the government at the moment, the Conservatives, all of them are Hindus, and all of 2 of them are considering that they're seriously considering might become the next candidate for Prime Minister. I mean, how would you feel if you turn on your TV and all of a sudden there was a brown person?
Of course, I would hate it because I don't think in civic nationalist terms, but still I would agree that I don't see them as big as of a threat than other groups.
this one's not necessarily the case. I mean, again, my stance from the beginning is why are they there in the first place? I have to ask that. Do we need?
Yeah, this is my stance too. But I'm now speaking from the civic nationalist perspective.
Okay, from the civic nationalist position, like, how do we know they're not just promoting for their own interest? How we know we're not, because you're a very ethnocentric group, Raj. Your people are, and so how do we know that they're not in some way taking their own ethnocentrism into account when they're in those top positions?
Well, I mean,
you towards their own.
So you can tell from someone like Sadiq Khan, he's made decisions that are so obviously geared towards his own specific.
But Priti Patel hasn't closed the borders yet. All the British people want that to happen.
No, they don't. Not everybody wants them closed. Some people obviously want them controlled and very tight immigration. That's not you're superimposing your particular beliefs onto everybody else. Now, when it comes to Sadiq, I'll try tomorrow. I've got a day free. I might go up the whole of the UK for around 24 hours straight, asking every person around the country. Now, when it comes to the Sadiq Khan, he made decisions that were obviously geared towards his own faith and was going against even what most people in London wanted with the posters. Remember those posters or something? Yeah. And he made them cover them up. That is something that was pointless, and he did that to appease his own Muslim community, and on top of that, it's probably his own beliefs. Now, if you start seeing clear-cut, let's just say, policies that are geared, I mean, it'd be obvious though if she suddenly went, "Oh, well, the Hindu community is gonna, we're not gonna put a particular XYZ because it's gonna offend Hindus or XYZ," yeah, then you can tell. I mean, it's gonna be pretty obvious if she's gearing stuff towards her own specific group. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be hard to spot.
Yeah, Raj, if I believe everything you said, as I said before, I've never was interested in the Sikh community, probably because it is true what you're saying, right? At least most of it probably is true, because they are not of interest of me, because they are pretty good integrated according to civic national standards. And I see other groups as a bigger threat. Okay, no problem. What I would say, for example, is what I could believe, and is that the Sikhs are so good integrated because they respect some part of our culture. They don't respect it as much as saying, no, we have to get rid of all of our culture, cut their roots, which is pretty brutal to people. But if you integrate, if you move to a country, you should normally do that. Okay, this is why you want to come to a country. But yes, I would say Sikhs could also do that because they think that if it comes to war, let's say in their homelands, then we will support them, and you can make a case for that. When they have been integrated so well, I would probably even support them in the war, right? Yes, this could be one thing why the Sikhs are integrating as well. I don't know. I've never looked into that. Maybe you can give me some links. I will look. Well, if you look at
right, so I'm going to say Sikh and Hindu community because we do. When you're looking at it, yeah. So when you're saying Indian, when they classify the Indians in the UK, they mainly mean Sikhs and Hindus and when you say Pakistanis, you're mainly meaning Muslim. Now, wherever countries the Sikhs and Hindus tend to go to, they tend to rise through the ranks and tend to be good immigrants because we just want to go there and work hard. We don't have a religious ideology which is going to grate against the host nation per se. Yeah, we don't.
Can I ask, Raj? It's like with a lot of like the Hindus that come here, sort of benefiting from a caste system that they're coming from in India itself.
Yeah, I mean the caste system in India is a freaking disgrace. So the Hindu population, like, I mean, I'm not saying they all follow it, but there is a hierarchy of caste where you have the people on the top, and that does help people in India. You see it in India just going around. There are people in the outcasts, or what you call the Dalits, that are living in shit, and then you have the people in the higher caste that are living the life of luxury. So
only who's more likely to immigrate out of that? It's going to be the higher caste.
This could be a reason why they This could be a good reason why they're integrated so well, because they accept hierarchy.
Yeah, I mean there is a maybe they understand.
I think that having something already behind you as well helps. So like a lot, say if you look at Muslim immigration to a degree recently, would come out of like sorry, I can't read your name because it's so small, but the guy in the bottom right. So we've been to war with like Afghanistan. Been to war with like Afghanistan, Iraq, kind of like speculating for oil or whatever you want to believe. So I believe that we have a responsibility to like the innocents, if you like, that while we're at war with the said country, that innocent people have a safe haven to come to. But then these people might be coming over to this country unskilled, without any sort of money behind them in any way, and these sorts of things.
But why should we take people? Why do we have to take people?
What's he on about?
Why are we having...
if we're there, if we're warring, if we're at war,
sick and tired of the white man's burden. We don't have to save the world and make the world a better place, okay? If a war in Afghanistan is going on, then it's the duty of the neighboring country, which are also of the same, more or less same culture or religion, to take care of these people, those refugees. It is not Europeans' duty to do that, okay? No one is crying, no African country or no Middle Eastern country was caring about the Yugoslavia war and take those refugees. They would call you insane if you demand something like this. Okay?
They haven't got any guilt. You saw the white guilt in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so what you want us to do is to like go to Libya, fuck Libya up, and then take all the people out of Libya so that they can't even rebuild their country. Yeah, that's not what you want.
But no, the intention would be that eventually they would be able to go back to a better situation. Like if you look at Syria, for example.
But this is what you said, Stealth, right? This is it, right? The Vikings come over in the 600s AD, right? The Vikings come over, fuck us up, and then they decide, oh, you know what? Because we fucked you up, we're going to let all of you Anglo-Saxons who've just arrived to go back to Norway and live amongst the Norwegian people because, we just fucked you up. Like,
I don't think we can apply middle-age. We can't really apply like the middle-age kind of politics to where we're at
let's
today.
just start a fight
and
men into our
is
country who hate
disastrous
us.
these days.
Fantastic idea.
But we can drop bombs that can flatten whole towns and villages. So it's like a completely different aspect these days.
You should watch the movie Troy, right?
Yeah,
with the Troy
it's a Trojan horse. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
The modern day Trojan horse. Yeah.
So you believe then that we, in the world that we live in today, with the things that we know today, the progression that we've made, that we hold no responsibility to innocent people in the countries that go out to. That's fair enough.
Okay, guys, I like to actually explore that concept. So if you feel that the British foreign policy has no responsibility to anyone around the world,
he said whether we did.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. If you feel that Britain doesn't have a responsibility to the nations that Britain's and British foreign policy has affected, then would it be okay if Iran develops nuclear weapons?
Yes.
So you just let them do that?
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
Just let them go ahead, make those nukes, and then start obviously a nuclear Cold War where everybody will start to make nukes.
No, I'm against
Saudis,
that.
The Bahrainis.
I'm against that. Should I tell you why?
Okay, go on.
Why?
Because it's cultural appropriation. Okay?
You took it from the Rig Vaders, though. You took it from the Rig Vaders.
I'm now proposing more and more right-wing cultural appropriation. Okay, every non-European, non-white should not have the capability, because it's insulting to white people. Okay, it's degrading our culture and technology, to use any of our invention Don't wear jeans.
You really want to go there? You really want to go there? Because before that, I'd like to take back some numbers that you guys might be using.
Aaron, how far back should we go then? So should we go right back to the roots?
No. I don't even. Raj, I don't even want to go right back to the roots. I like to just take back the little 0 and 1.
That was from India.
That's from India, and then a Uzbekistani Persian who introduced it to the so-called white man at the time. I like that back, please. I like, and I'm pretty sure the Arabs would like algebra back too.
You know, Indian Aryan invasions happened.
You do know 0 came from India. Prior to that, I mean, most of the mathematics and everything that has come afterwards couldn't have been done without the
Westerners
zero.
got it from an Iranian or Persian Uzbekistani. So I mean, are we taking everything back? Because there's a few bits that I really would like. You're gonna have to disassemble every electronic equipment you have that uses noughts and ones to communicate itself.
Right.
Stealth, can I ask a quick question?
Look how quiet they are now. Look how quiet they are now.
Stealth.
I'm just looking at the people. Wait, I'm just looking at the people who invented the math and numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
You know where the concept of 0 came from?
If I remember correctly, they tested the skeletons, and these people were most closely related to the Greeks.
Yep.
So you're telling me that Uzbekistani Persian guy, Al-Khwarizmi, you can appropriate his stuff because he was, structurally closer to the Greeks.
Mesopotamia,
but they're still not Germanic. They're still not Anglo-Saxon.
Do you understand? Do you understand the Indio and Aryan invasions of like the steppe and India and the Middle East, Asia Minor? Do you understand that like? That's the common ancestors of Europeans and some Indians. Northern Indians.
Hold on, 1 minute. I'm North Indian, yeah? The Sikhs majority are North Indians, where, the Harappan civilization, all of those places are run through my village. You know my villages? It runs through there. The Sanskrit, one of the oldest languages, was written in the Punjab. When Alexander the Great tried to conquer India, he had to go through the Punjab, and King Porus was a Punjabi, and he stopped him. So the Caucasus has had a lot of, the Indian subcontinent in terms of the north have had a lot of invasions. But that doesn't mean it was white people like you. We're talking about people. Hold on. No. We're talking about people that look more like Banksy, Turkish-looking people. People from Iran. No. They didn't come from northern. They didn't come
Western.
They did not come from northern. They didn't come from northern Europe. When we're talking about the Aryan invasion, if it was true, they would have been from the Caucasus Mountains near to Turkey and places like that. They would have been brown.
Germans or Anglo-Saxons.
They wouldn't be white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people.
Yes, they would have been.
No, they wouldn't have been.
But the thing is, mad.
So where are the descriptions? Where are the descriptions in Indian mythology of blue-haired? Blonde-haired, blue-eyed people.
But it doesn't matter.
But Raj, actually, it's red.
You know what the tragedy of this all is? That we, at the moment, at least, we can't know. We can't know who these who these ancient Egyptians were, because you know what? Because other people have conquered these countries, right? And we can't know simply right now. What we can know is who created most of the stuff from 2000.
But Arundel.
From not 2000, from the Roman Empire, the Greeks, right? Some 2000 years ago until now. This we can say.
Hold on, 1 minute. What do you think was going on in Iran? In India, we want to sit in there in caves,
like the Persians, the
buildings that have been around for thousands of years.
The Indians.
Some of the buildings there are so intricately. These ones with the one that's the Kama Sutra. That's like 3,000 years old. It has got so much intricate kind of like
it's not just that. It's not just that though, Arundel. When you said you don't want people culturally appropriating white technology, and then you went and said that the 0 and all that was white man's technology. Well, I'm appropriating my technology. It is of my people, nevertheless.
Where do you think chess come from?
But what I mean is all of that is still my I'm not appropriating anyone's technology.
One of the most provoking games here. Even today, they can check. They kind of see if you say you're good at chess, you will automatically think you got some kind of high IQ, and that was created in India.
Exactly.
So there's lots of things that you don't know that were actually created
even if
in
the
other
Aryans
places of the
in
world.
India did it. It's still it's still my people. So I'm not appropriating anyone's culture. It's my culture.
And do you know what's going to happen?
It's all
though,
connected
yeah?
to me.
in around 1,000 years here, some other race is going to have the same conversation you're having. Like, it'll probably be Chinese going, oh, these white people, they were doing nothing at the time. We created everything. But then you would have to say to them, okay, didn't we create this first? And then you built upon that. You understand how it works? You're not always going to be on top, because at one point when the pyramids are being built by people that were brown people, the Europeans, especially in the north of India, you can't tell me they were not brown people.
They're not brown people.
The pyramids were not built by brown people. You think that the pyramids were not built by brown people?
They're closely related to Caucasians, yes.
No, all right. So in the beginning, the pyramids are probably built by brown people. The Greeks and stuff started immigrating afterwards.
What's your proof for that?
Oh my God! Just the climate in itself wouldn't be. You'd be burnt to a crisp.
Guys, I got limited space here, so I'm just gonna bring in Imran. Imran, you wanna have your piece?
Imran's trolling.
Imran, can you say hello?
As soon as you can as soon as you are able to build houses or something, white people can survive in a hotter climate, okay? Because they don't have to be in the sun all day long, okay?
So you seriously do believe that there's a blonde-haired, green-eyed, blue-eyed people built the pyramids? You gotta be crazy.
Yeah, I have more proof for that than you have
we were kings.
Okay, guys, we got big odds on the show.
DNA studies on ancient skeleton foundings shows that we are right. Okay.
Yeah.
That white people built the pyramids.
Yes.
That's
white.
Well, they
weren't. They weren't the Kangs.
They were not the blacks.
50 degrees heat, yeah. 50. We danced on your tanks, big odds. We danced on your tanks when we defeated Pakistan. Take that in.
Damn. Okay. We got big odds here. I guess. Let's see what big odds has to say. What's up, big odds?
Well, go on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. What's up?
All right. So I heard that Raj's forefathers, the people that he's directly genetically linked to, his family tree, were the subservient class, the buffer class between the blacks and the whites. Is that true?
Why are you always coming on it? Yeah, every time you jump on, you're saying some shit to me. Then I have to say we danced on your tanks, and Pakistan, got beaten to a pulverized by around a handful of Sikhs. Then you start crying that I'm talking about that.
Are you at war with China yet, Raj? Are you in war with China yet? Is India?
I can only hear you, I can't hear nobody else.
Jump out, jump back in, odds. If you can't hear anyone, jump out.
I'm gonna do that now. But by the way, Banksy, just let Raj know that I said that only the Punjabis are subservient to other people.
Yeah, the thing is, odds, Raj can hear you, but you can't hear him. So jump out and jump back in.
Bro, he's a fake Punjabi. He's not even a Jat, bro. He's not even a Jat, bro. Fuck
off. This guy's a nutcase, man.
Okay, he's gone. He's gone. I'm gonna bring Welshman back in.
Is supposed to be, the Scythians. Scythians?
Yeah, the Scythians, yeah.
The Scythians, so the Scythians invaded into North India, and so there are people there that are directly linked to the Scythians, and they're called Jats and stuff like that. And so he's going, you're not real, but my people were there as well. Like, there's been lots of migrations into North India. The only way to get to India for thousands of years was to go through the Punjab in those areas. So everyone's gone through Greeks, Turks. No blue-eyed white people until the 1850s.
The Scythians were whites too.
I'm not white.
Okay, stealth. Sorry, guys.
Okay, let's see. Right, it's not about the melanin, yeah. Right, it's right. Like, white people can tan, right? We know this, yes. Anyone who's been to Ibiza, knows that white people can tan, right? What we're saying by when they're white people is they're more genetically similar in, skull shape, everything else to. Caucasoids.
Caucasian then. Caucasian. Yes. But it doesn't mean white.
Yeah.
The northern.
Yes, that's what we mean by white. Caucasians. Yes.
So the North Indians are Caucasians by skeletal type.
Yes.
Yeah. So even in America,
there was
a case in America of a Sikh guy that couldn't get national citizenship of America because they said you could only be Caucasian. He proved scientifically that Northern Indians are Caucasian, yeah, but not white. So the Iranians are obviously they're Caucasian. I mean they're Caucasoid, not Caucasian, Caucasoid.
Here, wait, let me read it to you. The Scythians, their blood type is R1, R1, B1, A1, A2, which is a European blood type. Okay.
Caucasoid. What I'm saying, there are people that came from places like Iran, come from Turkey, come from the Caucasus Steppes, but they were not blue-eyed, blonde-haired.
They were not Western European, but they're still white.
They were red hair, green eyes.
They're probably Central Asian, and they were probably people from the Middle East. Not from your part of the world, which is like the north of Europe. Every time you're talking, you're making it as though the people that built the pyramids or like blue-eyed, blonde-eyed people. That people went into India or blue-eyed, blonde-eyed people.
How many times have I said they were red hair, green eyes?
They were dark-skinned people. Yeah, like I'm talking about more Banksy, not dark, but kind of medium. And they were probably black or brown hair, maybe blue eyes, one or two of them, but not the way you consider Northern European Anglo-Saxons. No Anglo-Saxon have been into India, that from my understanding.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
If you talk, Banksy must know that. Even if you're talking about the old Persians, right? The old Persians, and you can still find that.
Yeah.
Even today, Persians are very close related, genetically related to the Syrians as well as the Europeans.
It's not just that.
I'll be honest, I've been speakers corner, and the amount of Iranians I met, they look like white people to me. I'm not gonna lie.
The thing is, Iranians,
they look Greek.
Yeah, you can find Iranians in Iran that have got green eyes. They've actually got blonde hair. I had blonde hair when I was a child, but then we're all mixed up in other places. Guys, I want to bring in Joe. I don't know who Joe is. Joe, hello, Joe. Are you with us, Joe?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, Joe. Have your say, Joe. What do you think? What's going on? What's going down?
Well, I think it's ridiculous that we're basing the pretense of this conversation on eye color. I lived in Mexico for 2 years, and I saw many people, Mexicans, that I made the mistake of even speaking English to at first because I knew they were American and they were Mexican. Eye color, hair color.
Yeah, but Mexicans are European anyway, essentially European descent. So,
well, to an extent, but that's exactly the point here. Is you never know somebody's upbringing, and if somebody looks white, it's only because they look white, and that should be the only reason that you call someone white. It doesn't have anything to do with an ethnicity or nationality per se. It's just you're white or you're not white.
Yeah, but Joe, do you know who Mad Faz and Erendor are? Do you know their history? Do you know their background?
No, I do not.
Okay, these guys are ethno-nationalists. They believe that ethnicity determines the quality and the way your nation is run and the way your nation grows. And so they believe that each nation should be ethnically homogeneous. That is where they're. I mean, if I'm misrepresenting you guys, by all means, tell me that I'm incorrect.
No,
but that's basically
fair enough.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I sort of in a nutshell. That is where they come from. So that's the debate.
In all my travels, that's absolutely ridiculous. For example, Costa Rica. Costa Rica is like the paradise of the third world for Central America, and they are bombarded with. Not only immigrants from other countries like Nicaragua, but they are both Hispanic and Afro-Hispanic. It's a melting pot, and it's a beautiful place. There's no
but what did it used to be before Europeans turned up?
I'm sure
it used to be a different group, didn't it? They got wiped out by the Europeans, or they were interbred with.
Can I just say something to Banksy? Can I just quickly just say something? If you're gonna let Afghan on, I'm gonna have to leave. So you just tell me if you're gonna let him on. because I've got a police case going against.
Yeah, no. I mean, at the moment, the panel is staying as it is. Anyone who wants to drop off, they can drop off.
They got one disabled sister, so I have to. I've had to report them to the police.
At the moment, the panel is full, so I can't get anyone on.
They're in the back there, so they want to jump on. So
yeah, I know they're there. But I can't get anyone else on at the moment. Sorry, guys. Go ahead, Joe.
Would you like me to drop off? So
No. We don't want.
No.
You're a fresh voice.
I have to leave and jump on because I have to report them to the police.
Yeah, no. Whoever drops off willingly next, then I'll let the next person on.
Then I'll have to leave them. You do understand that?
I know. Don't worry. But at the moment, the panel is as it is, so I'm just gonna let it ride. But sorry, we skipped a little bit. Joe, so what was your what were you saying?
No, my point was that Costa Rica serves as like a beckoning point in Central America and like a pillar of light. It's the best of what Central America has to provide, and again, it is Hispanic, it is Afro-Hispanic, and there's no issue of racism or inequality amongst ethnicity.
Yeah, but let me try to make them. I mean, I'm sure Mad and Arundel can make their own cases very well, but let me make it a stab at their case. Their case is looking at Costa Rica and its economic and social success. Could it be that if they had a more of a homogenous society, if they were all Spanish, for example, would their country be as successful as modern day Spain? But because of the mixes that they have, is what the degeneracy that has infiltrated the society, and that's why the country is actually. I mean, the country isn't great, is it? They are considered a developing nation, right?
Well, I mean, where is Spain in accordance with that? I can't speak to Spain. I've never been there, but honestly, like,
GDP, life expectancy, quality of standard of living.
I mean, I go to countries abroad, and generally I go to a cheap country and live like a king out there. So it's all rosy then, isn't it?
Yeah, but what I mean is Costa Rica. What I'm trying to establish is that.
But he said he visited Costa Rica and it's great, and I'm thinking, well, it's great when you're spending the British pound over there.
Yeah, no, I'm saying what I'm trying to do is I'm making the ethno-nationalist case is that if Costa Rica was a homogeneously ethnic country, they would make the case that it would be better off than the mixed cultural sort of diverse thing that it is at the moment.
I don't know what metric you are looking to use in order to gauge what would be considered to be a better life and country, but I will say this, and I was surprised by this, is that you have the United States, a top tier first world country that will at least tell you, if it not be a fact, that we have the best medicine in the world, right? And the average life expectancy back maybe, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, the average life expectancy in this country was 76.8 years for men and women combined. And do you know what it was in Mexico for the same time frame?
I don't know. Go on.
It was 76.4.
So not really that much of a shift.
Best medicine in the world, and Mexico is right behind you.
I think there are other factors that, like, America has that Mexico doesn't, such as, consumer capitalism to the degree America has.
I just googled. Wait! I just googled the best countries for medicine. They listed first Denmark, then Australia, New Zealand, Norway. So.
So the United States doesn't really rank that high in that category anyway.
And if we're talking about lifestyles, in Mexico, they've got a huge obesity problem, just like they have in America.
Of course.
Yeah. Huge in Mexico.
I mean, the biggest issue at the moment with Mexico, I thought, was the drug war issues and the drug gangs. Those were the.
Oh, they're brutal over there. Oh my God, man! I've seen some stuff from the Mexican cartels I can never.
Yeah, they like skin people alive and all.
Scarface is nothing compared to what they really do, man.
Yeah, but
what we need? We need to bring them here, and they can just be as British.
No, but the only thing that I kind of like. The only reason why I sometimes like the people that they normally do it to are actually sicarios. You know sicarios?
Yeah,
They're actually
Sicario,
hitmen.
yeah.
So those people probably did it to somebody else, and then they did the same thing to them. I've seen them like skins. I think one video that I don't want to say too much, but they had amputated both his hands, his legs, and on top of that they had peeled his face. And he was still alive, and they were, I don't know what they were doing. I just switched off. I was like, I don't know how that even got onto my freaking...
Joe, Raj, you need to get Netflix, mate. You really need Amazon Prime, Netflix, something to keep you occupied, man.
That was two or 3 years ago. You know, sometimes you just see a little thumbnail somewhere. I typed in Mexican drug cartels. I just want to check something. And I clicked on the thumbnail. I can never unsee it.
Yeah, I don't look at that shit. I saw one decapitation from the Iraq War, and I was like, I'm done with this shit.
It's on pikes at Mexican beaches when I was down.
I will say that you do become. This is the problem with war as well. People that come from war-torn countries. I've kind of been desensitized because I've watched so many videos that in the beginning I couldn't watch a beheading video. I was like, it's a squirm. And now I don't even squirm anymore. I just watch. All right, this is disgusting. And I think that's what happens to people that go to war, and then when they come over as immigrants. So we're going to go back to the immigration thing. If people that come from a war-torn country, I think if they do come here for asylum, they need some kind of like psychological help, counselling or something like that.
Well, this guy who stabbed people up in Scotland. Oh, Joe went. Sorry, Joe. Bye, Joe. And luckily for you, Raj, Afghan dropped off as well at the same time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, the problem is I know people can say I'm a pussy, but because of the fact that I don't want to say too much, but my sister's been doxxed and she's got multiple sclerosis, and so it's just not a normal doxing. She's disabled, and so these people think it's humorous. I have to leave the panel because if I stay on the panel and argue with him, then what's going to happen? He's going to say to the police and say, "Oh, okay, Raj, he's still arguing with me, so I have to go."
I'm with you. No, it's fine. It's fine. He's gone. It's just us now. But one thing I wanted to say to actually, it was to Joe, is that, since he's in the United States, how does he feel like when the Mexican immigrants come over? But that's irrelevant to them. So let's get back to the whole mad.
Before you go, I was in when I was, like I said, I went to LA. I've been there. I've stayed there for like 22 days in total. And I was shocked at how few black people there were in LA. Because from the movies you think it'll be black and white people only, but it's mainly Mexicans and Chinese.
But downtown, I mean, I went downtown LA to buy some stuff. My mom wanted to buy like fake Gucci bags and crap, and I just bought some shorts, and the lady could not talk to me in English. She didn't understand English, not a word, literally not a word of English. She had to call her daughter to come and talk to me, and I swear I had to double take to see if I'm still in the United States.
America is a bit different when it comes to the language thing, isn't it? Especially in the southern states.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people do speak. What is it? Latin American, is it, or Spanish?
Well,
Spanish.
California was Mexican and was Spanish all through and through until United States.
Texas was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Texas was Mexico.
Christ, there's a place called New Mexico.
There you go.
Well, the thing is, language is like if an immigrant can, like I said, luckily for me, my mum and my dad learned English very quickly. I just think some people can pick up language. She learned it in like 3 or 4 months. And so she could communicate and walk around and do something. And if you can't speak the language of the host nation, I don't think you can integrate properly. Because how are you going to build relationships with your neighbors and stuff like that if you can't speak the same language?
Well, I mean, you could just outbreed the native population and just become the new majority. And
so we start doing that? Is that what you want me to tell the Sikh and Indian people?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, but
can I change it a little twist onto the Glasgow stabbing?
Yeah.
I seen an interview earlier on mainstream media where there was this guy with big hair, very big hair.
I saw that too. Yeah.
Trendy haircut, or lack of it. He turned around and was talking about that. People aren't really happy in there because they've got a free room, they've got free phone, they've got free Wi-Fi, they get 2 square meals a day, and they've got to be in the hotel between 1 and 3 every day. I mean, it's outrageous. They get their food and they, oh well, and I've got to be in there at 6 to 8 o'clock. And people aren't happy about that. People aren't happy. That's what he said. I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
What are you talking about, bro?
We're talking about the stabbing in Glasgow. Hold on. Let Welshie finish.
He was basically making an excuse for this guy, right?
Yeah, of course he was.
Statement. Yeah,
of course he was.
People get stabbed every day, bro. What's the big thing?
What's that?
I said people get stabbed every fucking day, bro.
There's no big thing. Yeah,
it is not normal for Europeans to do that. But yes, I would say we are already desensitized in that regard. Raj has talked before about war zones.
It's German. I Hitler.
Hitler. Hi Hitler. You from the fucking country or what?
How original.
I'm tired of you people from UK chatting shit on UK, but fuck off.
And not only that, he tried to invade. His people tried to invade and destroy the UK. Now he's like, don't destroy the UK.
On the level, yeah, Raj. Half of these men to go back to their own country, yeah. You need to sort out your own racism in your own fucking.
Hey, I'm only in the digital space.
Wow.
We'll send Parental back to Germany, and everyone else can go back to where they come.
Aaron, are you in the UK? Aaron, are you in the UK or Germany?
No, Aaron was in
Germany.
Whoever just spoke with that.
I'm only.
I want to make a statement. Whoever spoke with that testosterone-less statement and spoke with a squeaky voice, guess what? You're in a $2 trillion debt right now, £2 trillion debt right now. You fucking stole 40 trillion pounds from us. Give it back.
He's only got one.
We'll fuck
suck your mama.
And that's
he's only got one.
If not, suck my packy circumcised dick, man.
Yeah, he's only got one tetta though, so that's why he's squeaky. Don't be out of order, man.
Even that tetta is enough to produce like 20 offspring. You get me? So.
Yeah, but that's why it's squeaky. You can't make fun of a man with one ball. Madfries has only got one ball like Hitler.
Madfries.
But I ain't gonna lie though, Raj. Can I
Where did that come from?
Raj, be honest, Bandera Puttar Bande Seigal last year. Like, the way I've offered that certain people in the park, no other Asians done that.
Oh my God! What are you doing? That's nothing to be proud of. This speaker's corner.
Of course he's proud of, because I will see them in real life and stuff up too. Them man can see me in real life and stuff up too.
If anyone's putting man out in speaker's corner, you shouldn't be in speaker's corner.
Well, people need to stop pole dancing and talking on mics in speaker's corner.
Oh my God, man!
We're in a whole different ball game now.
Oh my God, my name is Radid. I'm scared of that.
We know you're talking about. Forget about that dude, man.
I'm surprised actually, Odds, you came on to this show. Usually you guys don't come on the Kufar channels.
Wait, Big Odds, can you repeat what you just said? Have you just said that Germany is in debt by other
No, he's talking about
countries?
Britain. He was talking to Mad. He was talking to Mad.
Okay.
He was saying that Britain owes India X amount for the colonial era.
What is this the Führer, motherfucker? What do you want?
I
was
flashback.
Bro, go look for the Führer. Stop coming to the UK public.
Oh, we are looking for that, but not only in Germany right now. In all of the Western world, you won't have one Hitler. You would have certain numbers of
By the
Hitlers
way,
in all of the European
minority
countries.
in the world. Bitch.
Imagine that.
Live with it.
Imagine that, man.
Live with it. You're the actual minority in the world. Live with that, bro.
Yeah, in the world, but not in the West. And soon it will be bye-bye. You are sitting on a plane. You don't even have to use those pretty boats. You don't even have to walk all those miles
properly before you talk to me.
You don't even have to like the poor refugees right now marching hundreds of miles. We grant you even that.
Are you gonna allow the desecration of the English language?
Can I ask you, what's worse? Immigrants coming over or Germany trying to destroy the UK with the V1, the V2s, the Luftwaffe, and let's just say the mass extermination.
Everyone's the type of guy to fuck you up because you got brown hair.
Which one was worse though? Which one's worse?
All I'm telling the world is at least you're not speaking German, okay?
Right.
The great sculptures of the great heroes of the UK, like Churchill getting now destroyed. You clearly won the war, man.
Who won the war? Pakistan won the war, bitch.
Which war?
Does Germany have nuclear power right now? You got bombs.
And then
Pakistan does.
No, are you sure? I forgot about that.
That is true. That is technically true.
Well, I wonder why they won't give Germany bombs.
How can you be a nation that had empires and you got such a history? I came around 70 odd years ago and I got fucking nukes. What are you saying?
You know what it's like when you don't.
What are you saying, son?
How you protected by America and the UK?
Like, you know what Germany's like?
Like nuclear weapon.
Hold on. Germany's like, you know when you get a dumb kid and they not like hold a gun here. That's what
Germany's are pieces of shit.
Big arts. I will now enlighten you in an occult knowledge.
Fuck
Okay.
off, bro. How about
As soon
you
as
can't handle the sun, bro. Come to the UK.
Hold on. As a German like me, as soon as a German like me comes into power, we are building the spaceships. Okay, we are building the spaceships. Hitler
You're building
started.
spaceships to go away.
Yes.
Is this iron?
We are from Germany.
I could do a dissertation on Werner von Braun.
Yes, of course.
All that kind of shit.
You know the NASA. I spoke about it the other day. The NASA space, Apollo program couldn't have been done without.
Banksy, by the way,
von Braun
coming back in a bit. Just let them know I'm a legend. Yeah.
Yeah, Werner von Braun killed thousands of people in order to build the V1 and the V2. I'm not saying the Germans are clever people, but they use it for the wrong shit. Like, why don't you build a microwave or something?
You know that Hitler was against the atomic bomb. He has the capabilities of producing it in World War II, but he decided against it. You know why?
The Jews weren't there.
No, he decided against it because he knows the consequences if you bomb a country with a nuclear bomb. He was saying it will be a detriment to the nature, the animals, and everything around it for decades. This is why he decided not to invest in the atomic bomb.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, if he could, I don't know, use the atomic bomb on the Jews in one specific place, he would have done it. He would have put them all in one place and then blown them up to smithereens. Don't you think?
And what evidence do you have to support that?
Well, he did authorize the gas chambers of the Jews, so I'm pretty sure if he could find a quicker, more efficient way, he would have went down a more efficient way.
More efficient. Oh yeah, just gather them all up in one spot and nuke them, right? Is that what you're saying?
So Elron, what's your heritage?
I'm obviously German.
Bro, German is a heritage,
But just German?
German is not a heritage. Where are you from originally?
From Germany.
Are you claiming to be Aryan?
Bavarian?
Yes, of course.
You're not Bavarian or any
you think you're Aryan? Blonde hair, blue eyes.
You know what he said earlier?
Blonde.
You know what he said earlier? He said it was blonde haired, blue eyed people.
Right, don't ever answer me.
He said it was blonde haired, blue eyed.
You've been talking for long, bro. I'm trying to talk to you.
Listen to me. He said it was blonde. Answer this. Do you agree with L1 said earlier? It was blonde haired, blue eyed people that built the pyramids and invaded India.
Not only blonde, there's also great wet hair
any
people.
blonde hair, blue eyes person that went to Egypt or India, would have died of fucking just heat stroke.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Is that a woman or a man? What the fuck is that? Is that like a computer program you got in the background?
No, he's got one sector.
What are you?
What am I? I'm a
Khanzir, that's what you are, Khanzir.
I'm
Oh, no, he's good to talk to. He's quite funny, man. You need to have a good conversation with him. He's got
Big something you have to understand.
They're speaking in code, people.
Wait, something you have to understand is we don't need you guys. You need us. You need us, and you know it. And this is why you're so angry with us. Right? You want to be like us.
What you on, bro? You don't got problems.
Yes, you have a.
Your mom wants to be like you, not me.
You have a how is it called in English? An inferiority complex. Inferiority complex. This is what you have. You know the only way you can ever have a chance against the Europeans is by subverting an ally with the communists.
Okay,
right?
but you smell like
with those white traitors in our country.
Smell like zinc when it rains.
You are not being honest. You know,
I don't smell like
I
zinc
love
when it
honest
rains. It might
enemies,
smell
right?
like curry, but I don't
That
smell of
face us
You
with
smell of
honesty.
zinc, which is an alkaline when it
You
rains.
wouldn't have the guts.
One at a time.
Why
Ards,
do
one
you
at a
smell
time.
like an alkaline when it rains?
I can't actually hear you, Ards, because when Aaron was talking, you can't.
Yo,
hear
Banksy,
you.
why does he smell like an alkaline when it rains?
All right, so
Well, it
Aaron, you
smells
do
like
know,
alkaline.
So do you understand the Indo-European language?
Isn't Banksy isn't zinc an alkaline?
Do white people smell like zinc when they
The majority of these fuckers do, yeah.
Oh, dude, man, you can't say that.
Never experienced that. I have no idea. You white folks, could some white
Big
folks
Arts,
elaborate?
Are you black? Are you black?
Banksy, sit on a
Are you of African descent?
I have never experienced
Pakistani. Oh,
yeah, but Pakistani.
So Pakistani is talking about the smell.
But
Okay,
Punjabi.
this is funny. Maybe we should ask a neutral people like the Japanese or Chinese.
They don't understand
Let them decide
Punjabi.
who
It's not
smells.
gonna work.
I see that they're being but go on.
Odds,
I got that.
you know that they literally don't understand what you're saying.
Speak
Right?
Punjabi.
No, I know they don't, but there's one person.
You're literally speaking a different language.
There's one person in the panel that understood what I said, so that's what I said.
Yeah, and it's all nice. It was all nice. Let me just tell you that.
Yeah, Bencho,
everything
definitely.
you
I know
bring
Bencho
forward
is a
is
very complimentary
projection.
word.
Everything you bring forward is projection. The smell of how white people are smelling, it's all projection, man.
The Asian man is the Europeans, pups. What are you saying?
Yeah, you want to be like us.
No,
you
are
can
our
never be
spawn.
like
You're
us.
our spawn.
Remember that.
But you're our spawn. What you
We
want?
built the modern world, and you're admiring
What
us.
modern world, bro? Suck your modern world. Go fucking live
Yes,
in it.
we did it.
Sorry, Ards,
Go
what
suck on it.
You're angry because you're not that great. Your people are not that great.
Oh no!
And I wish the Indians would destroy your Pakistan.
1 minute, yeah. Do you know the Indo-European language? Where did it come from? What is the oldest language? You know where it comes from?
Tell him, bro. It come from us, bro. Tell him where it come from. Tell that do where it come from.
Sanskrit in German.
Why is it
guys, let's
called
still have a say.
Why can I not handle the sun? Why is it that the sun gives life and I can't handle the sun? And I
one of the oldest written languages is Sanskrit, yeah. Sanskrit is one of the mother
race, but I can't handle the sun. Oh my god.
Okay.
Considering
Guys.
considering your culture is basically fucking goats, I think
my culture is slapping the shit out of fascios like you. Do you want to try me?
You know, your people, the Pakistani people, have already declared war on us with
You
the
people are
screaming gangs,
Pakistan.
right?
Can't
And
say something, bro.
we see that as a
Fuck
declaration
Merkel,
of war.
fuck Germany,
When we
that's
get
what
in power,
Pakistan bro.
when we get in
Germany,
power,
fuck Merkel, that's what
you will
Pakistan.
shit in your pants and you will
No,
back
you
us,
Nazis. Fuck you,
not
Nazis. What you
not
doing,
to
mate?
respond with a
Yo,
response
bomb the Nazis. What you gonna do about
that
it?
should be done
What
to
you
your
gonna do about it,
people.
pussy?
You
Fuck your
declared
Nazis.
war on
And
us.
your blue eyes.
You can be happy if we just remigrate your people.
Fuck you, bro.
You know when you come in park, everyone had little Hitler mustache.
Bro. Try to conquer.
If an outside country would do what the Pakistanis have done to the UK people, we would already be in war with these nations, okay? We go to war for way less.
Fuck off, man. Pussy.
Let me tell you something, Owen. You can cuss Indians, but don't cuss the Punjab, yeah, because you're gonna get.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm saying the Indians should destroy Pakistan.
Cuss the Indians, but don't cuss the Punjab.
The Hindus should destroy Pakistan, nuke them out of existence.
You can cuss India, don't cuss the Punjab, yeah. Don't cuss the Punjab, because you're gonna get some heat.
Bro, to go to the rest of India. Listen, Raj, hold on.
Raj.
To go to the rest of India and Pakistan, he's gonna have to go through Punjab. So come through, come, let's go.
But this the problem. Like people don't realize the Punjab has been the gateway to India for thousands of years. That's why the
we told Genghis Khan where the fuck to go. You think you're gonna come through with your German ass? Come through, bro, pussy.
If India decides to go to war with Pakistan, they have no allies. Trump is now very close to the Indian
We will have a war
president.
with dickheads like you think they can.
Yes, everyone hates Pakistan. You're done. Your time is
Europe is more than Punjab, bro. To be honest, I think like China's gonna make a little bitch out of Pakistan.
Well, you're a little bitch. You're a bitch.
Yo, you know what's funny though? That sounds so funny coming from a man that don't have enough testosterone to.
It sounds like
guys,
you're
talking about people making a bitch.
So, can I just ask Elron, what do
you have the fucking guts as a Pakistani tell me in this current age, after your guys, your people have declared war on us, to call me Hitler and racist and all of this, right?
Well, you
after the grooming gangs, tell me how many white men have raped your woman? How many white men have raped your woman?
Germany or Pakistan?
What would you do with these people?
Where did Hitler come from? Germany or Pakistan?
Huh? Tell me.
Huh?
Can't you answer a fucking question?
You motherfucker, where did Hitler come from? Germany or Pakistan?
Germany or Pakistan?
Yeah,
I'm talking about here and now. Are you a time traveler or something? Are you a time traveler?
Hitler was your granddad. Bro.
What is going on right now? Fuckhead.
That's your people, them. You try to kill half of the world.
What is going on right now?
We're too strong for you. You can't even handle our climates, bro.
What would your Pakistani people do if we rape hundreds of thousands of Pakistani girls? Tell me.
We'll kill you. We'll kill you.
They would. Yes.
I'll kill you.
And look how nice white people are to you right now. But whites are only nice.
Listen, any
before
man
they don't.
Fuck you up, bro. What? I don't care what color creed you are.
You are such a stupid people. You are a tiny minority in a foreign country, and you think you can get away with this shit?
Because you're blonde hair, blue eyes, and you think you own a dragon, you.
No, he doesn't. He looks like PewDiePie. Do you know I've seen him?
He thinks he owns a dragon. That's how dumb he is.
Dude, no, he looks like PewDiePie.
Man, you don't know what's coming for you.
What's gonna
You think you can get away with raping hundreds of thousands of our girls?
What? The ultras? What? Wallahi, bro, come to
Fuck
the
you.
continent.
You think you have the moral high ground
You
here?
can only do shit in Europe.
After what your people have done to us?
The only stuff you lot can do is in Europe.
Fuck you.
Your mum needs to get fucked. Again.
Yeah, this is the typical Pakistani low IQ answer. I don't want to even fuck your mother. Because your mother is not worth fucking me, okay?
Is in Europe.
Me fucking your mother. I don't want your mother. You want my mother, I know that, because you want this precious European genes, because you know you are inferior. Your race is inferior, Paki. Hey, Paki. You are inferior people.
Hey, Arundel, dude,
literally
chill with that at least, please.
Without sun cream, you can't survive without the quick. Fuck off.
Sorry, Elron, just a matter of interest as well.
How can
was
you
the
claim
last
to be
person?
the most predominant human being in the world? We're so technology advanced.
All right, so let me ask Elron a question.
Below the equator without sun.
On a serious note, let's get serious.
I just want Elron to equate what he thinks is the reason for our lack of success in Afghanistan since 2001.
Because the Afghani ripped your ass all.
They don't even want to win the war. Okay, I will answer that.
And things like that.
They don't. The Americans don't even want to win
are you
the
a white
war.
man?
They want constant.
Are you from
They
England?
want constant chaos in the Middle East. This is what they
Who
want.
asked that question? Are you English, mate?
I'm Welsh.
All right, you're from the UK, yeah?
Wales.
One of the main reasons why I don't like this person on the panel, Elron, yeah, is because he has nothing to do with the UK, right? So, second of all, what I want to ask you is that when you say we, what the fuck has Germany done when you say we in that whole thing?
Are you talking to me? Sorry,
yeah, you, Welshman.
No, so I'm looking at like
Stealth. His name is Stealth.
Oh,
Stealth.
I thought the base Welshman. What I'm
No,
saying
the base is gone.
What has Germany ever done in Afghanistan or Iraq?
Well, they were part of NATO, so
yeah, how many
Afghanistan
soldiers
was
did
a
they
NATO effort.
Yo, how many soldiers did this in?
I don't know how many soldiers
Guess what,
Germany.
mate? I can send 10 soldiers from Pakistan and say I was part of it. That's what these fuckers done. They sent less than 100.
Yeah, no, what I'm asking, though, Big Ards, right, is what is, as the West, as a culture in itself, so we're talking like the West, Europeans. What,
so you know when you say the West,
what does,
Stealth, yeah, before you carry on, I have to stop you there. The reason why, when you say the West, are you part of the far left, or are you part of the far right, or are you the middle?
To be honest, I'm more to the left.
Yeah, he's a lefty.
I'll be
That's what I'm
completely honest.
Against you. Listen to this, yeah? So I'm against you, bro. Don't come around Asia, yeah, which is Afghanistan, which is, Pakistan, all these countries, Middle East, That's all Asia. It's not even your own fucking continent. It's not part of the West.
Yeah, no, I understand that regards, but what I'm asking Elron in particular is what does he equate the lack of success in
Everyone's a
Afghanistan?
fucking gay, bruv. Like, everyone knows he's a gay, bruv. Like, stop it, man.
No, but I'm interested now because
he was Hitler's boyfriend.
Do you know what I find funny, Rod? Yeah, what should we do in Asia? Fuck off back to Europe, man. Stay in there, bro.
Let me just ask Aaron a question, because you're saying that you basically you lot are Aryans.
I'd love to see you fuckers come below the
Aaron, let me ask you a question.
You know you said you won wars. You know you said you won wars against us, Aaron, back in the day.
Aaron, let me ask Aaron a question.
Germany win a war against my country.
Right, Aaron, let me ask you a question.
UK win a war against Pakistan right now.
Aaron.
You haven't got the fucking balls to do it because you've got similar weapons to you now. Back in the days, we was fighting you with arrows.
So let me ask you.
Back in the days, we was fighting you with arrows while you had guns. Come now, pussy. Never.
That's why he got colonized.
Never again, bro. Never again.
Let me just ask.
And do it.
All right, so let me just speak.
Okay, let
me just speak.
If this moron shuts the fuck up.
Your mom's a moron, bro. You can't even handle the climate.
Oh, your mom. This is all you can do. It doesn't even bother me,
bro,
because I don't see you as equal. Do you understand that?
Like, physiologically, you can't handle my climate. I can handle yours and mine. So you already.
I don't see you even as equal. I don't care what
in the snow,
a lion don't care about what a sheep is telling them. Okay, you understand that?
You're not surviving, my youth. Yeah.
Guys, one at a time. No
Raj, ask your question.
Well, so let me just ask Aaron a question, because the thing is that
gone.
Well, so let me, and this is a serious question. You know, during World War II and Nazi Germany, obviously I'm not going to mock Hitler and all that. I will afterwards, but he was obsessed with India. Yeah, that was one thing he was obsessed with.
Yes.
They sent expeditions after expeditions over to the north of India and to these places, and so even the wording of the Aryan, the swastika, all of this stuff, although it was around the rest of the world as well, it was mainly in India. Even now, if you go India, there's swastikas everywhere. The word Aryan just means noble person. It's in the Sanskrit Rig Veda. And so all of this stuff, even what's his name, Heinrich Himmler, or the head of the SS?
Yes.
He was obsessed with the Rig Vedas. Yeah. He was obsessed with the Rig Vedas. You do know all of this stuff, the Sanskrit, the Rig Vedas, and all this kind of, the word Aryan are all from India.
Yeah, and they were all white people.
They were not white.
Why do you think? Why do you think that Hitler was going there?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let me
the original white people.
All right. Yeah. So the problem is you're having this. You've got this mindset. When I say there's because I do believe there's an Aryan invasion theory.
Yeah.
But they're not blue-eyed, blonde-eyed people. There were people from different areas of the Caucasus, of Iran.
You're right. You are Kanjar.
They were the original
Why are you
Aryans.
playing into this Aryan?
1 minute. Let me talk to them. So when you're looking at the people migrating, they were not Anglo-Saxons.
They claimed our title. They're not Aryan.
They were not Anglo-Saxons that went into India. There would have been people from Turkey, people from the Caucasus
Mountains.
Mountains.
White man that can live in India.
So the people were not. They were not how. They were not how white.
Man, you savage! Can you savage? Basically, put up some European culture and have a civilized discussion.
Fuck your civilization. If LGBTQ civilization, go suck your mother.
No, that's Jewish civilization. Thank you.
If civilization is giving LGBTQ the fucking rights that humans like married couples have and all that shit, suck at, bro.
That wasn't me.
That is true, man. Your civilization produced that shit.
You sound like a woman, man. You know when I first met you, I said the same question. I asked Banksy, what is he?
Mad is a growing boy.
And number 76 on the
agenda. Dude, guys, this is an English-speaking panel.
Yeah, no.
But I'm sorry, but by the way,
we can't deal with the code.
The actual
Raj still hasn't been able to ask this question.
It's an Indo-Aryan language.
Most people speak Hindi and Urdu than English. How about that?
Yeah, but not in this country.
England.
Raj, why do you think it is forbidden?
I'm just saying,
the symbol of the
the
symbol of the swastika.
Hold on, guys. Let Arundel finish his question.
German, bro. You're irrelevant. You're not even from the country, bro.
Let him have his say, though.
Hitler
What time is it in
has
Germany?
only
What
got
time is it in
one
Germany?
ball that ever is in the
I'm just
French
saying, what
town
time is it in
hall.
Germany
His
right now? It's
mother,
not the same time
the
right now.
dirty
What are you doing,
bugger,
bro?
had it
What do you want?
off with all
What do you
the
want,
bread.
bro?
I can't remember the song, man. Sorry,
Yeah, mate,
dude.
what do you want, man? You're like,
That was
you're
a
in the
nice
same time
rendition
zone. What do you
of
want, mate?
No,
Why are you here? What do you want,
Well, the
bro?
funny thing is,
Well, the funny
these
thing is that I'm a
people-
descendant of
let him
Hitler.
finish,
I'm
let
a
him
brown fucking. I'm a blue head. But what the fuck you are? What are you?
He's not even
Let
blue.
him How is he
Dude.
blue haired?
No, dude. You know,
Well,
he had
he's
his-
blue blood, isn't he?
Dude,
Blue
no,
blood,
the
blue hair,
L1,
blue
yeah, he had
veins,
his.
motherfucker.
Hold on, 1 minute. L1 had his camera on. He's
Elron
got
is so white
he's
that
even
in the sun you can
No.
see his blue
Smoked
veins, basically.
out,
That's
man.
what I'm saying.
He's not even blonde. He's that dirty brown, but he thinks he's blonde.
No.
But he's not even a
Yeah,
Roma
I don't
gypsy.
know.
I've seen his picture. He looks
If he was a
camera, he
Roma
looks like
gypsy, I could
PewDiePie.
still say Mera Bachai. You're a waste, man. You know my Bachai, bro. You're a dickhead.
Well, his hair gets blonder in the sun.
That's what it says in Egypt. That's what it says in
Elron,
Egypt when
how
they're
about
making
you
a
go and
pyramid.
make a life for yourself in your own country?
It's look, Arundel is in his country. He's in Germany.
Yeah, but he's talking to people in UK. What a dickhead.
Yeah, but no, I mean, he's
Isn't-
talking in
isn't
general
it-
Europe. Oh, damn, Odds is gone. I think Odds is on his
Isn't it?
phone.
It's so funny. The people that promotes living together and all
I
of
know,
this,
right?
and they're bringing up, no, don't talk to me or something like that. Even though I'm just in the digital sphere, the
you know what,
World Wide Web. This is what the World Wide Web was created for. So people can.
Aaron,
Yeah.
Raindrop says, modern German language is heavily influenced by Hebrew, Punjabi, and Punjabi is pure Indo-Aryan. The Punjabi language is an Indo-Aryan
Well,
language.
I can show you the tree of
directly
languages.
from Sanskrit.
It's not.
It's
It's not.
derived
The
directly
German
from
language
Sanskrit.
is Indo-European. It comes from the Indo-European roots, but it's split off from Indo-Persian, Indo-Iranian.
Yeah, so if when I spoke to Banksy,
Indo-English.
you got a lot of letters, you got a lot of words in your language that are the same as Punjabi because it was these people who were the real Aryans. When you're talking about Aryan invasion of India, we're not talking about Anglo-Saxons.
Talking about
You
me,
do know that.
my folks.
There were people from the Caucasus Mountains, people from Iran. They are known as the Aryans. You lot are wannabe Aryans.
Yeah, these guys are cheerleading.
I don't think
for
you
Aryans.
understand it. When they were making batteries, you guys are living on a freaking on a rock. Like the real Aryans were freaking from that part of the world.
Whether, I mean, let's say when you're talking about when in the Middle East they talk about white people, they're not talking about the Western Europeans. Trust me,
No.
they're not the
talking about
Western
Aryan.
European white folks that you're thinking.
There's different branches of the Aryan people. So
Yeah.
it's
No,
the
but
Western.
Yeah, but when we're talking about
when
the
we
real
are talking
Aryans-
about the people that lived in the area of Syria, Turkey, and so on, we are talking about the early European farmers.
The real Aryans, basically, the mother of Aryans. Those people migrated everywhere. They went over to Europe. The white people that you see here probably mixed with them. They went over to India. They mixed with the people of India. So you have kind of not white people, but people that are kind of brown. Over there, they become very white, blue-haired, blonde-haired. So the real Aryans are actually people like Banksy. So Banksy, how to Banksy?
Raj, could you please stop advertising me as the? Sorry, Matt, bear with me. Could you please stop advertising me as the?
No, but I'm saying
Aryan?
the word Aryan isn't
White
a bad
people
word,
are not
though.
getting a good
No, hold
deal
on,
out in the streets these days.
Hold on,
I don't want to be. I want to be more brown.
Banksy, the word Aryan has been around for thousands of years. It's an Indian word. It just means noble person. So just because Hitler took it and dirtied it, it doesn't mean it's a bad word.
but what I'm
All it
saying
means
is
is the noble people.
just
And
being-
the Aryans that we talk about, the real Aryans, are not blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, dude. You need to understand
then
that.
How come that still in Iran you will find many blonde and blue-eyed people or
But
red-haired
green
people
eyes, definitely.
with green eyes?
Yeah, there's a lot of green
how
eyes,
come?
a lot of blonde.
So
All
even
right,
if
so
we
the-
are talking about the Iranians, they still are.
All right, so
they have light
and
features.
also there's of course brown-haired.
So let me explain. Let me explain.
yeah.
Then. So when you're talking the green eyes, and the blue eyes, are also common in the Indian subcontinent. I have relatives with blue eyes. I got two of my sisters are whiter than white people. I'm talking about literally white. People are shocked that they're Indians. In my family, we have it as well. But that skin color isn't common. It is not the way you see it. So basically, The Aryans, yeah, did have blue. One of the Aryans from this area, from Iran and the Caucasus, had blue eyes, had green eyes. Some of them probably had blonde hair, but the majority probably would have been brown-eyed, light-skinned, black hair, or maybe brown hair. That would have been the majority. Yeah. Did we have outliers in there where we had people that were?
Well, this is speculation, right? When we are looking at the mummies of the Egyptian pharaohs, these leading people, they had blonde hair most of the time. Some of them had brown hair, but most of the time blonde hair and red hair indeed.
Wow. One thing I want to say, Sam M said in the text earlier on, he says, as Sarah would say, I am your daddy, Elron.
Oh yeah, Rainbow says it perfectly.
Same, by the way.
Rainbow says it perfectly. Olive-skinned people, not white people.
Also same with the Chinese people.
Now there's a quagmire. Sorry, Mad, you said something earlier on which I interrupted. I'm so sorry. Go ahead if you can remember, or if it's past.
No, I can't. No,
the moment has passed.
You know the amount of cussing I've done about you in Punjab.
So Raj, basically what I'm telling right here and right now is, and this is also why they forbid the swastika is. When you come to this conclusion and you put the puzzle pieces together, then we know that what is happening today has happened a lot of time in the past. That our people have been erased from certain areas. And this is going on, this is repeating itself right now.
You think history is repeating itself?
Well, what do you mean your people? The Aryans are not your people. You're the one that mixed them out. You have to understand the Aryans were olive people, olive-looking skin. No. They went into Northern Europe. They probably mixed with blue-haired, blonde-haired people. You mixed them out in Europe. Let me finish. Then they moved over to India, mixed with the indigenous population there, so the people were more brown there. The olive-skinned people, the true Aryans, are people from the Caucasus, from Iran, and people like that. Not your people. You're the people that they mixed with.
Probably. I don't know.
Right. When we say they are white, we're saying that they are Caucasoid, yes? As in, like, European features, facial features, yes?
Yeah, but the skin colour and the hair colour wouldn't be like Northern European.
Like I said earlier, if you go to Ibiza as a white man, you can get a tan, yeah? So skin colour it doesn't matter about skin colour.
Alright, so when you're born, and you're olive, does that matter?
When you're born and you're olive,
you're olive skin,
prove it was olive.
So we're gonna say, so the Aryans, we're gonna send everyone to Ibiza. Oh yeah, let's get all the white babies sent to Ibiza.
They're olive skinned. How do you know
when the people went, there are accounts of the people that invaded India. Yeah, accounts. So whether it's true or not, there is no descriptions of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people in the Rig Vedas or anything like that. And this is about the Aryan invasion. The people that come in, I mean, there are some connections. If you look at Greek gods and you look at the Indian gods, they are very similar. I mean, you just have to change the name. So some people, but they are, even the Greeks I don't consider to be fully white. Like I'm talking about the Anglo-Saxon people did not go to the Indian subcontinent. The people that come from the Caucasus.
Who said that? That's a straw man.
So most look when we're talking about Northern European people, we're talking about people that are probably more Nordic looking, Anglo-Saxon, Russian with blue-haired, blonde eyes. The people that come into India were more the people that look like the people from Turkey, the Caucasus, Iran, and places like that. Those people. Those people. Hold on 1 minute. Those people. Those people also have people in their group that have blonde hair, blue eyes, green eyes, but they're olive skin. Those are the people that migrated to the other parts of the world. Yeah, they're the real Aryans, not you.
They came afterwards.
Proof. Where's the proof?
I mean, we got the mummies. We got mummies.
The mummy, the gingerhead mummy is your proof.
Yeah.
But they're saying that the
dig her up, then dig that goddamn mummy up. Bring her over.
And also, you can go into who's the hair color can mean a lot of things. There can be Persians, of course, that there's this early European farmer stock which is closest related to Southern Europeans. And then you have also the Iranian stock, which is very similar to these people. And yes, they are genetically very close to each other, okay? And these people actually have mixed together, and this basically what you are now seeing with the Syrian peoples and so on. This is why they are so close related to either Iranians or Southern Europeans. They are the in-betweens. We are in between those lines, okay? From when you compare now Syrians and Lebanese people also.
But so can I just read after you finish? Let me just read a little bit of something of about who the Aryans are from Wikipedia. Obviously, Wikipedia might be wrong, but I'll just quickly read it. Let me, because I've actually not read this myself, so I might even be wrong. So it says Aryan. Aryan has its roots in the term used as a self-designation by Indo-Iranian people.
Yes.
Right.
It specifically says Indo-Iranian. Yeah. The term was used by the Indo-Aryan people of the Vedic period in ancient India as a religious label for themselves, and as well as the geographic region known as Aryavata, where Indo-Aryan culture is based. The Iranian people use the term as an ethnic label for themselves in Avesta scriptures and the words from the etymological source of the country name Iran. Although the root, is most likely of Proto-Indo-European origin, the use of area is a self-designation or is only attested among Indo-Iranian people, and it is known if Pi speakers had a term designated themselves as a group. Scholars point out that even in ancient times, the idea of being Aryan was religious, cultural, and linguistic, not racial. Drawing on misinterpreted references in the Rig Veda, you remember the Rig Veda is an Indian scripture written in the Punjab 4,000 years ago, one of the oldest written languages. In the Rig Veda, by where I'm from and ours is from, by Western scholars in the 19th century, the term Aryan was adopted as a racial category through the works of Arthur de Gobineau, whose ideology of race was based on an idea of blonde Northern European Aryans who had migrated across the world and founded all major civilizations. We were kings before being diluted through racial mixing with local populations. So that's the difference. So though the works of Houston Stuart Chamberlain, Godwin's ideas later influenced the Nazi racial ideology, which saw Aryan people as innately superior to other putative racial groups. The atrocities committed in the name of the racial ideology have led academics to avoid the word term Aryan, which has been replaced in some cases by Indo-Iranian. So you can see there, it's pretty clear from their point of view. I'm not saying it's 100% correct, that the word Indo-European, was originally nothing to do with what you call the Anglo-Saxon people per se. It was to do with people of the Caucasus, the people of Iran, the people of places like that. And they went over to Asia, to Europe, and all of those places. They were not blonde-haired, blue-eyed people walking around freaking building pyramids and all that kind of bullshit and creating the Indian civilization.
Raj, if you see the map I've pulled up, it's called the Indo-European migration patterns. You can see that there is a lot of migration from the Celts. I mean, okay, you could say the Celts maybe not so much, or the Germanics or the Germans, but your Slovaks and, you know what I mean, the Eastern European sort of, and the Greeks certainly went over to sort of what would be considered Saudi Arabia now, and then you got obviously the Aryans, which was the migration into the Aryan, what would be considered Iran, Iraq, certainly India, Syria, and then later on to India.
So when you see that line where it says India, see that line, next to the that's actually where the arrow is the second. That's the Punjab, exactly. Actually a little bit higher up. So in order to so if you look here, there was two different kind of migrations. The migrations over to Egypt, the migrations over to India, the migrations over to had nothing to do with Europe, Anglo-Saxon.
Let me bring you something up. The mummies they found, this 90 mummies they found, right? They tested them, and the closest related were, in fact, the British people. to those mummies. This is very interesting because other genetic studies of some people around Sumeria and all of this, they were closest related to the Southern Europeans, so the Greeks and so on, which I find very interesting. So you have both.
But the problem I have with your kind of mindset, you're like, you know, the black people, they go, why was kings, and they're saying everything was built by black people. You're the same. You're just doing an opposite version from the white side. But we can clearly show you that the migrations, even, I mean, obviously they're not 100% correct. There are probably 2 migrations, one throughout Europe, in the Anglo-Saxons, and whatever was created in those areas, you can attribute it to your people, the Aryans of those people. But the Aryans from the Caucasus, that come over to India, to probably Egypt, to Iran, have nothing to do with the Northern Europeans that you are.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the only case I can see here, at least from the migration maps, is that we all seem to share some commonality, at least the Aryans and the Indo-Aryans share a commonality with, like, possibly Eastern European Slovaks, that sort of thing, whilst the Celts, the Germans, it's a hard case to make if the Iranians or Indo-Iranians would then share any direct descendants from the Celts or the Germans, but they're intermixing with the Slovaks and the Baltics, then that would possibly...
Yeah, I know within my family DNA we have around 3% Finnish. And Finnish can be from, what is it called?
Northern European or Western European.
So like the Caucasus and stuff like that. They don't have to, they're not white people, the Finns of the past. And so my mum done a thing of DNA. She was around 90% Indian, but there was DNA from all over the place. Finland, from Middle East and all that kind of stuff. So people have been migrating. If you see where the India is, this was the only way to get into India before the Brits come by sea. So people did go there. You had people that were the Greeks settled there, the Turks, the Persians, but not the blonde-haired white people. This is what I'm saying. The blonde-haired white people only started coming over. The blonde-haired. I'm talking about.
Answer me the questions. The question: why are there so many still in Iran? Sorry, so many blonde-haired and red-haired.
Because it's not exclusive to the Northern Europeans having blonde-haired, blue eye. You do understand that, don't you?
That's true.
So if you go to so the Anglo-Saxons never went to India until like the 16th century. If you go to Kashmir, which is the northern part of India, there are blonde-haired, blue-eyed people there. They're not descended from Anglo-Saxons. Guess who they're descended from? The Greeks, probably the people from Turkey. They're blonde-haired, blue-eyed people still there because they don't mix around.
And where did they come from?
Oh my! So you're saying everything come from the Anglo-Saxons?
By the way,
the Slovaks, not the Anglo-Saxons.
Raj, I will give you a promise. Okay, I've years ago I've also written the Veda, right? And I will give you proof that in fact you're. I don't know if you're into the Vedan. I don't know how
the Vedas. The
Vedas. Yeah. But I will give you proof that they are talking about white people.
All right, so let's arrange that then, because I'll get Raindrop on there if you can. He'll know more about it, and I need to read it. But I know they spoke about white, like, so if you look at the Mahabharata, which is one of the oldest written kind of like war stories, and obviously it's fanciful.
Is that the one with UFOs and nukes?
Yeah, so basically, you know, when they did the nuclear bomb, they quoted from the Mahabharata where it says, "This is the bringer of the destroyer of worlds." You know, when they think, and that is from the Vedas, because in the Vedas they had stories of like nukes, flying chariots, and all this stuff. Now with that, there was a kind of like it was 2 separate groups fighting, but it wasn't blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. They were whiter than the other group, from my understanding. When you look at the pictures, you got like a lighter group fighting a darker group. I don't know if that's
again, Raj. We're not talking about skin color here. Again, white people can get tan. These people can tan. Like, we're talking about the facial features. The actual genetic like structure, and everything like that.
Like haplogroups.
Yeah.
Mads, we could go back further and you could look into the human genome. So when like Homo sapiens and things are coming out of Africa, we still had Homo erectus around the time. We still had Neanderthal at the time.
Well, I mean, the Indo-Aryan
into-
theory kind of like shits on the out of Africa theory.
No, but exactly? But it's like there was interbreeding between Homo sapiens and Neanderthal. There was interbreeding with the further east you go between Homo erectus and Homo sapiens. So while Homo sapiens like the dominant gene amongst our genome, it differentiates in what area you tend to sort of go into in the world. Yeah. So when it comes down to like things that we get like specific diseases and things like that, you can pick that up through like the Neanderthal gene being present in a certain race, if you like. So this would have had like an influence on body size, facial differences and all of that. So it sort of goes back further before these like huge migrations across Europe. So I believe that some of like the fundamental differences in our races actually comes from those kind of mixings, if you like, earlier
Can you
on.
do me a favour, Banksy? Hold on. Can you do me a favour? Can you type in the Mahabharata, yeah, and see what pictures come up in terms of the paintings and stuff? 'Cause I'm pretty sure I think the paintings are from the 19th century, so they were kind of like influenced by European kind of art, and I think they're probably superimposed. I'm not saying it's a negative or bad, but I think they superimposed probably the kind of like the white person being on top. Because I need to read the Mahabharata to try to find out.
Sorry, you have to read it again as well. Yes.
The Mahabharata.
Just a matter of interest, though. I spent
Hmm.
just a matter of interest. I spent a lot of time in South Africa last year, and they teach their kids and that they evolved from Homo erectus, which I don't entirely understand. But it's just say again, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was talking to myself. I said these are very white-looking people.
Yeah, so people put it on screen because but the thing is that that's what I'm saying, because of the paintings you can tell obviously done later in probably the 18th, 19th century. But I think the Europeans superimposed one of the arguments the British used for invading India and saying they're going to control India is that they were the true Aryans, and so there's always this hierarchy. Let me finish.
Okay.
But the Aryans they're talking about were not them. The Aryans they're talking about were not these blue-haired, blonde-haired people. They were basically olive-skinned people from Iranian-looking stock. But they used that and they superimposed this artwork, obviously, most of the actors they use and stuff are very light compared to other Indians. Let me have a look what's going on.
Some of them are very, very white-looking people. I mean, they are Indian. They're not. You're not going to mix them up exactly with like an Englishman, but
you could mix them up with Iranians and Persian people.
Yeah, easily.
Unless you've got a 10,000-year-old painting, I don't think we're going to.
But the people that were probably there were probably Persian-looking people. Yeah, the people from the Caucasus and stuff like this. Not blue-haired, blonde-haired people. You can even see in Indian kind of culture, there's no old paintings of blonde-haired, blue-haired people.
But this, let me bring up 3 points here.
So don't you think there would have been at least one painting?
Okay.
Yeah, even some of these paintings are old. Yeah, some of the ones that are flat, normally the older ones.
10,000 years old.
But I'm saying to you, don't you think throughout the history, if there were descriptions of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, that within the artwork there'd be lots of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people fighting? But there's not. Most of them look like Persians or
okay.
The Caucasus.
Let me bring up 3 other points. Okay, that most people miss. I think it is a fascinating discussion we are having right now, and it is especially fascinating when we are looking in the right here and right now, what we are seeing with them destroying monuments right now in the Western world. What we are seeing with them trying to change history books and all of this, and why it's so important that we won't let that happen. Because then, if there are no artifacts or something like this, these people will be forgotten. It would be like they never existed. Okay, this is what they are now trying to do. Another point I want to make, which I think we should talk more about also in ethno-nationalist circles, is I've seen a pattern in the Middle East. We are not protecting, first of all, the Christians. Most of the refugees that are coming here are Muslims. And it is not only about faith, but when you look at the religion, most of the people who are of Christian descent, like the Armenians and so on, they are actually the in-betweens I was talking about before. They are basically between the Iranians, okay, the Persian Iranians, and the Europeans, so very closely genetically to us. So the attack is especially on these people, okay? The Armenians, and then you have the other, also the Syrians, right? The Syrians, these people are under attack. It is not really about the Arabs living there, okay? So we should have an interest in that too, because I think it is also a racial war going on about these people. I've heard stories about ISIS, especially trying to get these blonde-haired Armenian as slaves, right? These people as slaves, which I find a fascinating point. I think this is also going on when we are talking about the Middle Eastern war. It is also a racial war, I would say. And I had
I need to go, but can we maybe go over the because the thing is, your argument was that, you know, the Mahabharata and the Rig Vedas, you know, if there were blonde-haired, blue-eyed people invading, remember the Rig Vedas was written probably 4,000 years ago, yeah, when they started the actual Rig Vedas. The Mahabharata a little bit later. But the thing is, if there were these stories of these blue-haired, blonde-haired people invading India, they would have been in the Rig Vedas and the Mahabharata. It would have been in there. I need to look whether there's any descriptions of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people coming into India invading. Now, were there people that come from the outside that were probably olive-skinned with brown hair? Maybe some of them had green eyes and blue eyes, or maybe one or two had blonde hair. Probably, but there wasn't Northern European people.
Raj,
yeah,
I just want to find out this, if you know. I mean, you probably don't, but this aspect, because I'm going through these pictures that you just, you know, you told me about, Serge. There are these, you know, the blue individuals. Is there a significance of the skin tone?
Yeah, they're basically the gods. They're seen as the gods.
Yeah, I know they're gods. I know Rama and Vishnu and Krishna and all that. But why did they go for the color blue the way they did?
That's one thing I need to find out. I don't know if it's in the descriptions of the Mahabharata, or maybe they did it as a way to distinguish through their artwork, you know, who's who. So when they're doing depictions of
because what I've found is, like, in the Greek gods or the Egyptian gods, their skin tone isn't necessarily identified as being different from human beings. You know, Greeks, the Zeus, or even the Thor and the Norse gods, they all seem to have the same skin tone as the people on planet Earth, or whichever region.
Yeah, but that's through the artwork. A lot of this artwork is done recently.
But what I mean is, what inspired or what led to them going for this blue color?
Yeah, I mean, what I want to see is whether the blue was described within the Mahabharata, the actual text. Now, if it says on the text that they're blue, then they're going to paint them blue.
It could have something to do with nobility. I don't know. I will definitely read some books about that. And next time we meet, we will have a more in-depth conversation about that. But you also... just a speculation from me, okay? We also called our royalty blue bloods, for example.
Yeah, but I think that may have passed down culturally, maybe from this incident. Because one thing I will say,
after the British actually come into India, because when you look at the painting style of India, it was normally flat. It wasn't what you call. They didn't really do perspective. Is when the Europeans come in that they started doing perspective for artwork. So most of the artwork you see is flat are probably old Indian artwork, and the ones that have got perspective are going to be say 1800.
Raj, do you know if Indians have a value for silver, for example?
I know gold, silver. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of them. Yeah.
Because why they have called the nobility blue bloods is, if you have silver spoons or something like this, and you eat from these silver spoons, you will find out that your veins, where the blood goes through, they will turn more blue, right? This is why they call the nobility blue bloods.
Cordial silver.
I do know that the first caste. I know you lot are going to love this, but when the caste system was first set up thousands of years ago, it was the lighter skinned people war at the top, so the Brahmins and people like that. I do.
Yeah.
Now raindrops here. I'm staying.
Big up,
Raindrop. It's been a long time.
Teach them.
No, it's a good conversation actually, because the thing is that so the Aryan classification. So Banksy, I put a link in of a mask that is from 2700 BC.
Is that
so it's
in
like
the main
5,000
chat?
years.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I'll put it again. I'll put it again in the chat. If you could put the thing on the chat. So the category of being an Aryan was never really based on skin color. So the
like I've been
ancients,
saying all night.
the ancients of the time, they didn't have that concept of having a dark skin or a light skin is good or bad. So even the caste system, the word caste comes from Portuguese, castos. The original word was called the Varna system. So if you go to India today and you look at the Brahmins, okay, or the top caste, the majority of the Brahmins, you're not going to find them in North India. You're going to find them in South India. So people like Ralph or Ralph's family, they're dark-skinned Brahmins. They're extremely dark.
Ralph, the leader of the white supremacist movement. Is that your thing?
Yeah. So if you ask Ralph himself, his family is probably originating from the Brahmins. And if you go to South India, that's where they have all these so this mask, of this person, they dated to be around 2700 BC. So to give you some reference, Abraham was born 1700 BC. So this mask is 1,000 years older than Abraham. So before, the Judeo-Christian religions even came into existence, we're talking about ancient religions. Like, these guys were like, 2700. So you see one person, he clearly looks like a brown Indian person. And if you look on the right side, you'll see someone who's kind of looking like a more Caucasian, like from the Caucasus. All there in the right, if you
I talk about this one.
Yeah, the guy with the beard.
Yeah,
the guy with the beard. So he looks more like, from the Caucasus. So like the southern Ukraine. So the original, the Aryans were from the region of like southern Ukraine all the way to northern India. And northern India also included, like, when we see India was the cities of Mohenjo-Daro in India. If you type in Mohenjo-Daro, the amount of people that were living there was like 50,000 people in a city. Now, if you compare that to Mesopotamia had 5,000 people. So I'm like, the city of Mohenjo-Daro was like 10 times bigger than the Middle Eastern cities, that we're talking about. And this group of people from like the southern Ukraine, the northern India, were basically they lived and they interacted with each other on a common basis. What happened was that in the major cities, so if you look at the cities of Mohenjo-Daro, these were not even big cities. They were considered like mid-tier cities. There are actually much bigger cities in the southern India, in the more central India, which were much more bigger. Yeah, and so they were much more bigger than Mohenjo-Daro. Mohenjo-Daro was much more smaller. So if we're talking about the ancient times of like 2700 BCE, this is like way before. This is like, we're talking about, like, okay, let me give you this. The ancient Egyptians and the Indians, they had trade with each other, because when you look at the ancient Egyptians, we look at the blue eyeshadow. Like if you look at the hieroglyphs of the ancient Egypt, they'll have like blue. They have the eyeshadow that they use as a blue color. The blue stone that they use is called the lapis lazuli stone. And that lapis lazuli stone is only found in the caves of Afghanistan. So that's how they link the trade routes between ancient India of Afghanistan, of Pakistan, India at that time, to the Egyptians, because they were basically trading with each other. And this goes into the kingdoms of the Hittites and the Mitannis and the Iranians. They were all following basically the same religion, or very similar religion. Yeah. So if you look at
everybody, look how quiet Aaron is now.
I agree with a lot of what he's saying, and it makes sense. Also, when it comes to the Bible,
he's a Punjabi Sikh guy. Just to make that clear, he's a Punjabi.
Yeah.
The thing with Germany is that unfortunately with the Europeans, the problem is that they've been colonized by the Middle Eastern religions for thousands of years, and that has caused them to become like really, in some ways, fanatical. In some ways, they've kind of lost their touch with their ancient roots. So I did my genetic test route, and I was R1A1A. I was like, how the hell, So the R1A1A is like it's you only find them in North India and in Central Europe. So I was like, how the hell did that happen? Then when I researched it, I'm like, okay, basically we were talking about one group of people, and then
like I told you,
it all makes sense. No, but it all makes sense that he's talking about. I think before.
Even the Finns, whenever I thought about Finns, I thought about white people. But the Finns of the past were not white people. They were more like
they're Sami, the Sami people.
Kind of like
but right, there's Punjabi people. The last name is Sami. You know that, right? I don't know if you know this, but I have a friend. His last name is Sami, and the Samis are a tribe in Finland right now. They're a tribe. They're one of the oldest Aboriginal tribes in Finland. They're like they call them the original people. But in India, if you go to today in India, in Punjab, you will find the last name Sami. Sami is a very common tribal name. Like we call it the caste. But even the word caste is not the right word because caste was never color based. Yeah, so the way to prove that the caste was never color based is that you just go to South India and the biggest temples are in South India. They're not in North. The North India doesn't have those big temples. They're all in South India. They look like pyramids. And if you go to South India, most of the Brahmins or the priestly class, you will find.
Just so that I can clarify, but I've heard that sort of today, 4,000 years later. But in the beginning, when it was first set up, the most of the people that were from the top, like the Brahmins.
No.
Probably the lighter skinned people.
No, that's the mistake. That's the thing I'm trying to. That's what you call a misunderstanding. So if you look at the color blue, you look at the Indian gods, right? So they have Krishna, they have Kali, Kalima. That they mean dark. So the gods they had dark gods, they had light skinned gods. The color of the skin wasn't really that important. It wasn't like something that was like they were kind of hung up on the skin color. So it was never a color based system. Even the caste system was never color based. Because
can I ask you a question? Do you also consider the Babylonians still being somewhat part of this culture?
So the Babylonians. Yeah, so the Babylonians. So if you look, I'll put up a link. If you write the Indian Mesopotamian, so the Mesopotamian was older than the Babylonian. And if you look at the Babylonian religions, you have to go really back because they had a lot of trade with the Indus Valley civilization. So they were pretty close together, the Indus Valley and the Babylonians. Mm-hmm. And then the biggest proof we have of the Babylonians is with the Hittites. So if you look at Hittites, which is modern day Syria, their gods were very similar to the Hindu gods. So they were following, they called it the triune gods. I'm trying to remember. They had the water, who's the water god, the sky god, and I'm forgetting, so the sky god was Indra, and that's how you get Thor. The water was Varuna, that's from India, and then you have the water.
Aquarius, for example.
Yes, Greek gods, the
Poseidon.
Water. Yes, Poseidon. There we go. Poseidon.
Zeus, Poseidon, and thingy. What's his name?
Thor.
No. Thor is Norse
Hades,
mythology.
Poseidon and Zeus.
Hades, that's right. Yeah, Hades,
of these gods had very similar attributes.
Yes, they just have different names. Yeah,
I mean, one is like there's one in the Mahabharata or in the Hindu thing that's like the Cupid. There's a one where actually he's got like Achilles heel. He's got one spot in his whole body that can kill him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I need to find into it. There's loads of them. Thor.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Even the fact they're on a mountain up in the sky. You know that on the top of a mountain.
Mount Olympus. Yeah, same as the Greeks.
But the gods of the Hindus are also on top of a mountain, aren't they?
Well, yeah, because
I'm sure there was a lot of crystals.
Wait, why I asked you the question about the Babylonians? Have you ever informed yourself about the whole Freemasonry stuff and what symbolism they use and all of this?
What I found out was that the Europeans, when Christianity came into power, so the Europeans were following pagan religions. So a lot of the religions, the Germanic religions, I think they followed something called the Edda. For example, the Vikings, they used to read the Edda.
Yes.
The Edda, which sounds very similar to the Vedas. And they had, so the religion is very similar to the ancient Indian religions, very similar. But what happened was that when Christianity came in around 900 AD, so they still followed the ancient pagan religions until the 1100, until the year 1000. But what happened was that their ancient histories were completely erased. So all the Europeans, like if you study European history, if you go back far, you really can't find any like structural references. Like if you go to Punjab today, if you go to my area where I live, like near my village, they found like old clay instruments and tools, all dating back 5,000-6,000 years. So
what they need to understand, the Harappan civilizations is in the Punjab. All the rivers, Punjab is
all the Vedas,
all the Vedas are written in the Punjab, Haryana, which is in the Punjab, where King Forest. So what I'm trying to say to these guys is that don't mess with the Punjabis. Because Big Arj is Punjabi as well. Even though Big Arj is a Muslim Punjabi, he's still from the Punjab. So the Punjabis are not to be messed with.
No, it's essentially we're talking about the same group of people, so we're genetically linked. So it's like even if you look at Ralph, I mean, if even his genetics.
The leader of the white supremacists, is that you're talking about? The white
supremacists. That's where I get like confused when with the white. When you guys focus on the color white, I'm like, oh man, it's silly. It's just like how black people.
It's one aspect of it. Like it's minute. It's
not. And if you look at from a historical lens, it seems silly because if you look at like from a historical lens, like from a very like looking at the religions and
but Raindrop. But the argument is this year. Like when you have some black people say we created everything, we was kings. These are the white versions of we were king. Let me finish. They're the white version of. They're the white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed version of that. So what I was trying to explain to them, although the what you said, the Aryan people have migrated all over the place, there were people that went into India, people that went into Iran, people that went into. They were not blue-eyed, blonde-haired people. They were probably olive-skinned, black-haired. Some of them would have had blue eyes and green eyes, and maybe one of them would have blonde. But they believe that their ancestors from the Anglo-Saxons from the north come over to India 4,000 years ago, went over to Egypt, built the pyramids and all that kind of stuff. That's what you said. Yes, you did. You said the features. Yeah, you said that they were building pyramids with blonde hair, blue eyes, and all that kind of stuff.
We have a common ancestor in the Indo-Aryans. The Indo-Aryans came from a central point. They went to North India and they went to Western Europe.
If you look at the Mahabharata, right? The Mahabharata literally means the Great War. And if you look at Wikipedia, if you read about it, it's really cool. It's basically like a world war. And like they had at that time, they even list the tribes. So they had the Huns or the Hun, they call them the Hunas or the Hun. They had the Chins or the Chinnas. They had the Kamboj, which is like Punjab or North Punjab. So essentially at that time, like the idea, if you look at the Vedic references, basically it was basically one kingdom. Okay, but there were different branches. So you had the Huns, you had the Chins, you had the Kamboj. The Greeks were called the Yovanas, the Jonas. Okay, so they were all like basically on each other's side, and basically it was like a war between the brothers. And this is like the ancient historical thing. And then what happened was that
Europeans, no more brother wars, huh?
No, they're all brothers essentially. Like,
but Raindrop, so they changed their tune here since you joined them because they shook.
Oh no!
They said earlier. One minute. Don't try and do. I heard what you said. You said when I was trying to explain to you that the people that went into India were Aryans, but they were Aryans, not what you would consider to be the blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, but olive skin, dark skin, maybe some had blue eyes. These guys are no. They were blonde-haired, blue-eyed. They come in there, rah. And so now they changed the tune because they shook a raindrop. I don't blame you.
Not really, but let me answer you a question. You brought it up many times now, that we are saying the same thing as the Black Hebrew Israelites and these other people, right? One reason I'm laying it out now more and more, even though I knew about that way before, is and a lot of nationalists haven't talked about it because first of all they thought it is not the time, people are not ready for it, and we should concentrate on things that we can definitely prove, okay, on more stuff that is related to what everyday people is concerned about. But we are now seeing a massive attack from black people, for example, with this whole Black History Month, which, by the way, is already signed by the European Union, that all of the European countries should have this Black History Month. And then we have to deal with the We Was Kangs shit. And we can't give these people 1 inch, because they will make the statement then, we built the pyramid, so yes, of course.
You said you built the pyramid, so you're the same.
No, because they will use it as an attack to say to white people, to Europeans, see, they have built a great civilization, so of course they can integrate with us. They are great benefit. They built the pyramids, Europeans, so look at that. This is one big reason why I'm now more interested.
No, I'm sorry, it wasn't black people or white people that built the pyramids, it was brown people, so submit to us. Submit.
I can understand it. Look, understand what happened with the Europeans, especially with Germany. So you got to understand the history.
Everyone's German.
So unfortunately, with Germany, it was called Prussia. But before Prussia, the Germans were like separate little states. They had little.
Don't mention the war, though. Don't mention the war. I tried not to talk about it earlier.
We have hundreds. We had hundreds of tribes.
Yeah, hundreds of tribes. And what happened was that at that time, they were trying to find a unifying theory to kind of unify the separate groups of people. So what happened was that they couldn't really choose the Holy Roman Empire, because the Holy Roman Empire, the English and the French kind of had their hands in that, because like the Romans actually settled in Britain. So
they saw the Germans as barbarians, basically. They saw them as uncivilized.
I think.
Let me ask.
No, there's. Wait.
Let me ask for Punjabi Sikh, brother. Okay. From my understanding, from reading, from previous emperors, from the Romans, they saw the blue-eyed, blonde-haired, kind of like Anglo-Saxon Europeans as savages and backwards. Is that not true?
I got.
No, it's true. They did. They saw them. They saw the Romans when they were in power. They saw the Greeks and the Romans saw these people as they called them the Goths and all of these people. They would see them as savages and they would call them barbarians.
Yeah, this is propaganda that was used by some. Wait. Let me explain.
Let him explain. I'm gonna get a quote. I'm gonna get a quote here from Ulysses. Let me just find it, because I remember
give me the chance to explain it.
Yeah. Okay. Go on.
Of course, when you fight wars against other nations, you will try to degrade them, make them as devils, basically. We saw that in World War I, World War II, demonize them. This is right now happening to all white people. They are getting demonized for everything. Okay, so this is always this is why I call it a war on white people right now, because we are getting demonized all the time. But what I would say is also you have other historians like for example Tacitus. If you read Tacitus, right, you will have a completely different picture.
All right, so basically, please let me just read what I'm going to read here. So I've just typed in here what Julius Caesar's Counts of Barbarians. This is what one of the counts is. Yeah. There is no need to ask the emperor what he thought. All Romans thought of barbarians, specifically Gauls, Celebriters, Spaniards and Germans of Germania, was that they were very brave, ferocious warriors with extremely fine craftsman skills, but they had very little between the ears. What does that mean?
Yes.
He said they were demonizing the Germans to fight.
Can you not see how the same way the way they were describing other groups as being less than them and not kind of that dim. The way that now you have people like Elron describing other groups. But your group at one point was described like that.
But when we're seeing behavior, I would say I'm pretty neutral.
And the Romans didn't consider you to be part
I don't describe the Japanese people as savages or something.
Hold on.
Let me finish. When you take, just say the Romans, the Greeks, and other people's accomplishments as yours, They didn't see you as part of their group when they were doing these accomplishments. They saw you as outsiders and barbarians. Yeah. Now that's why I call you we was kings white, because you're taking everybody else's accomplishments and attributing it to the Northern European Anglo-Saxons. The Greeks and the Romans are Southern Europeans. They have their own culture and have achieved much more, or let's just say they've achieved things that are not attributed to your people per se.
Well, yeah, you can say that. It was basically, I would agree even with the Roman Empire back then. When you look at Germany, it was a very harsh place. A lot of woods, a lot of bad weather and all of this. And back in that day, it was tough to build basically a civilization on these lands. Okay, so I would agree with the Roman perspective on that. But we have genetically proof that Western Europeans, for example, were the closest related, for example, to the Egyptians of the Middle Dynasty in Egypt. They were the relative, the ancestors, basically, who were the pharaohs of the Middle Ages.
Can you not see that maybe in 1,000 years, somebody might pick up the writings of Elrond, who was describing the Punjabis as backwards barbarians?
No,
I'm not saying you did, but can you not see at the time you was seen as backward barbarians by the Romans, who are much more advanced than you, and they saw you as lesser. You are doing the same thing today to other groups let's say the West has actually advanced more than. During some time, some other group will supersede the Europeans. It will just happen, and they will look at you as a kind of a backward people. And this is the problem you're having. You're looking at things at other groups in a racial kind of, you're better than them. But I'm telling you, a time will come when somebody else would supersede you, and they will look down upon you, and you're not gonna like it, dude. You're not gonna like it.
Mate, they're doing it already. What are you on about?
Yeah.
What are you on about? They're doing it already.
No, so look, the problem with Europeans, with the European situation is that, where do I start? So what happened, you have to understand the Kalergi plan, and you have to understand why the whole immigration thing started in Europe. The whole reason they started, so you have to understand why America had immigration in the first place. So the United States, the reason we had immigration in America was because of the Civil War. So in America, we had a massive civil war in 1860. And the northern states realized that to prevent another civil war, we have to get a lot of Europeans from Italy, Ireland, Germany. We have to get the poor from Europe into America to prevent a second civil war. Because what happens is that if you study American history in the 1860s, you had a massive war, and they're all basically at that time British. They were descendants of the British people. Okay, so they did not want a second civil war, and to prevent the second civil war, the northern states wanted a bigger population than the southern states, and they started doing mass migrations from Germany. There's more Germans in America than there are in Germany. Like, we have German descendants in America. It was like 80, 90 million Americans are German descent. So they did a mass
I was once joking. By the way, you're very well written. I hope that you jump on streams much more often.
You guys are very well written for a brown person.
Very well written.
Just say it.
Indeed, yes.
Say it.
I once joked about, indeed, Germany has won the war, right? Because America was one of the successors, and most of the people there were Germans.
If you want to study why World War I and World War II happened the way it went, the reason was that the government that was developing from the 1800s, it was very insecure, because they needed a civilizational story, like a reason that why should we exist as a German nation. So that's why you see from the early 18th century, when they started picking up like the Orientalists, a lot of Max Muller, a lot of the Indologists, the people who studied India in the 18th century were German. They did one of the earliest scholarships of India. And the reason they did that was that they're trying to look for a reason to unify the nation under one banner. So at that time...
Was there a German that found the link between Sanskrit and...
Yes. So that's...
what his name was?
Yes,
but the Germans have united, and also I want to make, yes, it is right that Hitler also was looking for a new kind of religion, but he also saw himself as basically as the Third Reich. This is what it's called. So he had a great admission. He was honoring basically
admiration.
The Roman
he had great
Empire.
admiration.
Yeah, admiration, and he saw that only the Germans are now, especially with the communist threat, he saw, and there's a speech out there, maybe I can find it in the stream and link it to you, where he's bringing up the Europeans uniting under one banner when an outside force comes to them, and he was mentioning the Han invasions, right? He was mentioning the Persian invasion, and basically he framed it like the communist threat of a similar threat to Europe, and that they have to unite under the Roman, and he was also mentioning the Greek Empire, right? So he was trying to unite under this. It was not just about Aryanism, no. It was many different flavors of that.
No, so what happened with Germany, so this is before Hitler. So Hitler, he picked up on ideas that existed 60, 70 years earlier than him. So Hitler didn't pick up on anything new. He didn't actually create anything new. He was basically taking the writings of other German...
like Blavatsky, for example.
Yeah, no, even older than Blavatsky. I'm talking about the 1800s. So when you had a lot of the states, a lot of these you had the Bavaria, Saxony, you have different states that were fighting with each other. So what happened, a lot of the German philosophers, they were trying to find a way to kind of unify this different, groups, because you had like some Germans were Catholics, some Germans were Protestants, some Germans, they were divided based on religion as well, because you had Lutherans, you had a lot of intersect, fightings going on. So they were trying to find a way that what is the reason for Germany to be united. So when they try to look, okay, are we descendants of the Holy Roman Empire? Not really, because the Holy Roman Empire, Britain...
Sodom is barbarians.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I would say that the Germans back then, there were some Aryan influx in that. This whole new kind of basically narrative. Definitely.
Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Take care, man, guys.
What Hitler, as the man Hitler himself, was basically like a Caesar. Okay, he was the emperor. He was the god.
So I'll explain with Hitler. What happened was that Hitler, he needed a reason. So understand, Germans and England were essentially the American accent that I'm speaking with is actually the original British accent. What you guys are speaking, what Banksy is speaking, what Raj is speaking, what happened was that you guys are actually influenced later by the House of Hanover. So with England and Germans, the Germans kind of got unified, the British accent changed. So the original British accent that I'm speaking to now is from 1776. That's actually the original British accent. Everyone in England sounded like me.
Shut up.
No, I'm serious.
I don't believe that.
No, that's true.
Come on. I'm sorry, Buddy, man.
No, I'm serious. You look it up. I was surprised. I was surprised. I didn't believe this. I had to look it up. So what the British accent that you call it, they call it the Rhotic. So the Rhotic accent. What happened was that in the 18th century, the House of Hanover, you had like a Germanic influence in England. So that's why the people who wanted to be posh, or the royalty, they started developing a different accent from the commoners. The commoners, what I'm speaking right now in 1776, the British accent, the American accent was the same. It was the same accent. The reason I'm speaking today is actually the original British accent, but the British accent changed in the 18th century because of the influence of the Germans. So they developed a little bit more posh, like a Harry Potter type of accent. But you look it up, I was surprised.
How are they going to prove this though?
Damn, Raindrop is dropping some bombs tonight.
You gotta look it up. I was surprised. I was shocked. Like, believe me, I was shocked. I was like, because you gotta think about it. How the hell, like, George Washington was part in the British Army. How the hell, in the movies, he has a different accent from the people that he's fighting? I mean, they're essentially the same people. So when I looked into it, I then found out that, oh my God, the House of Hanover, when they got influenced, and then the Victorian age came, they started, teaching the upper classes of English society in a more rhotic manner, like a more sing-song, hello, do you want some tea? So they started.
You're taking a piss now.
That's like, in a more posh manner. But the actual British accent that I'm speaking with is actually the original American accent is the actual, original, most closest to the British accent. It changed in the 1800s.
While I'm listening to you, it is. I'm in this topic, right? This whole historical topics and also the spirituality. I'm more interested in that than everyday politics. Unfortunately, I don't have fucking time to lecture myself now on these topics, because I have to cover news right now, right? It is so sick. I want to have like 1 year where I can just focus on that, right?
So Elron, you got to understand the reason why everything's happening in Europe, the reason why you see a lot of Middle Easterners, you see a lot of immigration in Europe, is basically after World War II with the Kalergi, they basically copied what they did in America. But so in America, they brought all the Europeans into America to prevent another Second World War. Because you got to understand, America, it was very close to a second civil war, very close, like 10, 15 years, they were going to go again. Because the Dixiecrats, the southern states of America, they wanted slavery. They did not, want it to go. Even today in America, you see statues of the Confederacy. The reason they have that was that the Confederacy did not disappear. It was very active. The reason they brought massive immigration from Germany, Italy, Ireland, was that they wanted to dilute this, fanatical strain of the Southern Americans, the Americans in the South. So what happened with Kalergi? Okay, and what happened with the Europeans was that when World War II ended, they did not want another World War to start. So they saw, okay, let's bring people from the Turks, let's bring immigration from like the Middle East or from Africa, and maybe that will have the same effect that had it in America, where America then, didn't go to another second civil war. So you have to kind of look from the point of view.
I don't think that this is what, but I hope that Raj is agreeing, since he's very admiring you. You're at least listening to your interpretation on the Kalergi plan on this. I don't think that the Kalergi plan is about this. Okay, because
can I just clarify something? Both me and Raindrop, although I think he's much better than you, Oron, and he's educating you, and I'm appreciating my brother.
Now you have to at least agree.
Let me just finish. When it comes to a lot of things, we don't agree on a lot of things. I have a very different mindset in terms of politics to Raindrop, in terms of the nation of Punjab and all this. So we don't always agree. So he can tell me, and we can speak. I don't have to agree with him.
Big up, Raj. What I'm saying is that
very well read.
Yeah, you have to understand the reason the Europeans, the Kalergis, they didn't have this like fanciful idea that, we're going to break Europe and we're going to make Europe brown. No, what they wanted to do was they wanted to prevent another world war, because they knew the third world war is going to be a nuclear war.
But this is exactly what is quoting in the what is it called again? The
Kalergi. Yeah, they wanted the Europeans, specifically they wanted to dilute Germany. They wanted to dilute the fanatical.
He stated in his book, and I can find you the quote. Maybe
he was Japanese. He was half
yes,
Japanese.
I know, but he was friends with the Rothschilds, right? He was even getting money from the Rothschilds, and he was stating in his book, we want the European race to be like what he described as the ancient Egyptians, which is a brown people, a mixture of brown people who don't have anything in common with each other. Basically, the culture is destroyed, and we want to have a Jewish elite ruling over them. This is what he was stating in his book, Reasons and something else in this.
Okay, so Elra, when it comes to the Jewish thing, I think it's very silly, bro, because look, the Jews have been living in India for the last 2,500 years. Like after the destruction of the Second Temple, there are ancient Jewish tribes in India for 2,500 years. The reason that this is another thing with the white nationalists, they get kind of bamboozled. They think that the Jews have some magical powers. No, they don't. Basically, the religion of Christianity and Islam are based on Judaism.
Yeah.
So it's the highest figures.
I see that as a problem.
Yes, the highest figure that the Christians will pray to is a Jewish God. It's Jesus too.
And I don't understand why I understand to a certain degree why the Jews hate Jesus so much, right? Because he was basically Jesus. What Jesus has done is saying he was taking away. No, let me now finish. I know the point you're trying to make.
The reason why the Jews were in like the banking or even finance, but the reasons the Jews existed in Europe was that essentially the Jews settled in European lands because it was Christian. The Christianity was a Judaic religion. It's a branch. I would say it's a deviant sect of Judaism. Even a lot of Jews even Christians in America, like evangelical Christians, they will tell me that we are the new Jews. They have the old Jews, but we are the new Jews. So a lot of the Christians, they thought that we were the new Jews, that we would be the new Jews that are existing on the planet. So it's like the Europeans gave them this power. It's not that they took.
Yeah, I know.
The Jews are, unfortunately, they were in a shitty position because they were prevented from farming. They were not allowed to farm. They were not allowed to have their villages, and they were always persecuted. So they used to stay near the kings, the castles.
And they forced them into usury because obviously they're very religious at the time, the Christians.
But let me ask you a question. Why have you not quoted what Kalergi exactly said? That he wants, in fact, that the Europeans getting mixed out of existence and that the Jews should rule over them. Why have you let that out?
Oh, because wait, that thing is okay. So that's just his what you call it? That's his fantasy. Because you got to understand, at that time, after World War II, he had, I don't know, I think he had some bad blood against the Europeans because the Europeans at that time basically wiped out almost a couple million Jews. There was so much rabid anti.
But why should he if he's of Japanese and European descent? Why should he have that feeling?
I don't know, his wife was Jewish or he had Jewish relatives. Like, I can understand where he's coming from. If his family or if his friends were being massacred and every day in the German propaganda, they were having, propaganda, they were having hatred against the Jews, then the Jews were going to say something to react and say some shit that, we're going to rule over you.
It is quite fascinating. Kalergi was not the only one that had this fantasy, right? We have a lot of Jews who are talking openly about the genocide, especially of the Germans. Openly talking about it. Very powerful Jews.
Gentlemen, sorry, bear with me. I'm gonna drop off, but you guys can carry on.
I need to go as well.
Talking.
Can we do a proper discussion about the Mahabharata then? One of the claims they were making, and they've obviously kind of got shook of raindrops, so they kind of went back a little bit. But I'm gonna listen back.
Oh no, that's fine.
They're saying that the people, because you made the claim that within the Mahabharata, one of the big kind of epic stories of the Rig Vedas, it was referring to white people. You said there's descriptions of white blonde-haired people.
No, there are none.
Yeah, so that's what I want to know, because I'm saying there wasn't. Because there was
no description of white, like there was no description on color based. But there are descriptions of tribes. So they listed the tribes that were involved in the war. So they had the Chins, the Huns, the Kamboj, the Indians. Like they had all the tribes listed. Even Africa, the Ilavrata. Africa was known as Ilavrata at that time. Ilavrat. Okay, so they had like different tribal groups. But they pretty much all the for example, Iran. The religion of Iran was Zoroastrian. So like when you see Ashura, like you celebrate Ashura or Asura Mazda, the Asuras and the Devas, like Punjabi ji ke andar na Devi Devta again. You understand, right, Raj? The Deva. Yeah. So the Iranians, they follow the Asuras, the Ashuras. So the Zoroastrian religion is Avesta. It's the cognate of the Vedas. So they follow the Ashuras while the Hindus follow the Devas.
But why don't we do the discussion a bit more broader then about the Rig Vedas? Yeah, and why was, let's just say, Hitler, Himmler, and all of these people, because they were obsessed, especially Himmler was obsessed.
Yeah,
with,
Roger, are you saying for another stream?
Yeah, if you want to do it on here in the future, we'll discuss that.
No worries,
obviously not now.
No worries. I'm gonna drop off. You guys can carry on.
Yeah, I need to go as well. Anyway, big up Raindrop, man. Big up.
Thank you, Raindrop. Thank you, Aaron.
Anyone, Aaron, how you doing, man? Hopefully your fourth Reich never comes to pass. But I'll be off.
I'm out. Thank you. Bye bye. Okay, boys and girls, it's us. It's now just us. For those of you who are still here, let's play a little bit of background music while I wrap it up. I am wrapping it up. Now, guys and girls, that's okay. That's as low as it's gonna get, I guess. Okay. Now let's pause it. It's too loud. I have a couple of things I wanted to actually go over before I completely run out of before I finish. Now maybe I should save these for the next stream, but I'm gonna forget, so might as well just do it now. The two tweets that I forgot to actually cover was, one of them was this, and the tweet actually says everything wrong with the Western world in one picture. Black trans lives matter. And that is a man. So yeah, there's that. And then there was also this one from Paul Joseph Watson, which says, Texas retailer group says it will no longer use the words master to describe bathrooms and bedrooms in its listings. Realtor, a estate agent. They're not going to call this is the master bedroom, this is the master bathroom. They're going to say, I don't know what the fuck they're going to say. This is the primary bathroom and the primary bedroom. I don't know what the fuck they don't want to use the word master. I mean, this is so fucking ridiculous. They don't want to use the word master because it might have... This is insane. This is absolutely insane. But yeah, so the word master, massa. We can't use the word massa no more. So yeah, that's a thing. There was a few other things that I want to talk about, but maybe I'll leave that for another video or I'll another stream. But guys and girls, this brings us to the end of the evening. It's 20 to 3 here. Wherever you are in the world, I hope you're having a wonderful evening, wonderful time, whatever it is you're having, because it's fucking late and I want to sleep now. So that's what I'm going to do. So I hope you guys, you do you and I do me, boo. In the meanwhile, let me see if this piece of track actually... Although I like this music, I don't think I can use it. If I use it, I think I'm probably going to get copyright striked anyway. So in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shill a little bit. Oh, we had the Wheel of Cunt. I wanted to do the Wheel of Cunt quickly. I almost forgot. The Wheel of Cunt. The Wheel of Cunt. The Wheel of Cunt. The Wheel of Cunt. And this evening's Wheel of Cunt is going to be... the guest, the contestant on the Wheel of Cunt is, in fact, communism. Yes, communism, an entire ideology. We're going to see if the Wheel of Cunt is going to pass judgment upon the whole ideology of communism. Let's see. Go, Wheel of Cunt. Here we are. Here we go. What do you think of communism, Wheel? Oh, yeah, we agree. We agree with the Wheel of Cunt. But as always with the Wheel of Cunt, it's best out of 3. So let's spin again. Wheel of Cunt, what do you think of communism? And the cunts have it, ladies and gentlemen. The cunts have it. 2 cunts in a row means the Wheel of Cunt has spoken. The Wheel of Cunt has spoken. And so, yes, the Wheel of Cunt will be, the Wheel of Cunt has said what it needs to be said. And we no longer require anything else from the Wheel of Cunt. For it has spoken. In the meanwhile, I would like to bid you all farewell. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being just you awesome people. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And if you're a new subscriber, please pass this on to all other people in your family and friend circles, because we most definitely appreciate such things. We need this is the only way this channel is going to grow is with the word of mouth, because YouTube gives us no help whatsoever. And I don't know, soon I might just start off a Patreon and other things and give exclusive content over there if people want it. If you guys have any suggestions for future shows or future subjects you wish me to cover, please send it to my Discord server or send me a direct message on Twitter. Those are the main two forms of contact that I'm going to accept at this time. You can post it on my Discord's page, or you can send me post it on my Discord's page. That's the easiest way, because you won't be able to message me directly on Discord. You can message me on Twitter and you can post it on my Discord. All the links are in the underpants section below. So yes, share, like, subscribe. Just tell everyone and anyone, this is an awesome place to be. And if I get more subscribers, I get more sort of encouraged to do more videos. Really, it kind of goes that way, because at the moment I am in a bit of a sort of slum as far as wanting to do more videos. I just don't have the motivation, because YouTube is just such a bastard. So yeah, you want to motivate me? Give me some suggestions for future videos and spread the word. That motivates me. If you like what I do, then help out. If not, then hey, I might, my video production levels were just going to be as it is. So if you're happy with what you're getting, then that's all good. But in the meanwhile, I am going to thank you all farewell, and we're going to play out with a little bit of music. Have yourselves a wonderful night, weekend, Sunday, whatever it is that you're doing out there. Stay safe, love each other, and as always, let me just come back here. As always, tickle your ass with a feather. Ciao. Okay, let's flip over.